Chapter 351, Breakthrough. Monarch of Time. Shenlong knew that he was just a step away from advancing to the middle of the fourth stage of the monarch's eternal body, and yet, he couldn't directly consume a stalk of dragon blood grass in order to advance. Aside from the violent energy inside the dragon blood grass that was harmful to cultivators if it was consumed directly, Shenlong knew that the only way to do it without leaving any latent dangers to his body would be if he could refine the grass into rank 5 dragon blood tempering pills. However, what he had lacked the most during this time had been the beast cores from rank 5 magic beasts. Thankfully, now that he had the beast cores of the 2 snow apes in his hand, he could finally attempt to refine the dragon blood tempering pills. Seeing that Little Black was actually asleep, Shenlong guessed that the black dragon must have been digesting the stalks of dragon blood grass that he had consumed during this time. Of course, due to their soul connection, Shenlong could also feel that Little Black's strength had been rising during this time as well. Standing up, he first removed the beast cores from the 2 snow apes' bodies, before he sat back on his usual seat and took out his alchemy cauldron. Closing his eyes, Shenlong then took out a dozen of rank 4 supplementary medicinal herbs, as well as a stalk of rank 5 dragon blood grass from his herb garden, before he started to warm up his alchemy cauldron. Thanks to Little Black and Little Silver eating huge amounts of dragon blood grass, Shenlong had already created a large stockpile of this medicinal herb, so he didn't need to specifically hasten the growth of the medicinal herbs in his herb garden just for this grass. After throwing the rank 4 medicinal herbs inside the alchemy cauldron, 15 minutes later, Shenlong finally placed the crimson stalk of dragon blood grass inside, as well as the beast core of the early rank 5 snow ape, before he closed the lid of the cauldron. Due to the quality of the alchemy cauldron itself being just a rank 2 silver grade 1, it was extremely difficult for it to contain the energy of the rank 5 medicinal herb inside it, as well as the beast core of the powerful rank 5 snow ape. Refining a rank 5 pill under these circumstances was extremely taxing to Shenlong's spirit sense, that continued to purify the medicinal essence of the medicinal herbs inside the cauldron, while he tried to melt the beast core into essence at the same time. Beads of sweat had appeared on Shenlong's forehead as minutes continued to pass, but he knew that he couldn't stop the pill refinement, otherwise everything he had done so far would be wasted. Although losing a stalk of dragon blood grass or the dozen of rank 4 supplementary herbs wasn't too much of an issue, losing the beast core of this snow ape would be a huge problem. After all, during this time, the number of beast cores that Shenlong had found which could be used in order to refine a dragon blood tempering pill could be counted in one hand. Aside from the 2 rank 5 snow apes, the only other suitable magic beast core that Shenlong had found in the past was the beast core from Kui Kualiang's precious 9-eyed giant worm. Of course, since Little Black had absorbed that beast core already in order to advance his strength, Shenlong could only use the beast cores from the 2 rank 5 snow apes that he had left. Time continued to pass, and soon, 3 hours had already gone by, as the fragrant scent of the medicinal herbs slowly escaped the cauldron, as they started to fill the foggy space inside the Stone of Time. At the same time, Little Black opened his blue eyes, as he tried to look for the source of the scent that had assaulted his nose, before his eyes landed on Shenlong, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. Shenlong patted Little Black's head as the black dragon had already placed it next to the cauldron, before he opened the cauldron's lid. An even more intense smell assaulted Shenlong's senses the moment that he lifted the lid of the cauldron, before his gaze fell on the scene inside it. 6 bright red-colored pills that were covered with a pale green glow were lying inside the cauldron, giving Shenlong a sense of hunger as he stared at them. Although Shenlong guessed that it was possible to refine 8 pills instead of 6, he also knew that this was impossible for him to do so with a rank 2 silver grade cauldron. The conditions had to be perfect in order to refine 8 pills, which meant that Shenlong needed to have at least a rank 1 gold grade cauldron as well as a strong enough spirit sense. Of course, Shenlong knew that even if he had the money, it was most likely impossible to find a gold grade cauldron for sale, even in the Heaven's Dome City. Gold grade formation masters would definitely be snatched up by a powerful power like the Alchemists Guild or the Golden Exchange Firm, and wouldn't randomly auction their own works. This way, the Alchemists Guild could also lure promising alchemists to join their ranks, while the formation masters could ensure the most benefits for themselves. Staring at the 6 dragon blood tempering pills inside the cauldron, Shenlong felt a wave of exhaustion overcoming him, as he had suddenly expended more than half of his spirit sense during the pill refinement. Of course, aside from one of the dragon blood tempering pills being at the high grade, the other 5 pills were all top grade rank 5 pills. Since he couldn't consume the high grade pill without being able to avoid dealing with the pill toxins inside it later on, Shenlong gave it to Little Black before his eyes stared at the 5 top grade pills in front of him. As for Little Black himself, the dragon's body wouldn't get affected by any kind of pill toxins. This was the difference between the bodies of cultivators and magic beasts. Even Shenlong, who was cultivating in the monarch's eternal body, couldn't completely avoid the effects of the pill toxins. Although he could most likely deal with them later on and completely expel them from his body, it was still a troublesome process. Even Shenlong's powerful body couldn't be compared to the body of a king of magic beasts like Little Black's in this regard. Seeing Little Black excitedly eat the high-grade dragon blood tempering pill as if it was some kind of delicacy, Shenlong smiled before he took a deep breath and placed a top-grade dragon blood tempering pill in his mouth. The energy inside the top-grade rank 5 pill immediately exploded as soon as the pill entered inside Shenlong's mouth, as the condensed medicinal essence inside it poured down Shenlong's throat before it slowly seeped inside his body. The burning sensation filled Shenlong with pain, almost as if his body was about to explode from the excess energy, making him want to shout to relieve himself from the pain. And yet, he knew that he could only grit his teeth and continue to endure this. After all, this was the only way for his monarch's eternal body to advance. Just when Shenlong felt that he had reached his limit and his body was about to explode, the monarch's eternal body circulated by itself, as it started to hungrily absorb the energy from the dragon blood tempering pill inside Shenlong's body. The barrier that was holding him at the early 4th stage of the monarch's eternal body instantly broke, as Shenlong felt his strength rising at an extremely rapid rate. He could feel endless amounts of energy filling his body, and barely a few minutes later, he had already entered the middle of the 4th stage of the monarch's eternal body. A few more moments passed before Shenlong felt the remnant energy of the dragon blood tempering pill inside his body disappear. Although he was still sitting cross-legged, but Shenlong could feel that his body was now many times stronger than before. If he had trouble fighting with a rank 6 spirit realm expert in the past, Shenlong could feel that he could most likely defeat one in less than 3 punches. Little Black stared at Shenlong with excitement in his bright blue eyes, before he said in an excited voice, "Master, congratulations for your breakthrough." Shenlong could feel Little Black's joy for his breakthrough, before he smiled and petted the black dragon's head. Since their feelings were connected, even without Little Black saying anything, Shenlong could still feel his emotions. After taking a deep breath, Shenlong turned his eyes towards the remaining 4 pills inside his alchemy cauldron. He didn't choose to consume the remaining dragon blood tempering pills right away, and instead, he first placed them inside a pill bottle, before he closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Although a little more than 3 hours had passed inside the Stone of Time, less than 30 minutes had gone by for Lu Mei, who was still training with her 4 Seasons Azure Sword. Seeing Shenlong appearing back in the cave so quickly, a shocked expression had appeared on Lu Mei's face, before a blooming smile soon replaced it. Shenlong smiled gently as he caressed Lu Mei's face, feeling much more confident now that he had advanced to the middle of the 4th stage in the monarch's eternal body. Even if he had to fight with a peak rank 4 magic beast, even if he couldn't defeat it, he was still confident in fighting it on even grounds. Feeling the aura coming from Shenlong's body that was at least at the same level as that of a peak rank 6 spirit realm experts, Lu Mei's smile bloomed like a lotus. Lu Mei already knew that Shenlong was cultivating in both qi and body refinement. Without any hesitation, Shenlong first had Little Silver return inside the Stone of Time, before he held Lu Mei's hand and left the small mountain that they were staying in, ready to hunt some peak rank 4 magic beasts. Time continued to fly inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain region, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had soon passed. Chapter 352, 2 years. Monarch of Time. 2 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. In a mountain deep inside the northeast of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, an early rank 5 magic beast that resembled an earth bear with iron armor around its head and chest, was lying motionless in front of a blue-robed man's feet. An army of skeletons and undead knights had completely surrounded the young man, but they seemed to have turned their swords towards the iron bear that had collapsed on the ground instead. With a smile on his face, Shenlong looked past the skeletons and the undead knights around him, as his gaze landed at the forest behind him. Lu Mei, who was standing on the branch of a huge tree, wasn't wearing her white veil on her face as she flashed a dazzling smile at Shenlong before she floated towards him. Shenlong looked at Lu Mei, who soon landed in front of him, before he said with a smile on his face, "Mei Yar, your control over the undead knights during a fight has improved a lot in the last few days." Lu Mei smiled even brighter after hearing Shenlong's praise, before she nodded her head without saying anything, but a sweet feeling had appeared in her heart. In the last few years, the thing that she had practiced the most was her sword skills as well as her control of her skeletal warriors and her undead knights during a fight. Originally, due to her weak spirit sense, Lu Mei couldn't handle controlling more than 2 undead knights at the same time, but now, she could easily control 10 of them, as well as a certain number of her skeletons at the same time. During the past 2 years, Lu Mei had also consumed tens of thousands of top-grade spirit-enhancing pills, and had killed hundreds of criminals in the City of Sin as well as absorbed their qi, bringing both her cultivation as well as her spirit sense at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm. The undead knights around Shenlong were also at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm as well, while the 200 skeletons were at the middle of rank 9 instead. A terrifying army of 200 middle rank 9 spirit realm skeletons, even if they weren't as strong as normal middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivators, could definitely stall for time, even when fighting against an early rank 5 magic beast. As for Lu Mei's comprehension of the Dao, it had long since reached the threshold of the nascent soul stage. The only thing that Lu Mei needed was a spark of inspiration in order to begin her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. After all, the nascent soul stage was also called the nirvana stage, while the spirit realm was the realm of preparation before entering this stage. It was simply impossible to break through and become a nascent soul stage expert without a sudden sense of inspiration. Little Black had long since told Shenlong that Shenlong needed his soul to become one with his body in order to break through to the nascent soul stage. As for Shenlong, during the past 2 years, he had consumed countless middle-grade spirit stones in order to reach the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm as well. The spirit stones that he had consumed were far more than what he had originally estimated. If it wasn't because of his pill shop in the City of Sin, Shenlong would have to think of another way to gather spirit stones during these 2 years in order to reach the late stages and subsequently, the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm. Unlike Lu Mei, he had also taken even more time to bring his spirit sense to the absolute peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm by consuming countless spirit-enhancing pills as well. This was even harder than advancing his own cultivation. Just the time he had spent in secluded cultivation to advance his spirit sense to the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm and bring it on par with his own cultivation level, had taken Shenlong more than 4 years inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. During this time, Shenlong's monarch's eternal body had also advanced to the peak of the 4th stage. With both his qi and his body cultivation, at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm and the peak of the 4th stage respectively, Shenlong was certain that there was no other spirit realm cultivator in the entire Night Star continent who would be able to last more than 3 exchanges against him. However, raising his spirit sense wasn't actually the most time-consuming part. Instead, it was the fact that Shenlong had spent almost 10 years inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time comprehending the Dao of Time. It was only a day ago that he had managed to finish his comprehension of the Dao and came out from the Stone of Time to test his strength. More than 2 years had passed as Shenlong and Lu Mei were hunting magic beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range or traveled back to the City of Sin to operate the pill shop. According to Shenlong's estimations, the test for the Holy Sect only had 2 or 3 months until it actually started. As Shenlong placed the corpse of the early rank 5 magic beast inside the Stone of Time, a sudden rumbling could be heard from the distance, as Shenlong and Lu Mei both felt the ground beneath their feet that had started to shake. Shenlong's and Lu Mei's expressions instantly changed as this obviously wasn't a normal earthquake. The terrifying rumbling did not only shake the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but instead, it actually affected the entire Night Star continent. A gigantic beam of light shot to the sky, that every single person in the entire continent could see no matter where they were. Shenlong's expression suddenly changed when he saw the direction that the enormous beam of light was coming from. It wasn't just coming from the center of the Night Star continent, but more specifically, from the Dragon Lord's villa itself. Chapter 353, Returning to the Dragon Lord's Villa. Monarch of Time. It didn't take long for Lu Mei to realize this issue either, as she turned her head to look at Shenlong. Shenlong had a serious look in his eyes as he stared at the gigantic pills of light in the distance, before Little Black's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Master? Someone is trying to take the Dragonstone from that place. Shenlong's eyes narrowed when he heard Little Black's words that didn't have a single hint of uncertainty inside them, before he started to think of the possible scenarios to resolve this situation. He knew that Little Black had a mental connection with the Dragonstone inside the Dragon Lord's villa after sensing its aura once, so there was no way that he would be mistaken about this. If there was something that had caused the Dragonstone inside the villa to react, Little Black would definitely end up sensing it and be aware that someone was trying to take the Dragonstone. At the same time, during the past 2 years, Shenlong had heard rumors in the city of Sin, that the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duanzhu, had headed deep inside the Dragon Lord's villa by himself around the same time that he and Lu Mei had left the Heaven's Dome City. As a peak rank 9 Dao King who was probably as strong, if not stronger than the 5 most powerful Dao Kings of the Night Star continent, Duanzhu had a high chance of reaching the depths of the villa, if one factored in that he was also a Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace and most likely had no lack of treasures with him. This made Shenlong feel that this powerful rank 9 Dao King realm expert was the most likely suspect to have caused this pillar of light to erupt from the Dragon Lord's villa. Of course, despite Duanzhu's identity as a high-ranking Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Shenlong couldn't allow the Dragonstone to fall in his hands. He already knew that this stone was extremely important to Little Black. Additionally, during the past 2 years, Little Black had also reached the middle of rank 6, while Little Silver was just a step away from advancing to that level as well. In a direct fight, Little Black may not necessarily lose to Duanzhu. Even if Little Black was actually weaker than the peak rank 9 Dao King in the end, Shenlong was also confident that Duanzhu wouldn't be able to keep him tied down if he wanted to leave. Although Shenlong wasn't willing to let the Black Dragon's existence become known, he couldn't afford to lose something like the Dragonstone either. After a serious moment of deliberation, he turned his head to look at Lu Mei, and after taking a deep breath he then said in a serious tone, "Meiyar, let's go to the Dragon Lord's villa." Shenlong didn't ask Lu Mei whether she wanted to go with him or not. In the last 2 years, he had already understood the way that he and Lu Mei both treated each other. Since Shenlong knew that venturing into the Dragon Lord's villa was dangerous and it could potentially lead him into risking his life, Lu Mei would most likely choose to go with him instead of waiting outside. Besides, Shenlong had more than enough Dragon Lord's medallions for him and Lu Mei to both enter inside. Even without the Dragon Lord's medallion that he had gotten from Kui Kuliang, Shenlong still had the medallions from the 2 Dao Kings of the Mercenaries Association who had ambushed him and Lu Mei in order to rob Little Silver away. At the same time, Shenlong also remembered the red-haired female elder of the Blood Moon sect who wanted to make Shenlong into a pill slave. Zhongbaya would definitely have a Dragon Lord's medallion with her as well. Of course, Shenlong didn't have any tender feelings for the red-haired elder who had saved him by messing with Shui's Highland's plans back then. Instead, he simply wondered if she was still alive and hidden somewhere after her ambush outside of the Heaven's Dome City. If it wasn't because the bald old man, Shui's Highland, had simply refused to let Zhongbaya take Shenlong as a pill slave, incurring her wrath in the process, and making her use all of her strength to spoil the old man's plans, Shenlong would have to face 3 Dao Kings during that time. With Little Black's strength back then, Shenlong wasn't certain that they would be able to kill every single one of them. Lu Mei nodded her head once she saw Shenlong's serious look, before she waved her hand, making the army of skeletons and undead knights around her and Shenlong disappear. At the same time, Shenlong first covered himself with a black robe that completely concealed his face and body, before he gave an identical robe to Lu Mei. Then, without any hesitation, he first summoned Little Silver from the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before both he and Lu Mei sat on its back. The Black Panther that hadn't left the Stone of Time for the past few months, let out a deafening roar, almost as it wanted to intimidate the magic beasts around it with its presence, before it spread its bright silver wings and shot towards the south of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, heading towards the entrance. Shenlong twitched his lips when he heard Little Silver's excited roar that reverberated in the mountains around them, but since they were already leaving the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he wasn't afraid of a late-stage Dao King finding their location and catching up to them. Although Little Silver had yet to break through to the middle of rank 6 like Little Black, its strength had already advanced by a lot during the past 2 years after consuming countless stalks of dragon blood grass. Although it couldn't beat a middle stage Dao King, let alone a late stage one, its speed had definitely reached the threshold of the average late stage Dao King. The Black Panther flew towards the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range like a bolt of silver lightning, completely ignoring the terrified magic beasts around it in the process. In just a few minutes, Shenlong and Lumei had already left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, as they flew towards the Dragon Lord's villa. At the same time, in the Heaven's Dome City, every single Dao King from the peak powers of the city had shot to their feet as they noticed the gigantic beam of light piercing through the clouds, before they hurriedly flew towards the Dragon Lord's villa as well. Author's note: join our privilege for more chapters. Chapter 354, Entering the Villa, Monarch of Time. Every single Dao King in the Night Star continent had been alarmed by the abnormal matter of the Dragon Lord's villa, and the peak powers of the Heaven's Dome City were no exception. Inside the palace of the royal family of the Shengtian dynasty at the northern part of the city, the golden-robed old king, Shengjun, had already gathered a group of 16 Dao Kings that followed behind him, before he headed towards the Dragon Lord's villa. Shengjun had a solemn expression on his face as he remembered that more than 2 years ago the hallmaster of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duanzhu, had also entered the villa by himself. Even though Shengjun was one of the 3 strongest Dao Kings in the entire continent, he had never managed to elicit such a reaction from the Dragon Lord's villa, neither by himself, nor with his Shentian dynasty's help. Could it be that he has obtained the treasures inside? As this thought flashed through Shengjun's mind, he couldn't help raising his speed, as he led the group of Dao Kings behind him towards the Nether Spirit Forest. The other peak powers of the city were no exceptions, as Zhao Lan led 9 gold-grade alchemists from the Alchemists Guild, towards the Nether Spirit Forest's location as well. The same situation took place in the Golden Exchange Firm, as well as the Mercenaries Association's headquarters. Only the members of the Dark Elf race at the eastern part of the city seemed completely unperturbed by the Dragon Lord's villa's matter, as they continued their lives normally. At the depths of the Dark Elf race's palace, a young man with dark skin, dark green hair and pointy ears first knocked on a small wooden door before he cautiously entered the room where the 2 peak rank 9 Dao Kings, Yi Huin and Yi Ziasi, were leisurely chatting with each other, with bewitching smiles on their faces that could encapture any man's attention. Looking at the 2 beautiful red-haired women in front of him, the young man audibly gulped his saliva, before he hurriedly bowed and turned his body to face Yi Ziasi as he said in a flustered voice, "Your Majesty, something important is happening in the Dragon Lord's villa. The Shengtian dynasty's old king and the other peak powers have all been roused and are leaving the city, heading towards the Nether Spirit Forest. Should we follow them?" Although the young man looked to be barely above 20 years old, he was actually an early-stage Dao King of the Dark Elves, and was the one responsible to inform Yi Ziasi over the important matters that happened in the city. Yi Ziasi turned her head towards the flustered young man, before an alluring smile had formed itself on her lips, as she shook her head and said calmly, "No need." The young man was shocked by this simple response, and after staying still for a moment to ruminate over Yi Ziasi's words, his eyes suddenly lit up before he asked in a voice full of fear and excitement, "Your Majesty, does that mean that Lord Duan has already obtained the treasures inside the villa?" Based on what this man knew, only if Duanzhu had already obtained the treasures inside the Dragon Lord's villa would Yi Ziasi and Yi Huiyan dare to be so relaxed without worrying about Duanzhu needing any help from them. Nodding her head, Yi Ziasi looked at the young man before she said in a calm tone that was filled with absolute confidence, "Even if he hasn't obtained everything yet, Lord Duan should be very close in getting the rest of the treasures inside that place. Even if Shengjun and the rest go in now, I doubt that they will be able to find even scraps left behind by Lord Duan." The young man was stunned for a moment, and he even forgot to bow as he turned his eyes towards the gigantic beam of light in the distance with zeal filling his eyes. Indeed, only Lord Duan could do what Shengjun and the other Dao Kings have failed to do for thousands of years. As this thought flashed through the young man's mind, he hurriedly bowed as he looked at the smiling Yi Ziasi and the expressionless Yi Huiyan, before he left the room with a look of pride on his face. Indeed, since Duanzhu had most likely already obtained the treasures in the Dragon Lord's villa, the situation in the Heaven's Dome City was going to completely change. At the same time, Dao kings from every place of the entire Night Star continent were heading towards the Dragon Lord's villa in huge numbers. With the Black Panther's speed, it took less than a day for Shenlong and Lu Mei to arrive just a few tens miles away from the Dragon Lord's villa. Even from a distance, however, Shenlong could easily notice that the situation around the villa had already started to turn chaotic. It seemed that the gigantic beam of light had attracted even more people than what Shenlong had originally expected. Whether it was Dao kings who were flying by themselves, or those who were riding on top of powerful magic beasts, they were all heading directly towards the villa. On the way, Shenlong had already noticed more than 4 groups of Dao kings who were flying on the backs of powerful rank 6 magic beasts, and they had also turned their gazes to look at Little Silver as well. However, with the pressing situation of the gigantic beam of light that was coming from the depths of the villa, as well as the fact that Shenlong had completely retracted his aura and could very likely be a late-stage Dao king as well, none of these groups chose to probe him for his identity or strength. After all, although uncommon, it was very possible for a Dao king to bring their descendants to this place, which was why these experts ignored Lu Mei's cultivation that was still at the spirit realm before they continued flying forward. A few moments later, the gigantic building that was bigger than a city itself appeared in Shenlong's and Lu Mei's eyes. The massive crowd that was previously camping in tents outside the villa had grown even more than before, while even some early-stage Dao kings, as well as peak nascent soul stage experts, were hidden in their midst. At the same time, Shenlong noticed a group of 4 early and middle-stage Dao kings heading towards the villa's gigantic gates, each of them holding a small bronze medallion in their hands. As soon as the Dao kings approached close to the gigantic gates of the Dragon Lord's villa, the golden barrier that was covering the villa reacted to the Dragon Lord's medallions in their hands, as a golden glow of light covered their bodies, before the gates opened ever so slightly. The gigantic gates didn't fully open, but the small opening was still enough even for 6 people to walk side by side and enter inside. The moment that the 4 Dao kings entered inside, the gates of the villa closed, before the barrier of light around the villa returned to its previous calmness. After waiting for a few minutes so that he wouldn't have to directly meet with the people who had just entered, Shenlong took a deep breath, before he had Little Silver walk forward towards the villa's entrance. The early rank 6 silver-winged panther king attracted the attention of some nearby Dao kings, as well as the rest of the people in the crowd, as it was obvious that it was heading towards the gates. Looks filled with doubt as well as envy had appeared in the spirit realm and the nascent soul stage experts' faces, once they felt Lu Mei's aura at the peak of the spirit realm who was sitting on the Black Panther's back. Without paying any attention to the people around him, however, Shenlong had Little Silver continue forward, until it stopped in front of the golden barrier a few meters away from the villa's gigantic gates. It would be a lie to say that Shenlong didn't feel some fear in his heart as he approached closer and closer to the gigantic city-like building in front of him. After all, this was a place that only Dao kings and peak nascent soul stage experts were allowed to enter. Shenlong didn't know what dangers they would meet with inside, but aside from the fear and wariness, a feeling of excitement had also filled his heart as he looked forward to finding the secrets of this place that even held Kui Kuliang and his wife as prisoners. Waving his hand, he took out 3 small bronze medallions from the Stone of Time, and gave one of them to Lu Mei before he placed the other one on Little Silver's back. The golden barrier that covered the Dragon Lord's villa started to ripple the moment that it sensed the 3 bronze medallions, before it covered Shenlong's, Lu Mei's and Little Silver's body with a bright golden glow. At the same time, the gigantic gates slowly opened a little, allowing Little Silver to enter inside. The moment that the Black Panther stepped through the gigantic gates, the gates closed again with a thud, as Shenlong finally entered inside the Dragon Lord's villa. Chapter 355, Stone Labyrinth. Monarch of Time. The moment that Little Silver passed through the gates, a blinding light blocked Shenlong's vision, and only receded after a few moments, revealing a completely new scene in Shenlong's eyes. A labyrinth. Shenlong was stunned when he saw the baffling scene in front of him. Large greenish stone walls were raised from the ground, reaching all the way to the ceiling of the endless room, as they formed an enormous labyrinth. According to Kui Kuliang's map, his and his wife's location is actually close to the northeast of the Dragon Lord's villa, right after I passed through some kind of desert, but there is nothing mentioned about a labyrinth. Could it be that every time the gates of the Dragon Lord's villa open, every group is sent to a different location, Or is it that everyone must first pass through this labyrinth before they can continue further inside? Different possibilities flashed through Shenlong's mind as he tried to understand the situation in front of his eyes. At the same time, Little Black's voice sounded in his mind, as the Black Dragon said seriously, "Master, my soul sense is unable to scan the area around us. There is some kind of power that completely restricts soul scanning." Although Shenlong knew that this was likely to happen after entering the Dragon Lord's villa, since the same situation occurred when Shenlong and Lu Mei had first arrived outside of the villa 2 years ago, he was still shocked once Little Black verified this. After all, putting Little Black's strength aside, Shenlong was certain that even Duanzhu and the other peak rank 9 Dao Kings from the Night Star continent were probably inferior to soul strength if they were compared to the terrifying Black Dragon. After advancing to the middle of rank 6, Little Black's soul sense was certainly on par, if not stronger than the strongest Dao Kings. And yet, even with his current strength, Little Black was unable to have his soul sense extend past Shenlong's body. In that case, those Dao Kings are most likely in the same situation once they enter inside the villa. Lu Mei looked at the pondering look in Shenlong's face, before she asked curiously, "Longji, is this place somewhat different from what you expected?" Since Kui Kuliang had only mentioned the Dragon Lord's villa to Shenlong, and Lu Mei hadn't been curious enough about this place in the past to ask Shenlong for details, she didn't know whether this labyrinth that they found themselves in was something abnormal or not. Based on Shenlong's reaction, however, it was obvious that it was out of the ordinary. After hearing Lu Mei's question, Shenlong nodded his head affirmingly, before he took out the beast skin that he had received from Kui Kuliang and spread it on Little Silver's back, who was still observing their surroundings. Although the map didn't depict the Dragon Lord's villa with great detail, it was still easy for anyone who saw it to identify whether a place was a desert, a forest, or a lake. Seeing that there were no labyrinths or anything similar to it on the map, Shenlong thought seriously for a few moments, before he said in a low voice, "No matter what, we still need to get out of this place first. Besides, there are many places on the map that are completely blank, so it's possible that Kui Kuliang created this map based on his own experiences." Lu Mei nodded her head in confirmation. She already knew that the map in Shenlong's hands was the map that he had obtained from the Dao King who had created the Vermilion Realm, and she also knew that that man was trapped somewhere inside the Dragon Lord's villa along with his wife. If it was a map that he had personally created, then of course Kui Kuliang wouldn't have traveled through the entire villa by himself. After all, from the outside, the villa seemed to be at least as big as the Heaven's Dome city itself, but based on the map in Shenlong's hands, it could very likely be even bigger. Even peak rank 9 Dao Kings may not have searched through the entire villa, let alone Kui Kuliang, whom Shenlong suspected to be either an early or a middle-stage Dao King. Additionally, if Shenlong's first guess was correct and the Dragon Lord's villa's entrance point changed every time the gates opened, then this also explained why this labyrinth wasn't marked on the map. As he reached one of the two possible conclusions in his mind, Shenlong first returned the beast skin map inside the Stone of Time, before he had Little Silver start walking forward. In any case, the most important thing at hand was to get out of this labyrinth. Besides, Shenlong didn't know if there were any dangers lurking in this place. Staying still at the same place instead of looking for an exit could very likely bring even more troubles. The gigantic greenish walls around Shenlong and Lu Mei had completely covered their surroundings, as they rose all the way to the ceiling of the seemingly endless room. Even when Little Silver soared in the air, Shenlong was unable to get a bird's view of the labyrinth and find an exit, as everything was completely submerged by the gigantic greenish walls, so he could only choose to blindly continue forward. Time passed like this, and the only sound in the air around Shenlong and Lu Mei was the sound of the Black Panther's silver wings flapping. Shenlong and Lu Mei found themselves in a dead end more than once, forcing Shenlong to turn around and try different paths. 6 hours later, after many wrong attempts that lead into dead ends, Shenlong and Lu Mei finally saw a light in the distance ahead of them, while the labyrinth's path started to head upwards at the same time. Before Little Silver could reach the source of the light, however, the entire labyrinth started to shake, before Shenlong saw two stone golems more than 5 meters 16.4 feet tall, each rising from the ground as they blocked Little Silver's path. Each of the golems' auras was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while in their hands they held a sword and a shield formed from stone. Shenlong however didn't seem to be willing to slow down after feeling the golem's auras, and instead, he simply patted Little Silver's back with a smile on his face, urging it to go forward. Little Silver let out a powerful roar the moment that it saw the two golems blocking its path before its silver-colored wings lit up with a bright silver light. The golem on the left raised its sword and slashed forward, while the golem on the right raised the shield in its left hand, in an attempt to block the panther's charge. The moment that Little Silver's wings met with the two stone golems' attacks, the two weapons surprisingly split in half, before Little Silver's bright silver wings landed on the two golems' bodies. The Black Panther's wings were like sharp swords that pierced through the golem's stone bodies, disintegrating them in an instant. Under Shenlong's and Lu Mei's eyes, the 5 meters 16.4 feet tall golems crumbled into countless pieces that fell on the ground, before Little Silver flew forward like a streak of silver lightning, as it reached the source of the light. Chapter 356, Dangers in the Dragon Lord's Villa. Monarch of Time. Warm sun rays passed through a 3 meters 10 feet tall entrance, as they illuminated the stone labyrinth. Shenlong instantly understood that this was the exit of the labyrinth. Having destroyed the two stone golems that stood guard in front of the entrance, Little Silver passed through the stone entrance without any obstructions, before a new scene appeared in Shenlong's eyes. It was a vast plain field that spanned for hundreds of miles, while large and small mountains alike filled its surroundings. The moment that Shenlong's eyes landed on the mountains around him, a look of disbelief flashed through his eyes, before he took out the map that he had received from Kui Kuliang once again. His eyes instantly landed on a spot of the map that was filled with greenery, while various mountains had surrounded it from every angle. Beyond those mountains was a seemingly vast desert, and right after the desert ended, was the place where Kui Kuliang and his wife were trapped at. According to the map, Kui Kuliang's location was actually not too far from the periphery of the core region of the villa. This made Shenlong have some doubts on whether Kui Kuliang was really just an early or a middle-stage Dao King. According to the scarce information that he had managed to gather during the past 2 years regarding the Dragon Lord's villa, Shenlong was actually certain about one thing. It was the fact that the danger inside the villa grew exponentially the closer someone approached to its core region. It was said that even late-stage Dao Kings may encounter trouble in the outskirts of the core region, while only rank 9 Dao Kings were allowed to enter inside the villa's depths. Thus, early and middle-stage Dao Kings wouldn't get too close to the core region of the villa, and will look for treasures near its outskirts. This was what made Shenlong feel doubt regarding Kui Kuliang's actual strength. Of course, he could also not disregard the fact that Kui Kuliang and his wife had some other reason for heading to the core region. Right? This is also in line with the fact that Kui Kuliang created the Vermilion Realm and prepared everything beforehand, in order to find someone who could help him in the future. He seemed to have already known how dangerous it was to approach close to the core region for two early or middle-stage Dao Kings like himself and his wife, which is why he chose to leave a way out for himself by creating the Vermilion Realm, and find for someone to save him. The more that Shenlong thought about this matter, the more things seemed to have fallen into place as he understood Kui Kuliang's decision. At the same time, as he observed his surroundings, Shenlong also realized one other thing. His previous conjecture was actually correct. Once someone entered the Dragon Lord's villa, they were sent to a different location every time that the villa's gates opened. Shenlong could verify this, from the fact that there were no other people in his surroundings, as well as the fact that the stone golems at the labyrinth's exit were in perfect condition. After taking a look around him, he pondered seriously for a moment, but in the end, he didn't choose to summon Little Black from the Stone of Time. Unless the dangers in this place reached a level that Little Silver was unable to handle, Shenlong wasn't willing to have Little Black come out just yet. After all, if he and Lu Mei really ended up meeting with a group of Dao Kings that had a peak rank 9 Dao King in their midst, then once these people saw the Black Dragon there was no way that they would simply ignore it. Without any more hesitation, Shenlong urged Little Silver to soar in the sky and fly towards the mountains in the distance. As for the underground cave behind them that concealed the stone labyrinth inside it, neither Shenlong nor Lu Mei had any interest in it. As Little Silver approached the mountains in the distance however, tens of middle and peak rank 5 magic beasts appeared from the mountain's depths, as they all flew towards the Black Panther in an attempt to swarm it. Shenlong immediately recognized the countless magic beasts that were flying towards the Black Panther, as he muttered under his breath. Peak rank 5 silver-beaked eagles, peak rank 5 violet-winged poison bats, followed by tens of middle rank 5 thunderstorm killer bees, all flew towards the Black Panther in an attempt to drown it in numbers. Lu Mei's expression changed into one of worry as she saw this scene. No matter what, if 100 peak rank 5 magic beasts ended up attacking an early rank 6 beast like Little Silver, then the Black Panther would definitely suffer some serious injuries, even if it killed every single one of the beasts around it. Roar! The Black Panther roared loudly, but the magic beasts around it didn't seem to have any fear of death as they charged towards it with red eyes. Tens of them swarmed Little Silver, in an attempt to either bite its silver wings, its neck, or attack Shenlong and Lu Mei who were sitting on its back. Shenlong narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene, and just as he was about to summon Little Black to take care of this situation, the Black Panther's wings lit up with a blinding silver light, before it shot forward without any fear. Its silver wings ripped the magic beasts around Shenlong and Lu Mei into countless pieces, as blood dyed the sky before Little Silver escaped the encirclement. Although the magic beasts around Little Silver had left more than just a few wounds on its body, it was impossible for a rank 6 magic beast to be afraid of a bunch of rank 5 ones. In just this one attack, almost 30 middle and peak rank 5 magic beasts had been killed in an instant. Although more and more magic beasts seemed to appear from the mountains around them, even the strongest of them was still at the peak of rank 5, and were completely unable to catch up to Little Silver's speed. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther had already left the area of the surrounding mountains, as a scorching hot desert appeared in the distance ahead. At the same time, at the depths of the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa, the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace had a serious expression on his face, as he stared at the scene in front of him. Chapter 357, The Desert's True Danger. Monarch of Time. At the depths of the villa, Duanzu was standing right outside of the gigantic pillar of light, and he was staring at the scene in front of him with a fervent and greedy expression on his face. He knew that what was lying inside this pillar of light was most likely the final treasures of the Dragon Lord's villa. Originally, Duanzu hadn't expected to find too many things that would catch his interest, and neither did he expect for the Dragon Lord's villa to be dangerous to him. After all, as a Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, what kind of dangerous situation had he not been in already? Additionally, the treasures that could catch his eyes were really important. However, contrary to his thoughts, not only was the journey to reach this place extremely dangerous, but the treasures that he had found during the past 2 years were much more than what he originally owned himself. Seeing that he was just a step away from obtaining the treasures hidden at the core of the villa, even the prestigious Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace couldn't contain himself. Taking out a 1.7m blood-colored saber from his spatial ring, Duanzu first injected his qi inside it, before he started raining out powerful attacks on the pillar of light in front of him. As for the saber in his hands, this was a weapon that Duanzu had found a couple of days ago, just as he arrived at the depths of the villa. The moment that the Peak Dao King saw this weapon, his body had started to tremble from excitement. This was a weapon that would be coveted even by Dao emperors. After all, this saber had already surpassed the gold grade and had reached an entirely new level. Just this blood saber by itself was already worth more than the entire fortune that Duanzu had inside his spatial ring. At the same time that Duanzu was attacking the gigantic pillar of light, the old kings of the Shengtian dynasty, Shengjun's group, was the one closest to arriving at the core of the Dragon Lord's villa. A solemn expression had appeared on Shengjun's face when he felt the tremors coming from the villa's core region, but the old king only increased his speed in response, as he led the Dao kings of the Shengtian dynasty even further inside. At the same time, Shenlong, who was still sitting with Lu Mei on Little Silver's back, had just left the mountains that were filled with magic beasts further behind them, as they entered the region of the scorching hot desert up ahead. It was unknown what the reason behind this was, but the heat in this desert could actually affect even body cultivators. Shenlong could feel the discomfort caused by the heat, that resulted in a painful headache. Lu Mei, however, found it even harder to withstand the heat, as the unbearable temperature had quickly brought her to the brink of collapse. Only Little Silver seemed completely unaffected by the change in the temperature on its surroundings, as it continued to fly forward completely unperturbed. Shenlong immediately understood the reason why only peak nascent soul stage experts and Dao kings would dare to venture inside the Dragon Lord's villa. After all, He and Lu Mei had been inside this place for less than a day, and yet the dangers they had already faced had completely exceeded what even most nascent soul stage experts could handle. Even a late-stage nascent soul expert would have most likely been unable to escape from the swarm of magic beasts that had surrounded Little Silver earlier. Seeing that she could no longer withstand the heat from the desert and would most likely end up collapsing soon, Lu Mei circulated her qi, as a thin layer of ice completely covered herself and Shenlong like a thin membrane. Although the ice would quickly melt, and the water on Shenlong's and her own body would evaporate from the scorching temperature of the sun, the cooling feeling was more than enough to help Lu Mei withstand the terrible heat from her surroundings as Little Silver continued to fly forward. Shenlong could also feel the discomfort caused by the heat to instantly disappear as soon as Lu Mei's layer of ice covered his body. Additionally, as a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, Lu Mei only needed to use a tiny amount of her qi in order to create the layers of ice around her and Shenlong's bodies every few seconds. The qi required from this action couldn't even compare to her summoning of a single skeleton. As Little Silver continued to fly through the desert, half a day soon passed like this. During this time, Shenlong was extremely surprised by how smooth his journey with Lu Mei actually was. In the past 12 hours, they hadn't met with a single magic beast. Forget about peak rank 5 or even early rank 6 beasts that Shenlong had expected to encounter, even rank 3 magic beasts were nowhere to be found. Based on the previous 2 experiences from earlier, since the desert was closer to the core region of the villa than the mountains that were filled with the rank 5 magic beasts, Shenlong was certain that it was highly unlikely that the only problem that he and Lu Mei would face would be the uncomfortable heat from the desert. Lu Mei also found this matter suspicious, and looking at Shenlong, she thought seriously for a moment before she said in a curious tone, "Longji, perhaps not every place in this villa will hide powerful magic beasts." Shenlong nodded his head in response as he agreed with Lu Mei's words. He had also thought about this matter, and this was the conclusion he had just reached as well. Indeed, it was impossible for every single mountain, forest, and desert to have hundreds of peak rank 5 magic beasts. Just as Shenlong thought that their journey would actually continue like this, powerful sandstorms suddenly appeared in the distance ahead. The sandstorms had enveloped the desert as far as the eye could see, and left no room to fly through. If someone insisted on passing through the desert, they would definitely have to get past the sandstorms to continue. And yet, the giant sandstorms didn't seem to be that easy to pass through. Shenlong first had Little Silver stop flying before it reached the area of the sandstorms, as he then fell into deep thought. "Longji, what should we do? There doesn't seem to be any other path to continue forward." Hearing Lu Mei's question jolt him awake, Shenlong finally nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes. Since there was no other way to get around it, in the end, he could only choose to get through the sandstorms. The Black Panther's silver wings lit up with a bright light, as it charged towards the gigantic sandstorms directly. However, the moment that Little Silver entered inside the sandstorm, Shenlong's expression suddenly changed. In the middle of the sandstorm, Shenlong tried hard, but he was unable to even open his eyes. He could feel his body was heavy, as though someone or something was pressing heavily on it. The power of the sandstorm was actually much more terrifying than what Shenlong had originally expected. He had to use all of his strength to resist this terrifying force, and turn his body around to hold Lu Mei's body tightly, preventing her from falling off from Little Silver's body. Every move inside the sandstorm was exhausting, and Shenlong was even certain that if he hadn't advanced to the peak of the 4th stage in the Monarch's eternal body, he wouldn't even have control of his body to even provide with any resistance. At the same time, Shenlong finally realized the danger of this desert. If he really lost control and allowed the sandstorms to sweep his body, he would definitely die in their midst, without ever finding his way out of the desert. And yet, Shenlong could only grit his teeth and hang on Little Silver's back as the Black Panther continued forward. Although the panther's speed had dropped by almost half inside the sandstorm, Little Silver didn't seem to face any other problems. At the same time, time continued to pass, and as he felt the pressure from the sandstorm around him get even stronger, a single thought appeared in Shenlong's mind. This place is far more dangerous than I originally imagined. Chapter 358, Searching for Kui Kuliang. Monarch of Time. Shenlong was holding Lu Mei tightly with one arm and had her chest placed against his own, while with the other arm he was grabbing Little Silver's back, afraid that if he let go, he would be trapped in this place forever. However, no matter how long he held on for, he could feel the pressure around him that was ever growing. This feeling was similar to diving inside a lake, trying to reach the lake's bottom, but the pressure around your body would only grow, while the lake's depths were actually nowhere in sight. Time continued to pass, and 1 hour later, Shenlong felt himself being completely suffocated under the sandstorm's pressure. No matter how hard he tried to hold on, he could feel his grip loosening from Little Silver's back, almost as if he was unable to hang on any longer. Seeing that he had no other choice left, he was about to summon Little Black and have the black dragon cover him with his gigantic black wings, when the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Shenlong could feel that he was able to open his eyes again, while at the same time, he could feel a light breeze brushing past his face, almost as if he had entered an entirely different world. When he opened his eyes, Shenlong's gaze didn't fall on his surroundings, but on Lu Mei, who seemed to have already lost consciousness. Of course, if it wasn't because he was cultivating in the monarch's eternal body and had already reached the peak of the 4th stage, Shenlong didn't think that he would have managed to stay conscious either. Taking out a pill bottle from the Stone of Time, he gently parted Lu Mei's lips open, before he placed a sun-healing pill in her mouth. Only after verifying that the pill had dissolved into essence and was slowly being absorbed inside Lu Mei's body did he finally heave out in relief before he raised his head to look at his surroundings. An endless blue sea appeared in Shenlong's eyes, extending far past the horizon, while behind him was the scorching hot desert. The sharp contrast where the sandstorms suddenly ended and the sea began to appear, was an extremely peculiar, as well as beautiful sight. Is this some kind of formation? This was the only logical conclusion that Shenlong could come to, that could explain how the terrifying sandstorms suddenly ended, while the calm sea appeared at the same time. Although Little Black also heard Shenlong's question, it seemed that he wasn't aware of the answer either. A few minutes later, Lu Mei finally opened her eyes, while her body still hadn't gotten rid of the pain that the sandstorm had caused to her, causing her to still be in pain. As she regained her consciousness, the sea that extended for thousands of miles instantly appeared in her gaze, before she turned her enchanting eyes that were barely covered by her black robes to look at Shenlong, and asked in a shocked voice, "Longji, where are we?" Pointing at the ever-raging sandstorms behind him, Shenlong smiled lightly, and as he continued to hold Lu Mei in his arms he then said, "We just passed the desert." After taking a moment to realize what was going on, Lu Mei nodded her head, before she turned her eyes to observe her surroundings with curiosity in her eyes. At the same time, Shenlong took out Kui Kuliang's map from the Stone of Time and spread it in front of him. He knew that this Dao King and his wife were both trapped somewhere inside this sea. Although Shenlong had promised Kui Kuliang that he would come and save him only after he became a Dao King, it was very likely that he and Lu Mei would already be in the central region by then, and returning back to the Night Star continent may not be that easy. Additionally, since matters had changed with Duanzhu stirring up the entire Night Star continent by entering the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, Shenlong decided to take this chance and check Kui Kuliang's condition. Of course, as long as I don't have to put myself, Mayor, or Little Silver at danger, and things are really the way that Kui Kuliang described them to be, then I don't mind saving him in passing. After making up his mind, Shenlong turned his eyes towards the beast skin map in his hands, before he focused on the large X mark that wasn't too far from where the desert ended. According to Kui Kuliang's directions, the place where he is trapped in, is near an isolated island that is covered by snow, not too far away from this area. After taking a few moments to verify his approximate location, Shenlong first took a look at the calm sea waves around him, before he had Little Silver fly towards his southeast. Of course, there was no way that Shenlong or Lu Mei would believe that this sea was really as calm as it seemed to be on the surface. If Kui Kuliang and his wife were really trapped somewhere inside this place, then this is more than enough to prove that even Dao Kings will face danger here. After all, in the end, Little Silver was only an early rank 6 magic beast that was as strong as a rank 3 Dao King. Although Shenlong was confident that it could beat most early-stage Dao Kings, it wouldn't necessarily be much stronger than Kui Kuliang and his wife. Half an hour soon passed as Little Silver continued to fly forward, when a number of islands appeared in the distance ahead. As the Black Panther approached closer, Shenlong could finally see clearly the appearance of these islands. There were 5 islands that looked like they had been intentionally placed next to each other, the biggest of which was almost as big as the Silver Sword City itself, while the smallest one was actually even smaller than a single city in the mortal world. However, each island was completely different from the others. The first island was actually filled with thunderclouds gathering in the sky above it, while the second island right next to it was like a paradise. The only thing that these islands had in common was that there were absolutely no traces of humans or magic beasts living on them. As he stared at the islands in front of him, Shenlong's gaze was suddenly focused on the fourth island. Unlike the other islands around it, it was the only island that was actually covered in snow. Lu Mei's gaze followed Shenlong's, as her eyes soon fell on the island that was covered with snow as well. She clearly remembered that according to the map that Shenlong had, Kui Kuliang was trapped somewhere near this place. And yet, Shenlong only stared at the island for a few moments, before his eyes turned to look at the sea below it. This was the place where Kui Kuliang was trapped inside. Shenlong thought seriously for a few moments, and in the end, he didn't have Little Silver dive inside the sea right away, but instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Mei, before he said with a light smile on his face, "May Yar give me your robes." Chapter 359, Kui Kuliang's Plight. Monarch of Time. A confused look appeared on Lu Mei's face when she heard Shenlong's words. Realizing the ambiguous meaning behind his words, Shenlong shook his head with a wary smile on his face, before he took off his black robes and placed them inside the spatial ring in his hand. Before Shenlong could explain what he meant, Lu Mei's face had turned red from embarrassment, before she took off her black robes and handed them to Shenlong. For a moment, she had misunderstood Shenlong's actual intentions, making her face turn redder than a tomato. Of course, Shenlong couldn't put the blame on Lu Mei. Instead, he knew that it was his poor choice of words that caused this misunderstanding. Looking at Lu Mei with a smile on his face, Shenlong placed his arms around her waist, and pulling her into a hug, he first pointed at the sea below them before he said, "If Kui Kuliang and his wife are really trapped inside the sea, then having the black robes on will do more harm than good." Lu Mei's eyes suddenly widened, completely forgetting the embarrassing moment from a moment ago, and looking like she had just realized what Shenlong meant to say. She looked at him with shock in her eyes before she asked for confirmation. "Longji, is it because people will recognize us in the future?" Nodding his head, Shenlong turned his eyes towards the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, at the gigantic pillar of light that was visible even from his current location, and said with a serious look in his eyes, "There is no way that we can continue going forward using just Little Silver's strength. In the end, if we are going to go to the depths of the villa, Little Black will have to show himself. Although it's unlikely that Kui Kuliang would be able to make the connection in the future, between the two people who are sitting on the silver-winged Panther King's back, and those two who will be sitting on the Black Dragon's back, it's not entirely impossible for it to happen. Of course, the only thing that these two groups will have in common will be the similar cultivation at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm. Additionally, although Kui Kuliang knows our identities, he doesn't know that we were wearing black robes before we entered the Dragon Lord's villa. Even the people outside the villa only saw two people riding on the Black Panther's back. Although it's possible that they will be able to make the connection between the two people who are riding on the Black Panther now, and the people who will be riding on Little Black, that will only be nothing more than an assumption in the end. As long as Kui Kuliang doesn't see us covering ourselves, it's practically impossible for him to make the connection. As Shenlong finished his words, he then added inwardly, and even if he does make the connection, when he realizes the consequences of offending the person behind Little Black, it's unlikely that either Kui Kuliang or his wife will come out to say anything. Lu Mei was stunned, as she stared at Shenlong with a gaping mouth. At the same time, a feeling of admiration and pride had sprouted in her heart as she looked at Shenlong, who confidently explained this thought process. Indeed, it's important to pay attention even to the smallest details. As for the reason why Shenlong didn't choose to ride on Little Black's back before entering the Dragon Lord's villa and then switch to Little Silver, Lu Mei didn't need him to explain this, as she could already understand the reason by herself. Since Shenlong wasn't aware whether he and Lu Mei would be teleported to a random place inside the villa after passing through the villa's entrance, or whether they would arrive at the same place as every other Dao King who had entered before them, in case it was actually the latter and there were some peak rank 9 Dao Kings who spotted the Black Dragon, the trouble that this matter would have caused would probably be at the same level as the treasures at the core of the Dragon Lord's villa itself. It was very likely that even Shengjun's group would be searching for the two black-robed people who were riding on the Black Dragon if that was the case, leaving no room for Shenlong and Lu Mei to move freely. Without any more delay, under Shenlong's directions, Little Silver directly dove inside the sea right in front of the snowy island. The crystal-clear waters of the sea turned turbulent, as big waves rose the moment that the panther's body entered inside. Although Little Silver's speed was many times slower inside the water than it was in the air, it was still as fast as an early rank 5 magic beast inside the sea. Although the water was cold and it gave off a chilly feeling once it touched a person's body, this wasn't a problem for either Shenlong or Lu Mei, as Little Silver continued diving deeper inside. 2 minutes later, Little Silver arrived at the depths of the sea, where a shocking scene appeared in Shenlong's and Lu Mei's eyes. At the bottom of the sea, tens of gigantic whirlpools seemed to have formed a maze, trapping inside them a handsome, golden-robed middle-aged man along with a beautiful middle-aged woman. Shenlong instantly recognized the middle-aged man as Kui Kuliang. Although his avatar inside the palace of the Vermilion Realm was that of a young man's, and his golden hair back then were much more lustrous, Shenlong only needed a glance to recognize the man inside the maze. As for the middle-aged woman next to him, she was obviously the same voluptuous young woman, whose statue was erected right outside the king's palace in the Vermilion Realm. At the same time, almost as if he had felt Shenlong's gaze on him, Kui Kuliang raised his head to look at the handsome young man in blue robes, and the white-veiled young woman who were sitting on top of the silver-winged panther king, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face, completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. Chapter 360, Rescuing Kui Kuliang. Monarch of Time. Seeing the sudden change in expression in Kui Kuliang's face, the woman next to him followed his line of sight, before her body started to tremble. An expression of despair appeared in her eyes as she looked at the two people who were sitting on top of a magic beast and were heading in her direction. Wan Zedong could easily guess that once someone saw two Dao kings trapped in between the whirlpools, only one thought would come to their mind: push them to death and take everything they have on their bodies. After all, both Wan Zedong and Kui Kuliang had to expend all the qi that they absorbed from their surroundings to resist the terrifying whirlpools from crushing their bodies. Even if a late-stage nascent soul expert ended up attacking them while she and Kui Kuliang were in this situation, Wan Zedong knew that that person would only need a few moments until he killed the two Dao kings in front of him. At the same time, turbulent waves had been raised in Kui Kuliang's heart, and for a moment, the powerful Dao king thought that he was hallucinating. Isn't this the same brat that came to my secret realm 3 years ago? How can he be at the peak of the spirit realm? No, this is impossible. It has only been 3 years since I sent him to the Silver Sword City, but isn't that my silver-winged panther king? As these thoughts flashed through Kui Kuliang's mind, the expression on his face turned from disbelief into joy, then to incredulousness and fear. He could clearly remember that Shenlong wasn't even a heaven-grade cultivator when he had left his palace 3 years ago. However, since he wasn't suppressing his aura with the monarch's hourglass right now, Kui Kuliang could clearly sense that he was already at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. For a second, he even started doubting the experiences that he had received from his own soul incantation. As for Wan Zedong, she was completely oblivious to Kui Kuliang's thoughts. Although she already knew that her husband had found someone to save them within the next few thousand years, Wan Zedong didn't hold any hope in her heart for that person to appear. After all, how difficult was it for someone to become a peak nascent soul stage expert? How difficult was it for that person to reach the Dao King realm? And even if they managed to reach the Dao King realm, who could assure her that that person would then enter the villa to fulfill their oath to Kui Kuliang? And even in the situation that that person really manages to become a Dao King and enters the Dragon Lord villa in the future, and even if he was also willing to come and help Kui Kuliang, the dangers inside the villa were enough even for Dao Kings like herself and Kui Kuliang to get trapped and even die. Would that person necessarily be able to save them? In her heart, Wan Zedong didn't hold the slightest hint of hope for that matter to happen. Instead, she was certain that the first time that someone found them, she and Kui Kuliang would die. Of course, although she knew that this was the truth, Wan Zedong was unwilling to die. This was why she had chosen to resist with all her might, being trapped in this place for thousands of years, hoping that the natural formation that she and Kui Kuliang had fallen in would at some point disperse by itself. Although this hope was nothing more than an illusionary, distant dream, it was still the only thing that could give hope to Wan Zedong. At the same time, Shenlong instantly recognized the whirlpools around Kui Kuliang that were a natural formation. Although Shenlong wasn't well versed in formations, during the past 2 years, he had taken some time to study the very basics. Although he had no idea how to break this formation and save Kui Kuliang, he knew that entering inside directly was equivalent to death. At the same time, Shenlong was able to determine Kui Kuliang's level of cultivation. He was a peak rank 3 Dao King, while the voluptuous woman next to him was an early rank 3 Dao King. As for the strength of the whirlpools around them, Shenlong didn't know how strong someone needed to be to break free from it, but he could guess that even rank 5 Dao Kings may have to use their full strength to free themselves. However, Shenlong also knew that Kui Kuliang was a formation master himself. Since he had asked him to come to this place, it was very likely that he had a plan to free himself. With a smile on his face, Shenlong had Little Silver take a step forward, and under Kui Kuliang's and Wan Zedong's shocked gazes, he cupped his hands as he looked at Kui Kuliang and said, "Senior. Kui Kuliang felt his mind short-circuiting after hearing Shenlong confirm his identity, while Wan Zedong turned her head to look at her husband with a curious expression on her face, while unconcealed joy flashed in her eyes. She couldn't believe that the young man in front of them happened to know Kui Kuliang. Although she could sense that Shenlong was still a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, she didn't belittle him thanks to the early rank 6 magic beast that he and the young woman behind him were riding on. Just the silver-winged Panther King by itself was strong enough to fight against her and Kui Kuliang on even ground. Seeing the inquiring expression on his wife's face, Kui Kuliang puffed out his chest, and with a huge smile on his face, he suppressed the shock in his heart as he said proudly, "Ha ha ha, Zedong, this is the young man I found to help us. What do you think? Isn't my foresight impressive? Ha ha ha." As soon as he finished speaking, Kui Kuliang turned his attention towards Shenlong, and with that same bright smile on his face that was about to reach his ears, he continued to suppress the whirlpools around him as he said, "Kid, I don't know what kind of monster you actually are to break through all the way to the peak of the spirit realm from the peak of the earth grade in just 3 years, but I am very happy you are here. As long as you can help me get out of this place, I swear to my Dao of water that half of my treasures will be yours." Kui Kuliang didn't hesitate for even a moment, as he took a serious oath to his Dao of water. Forget about half of his treasures, the middle-aged Dao King was even willing to give everything up in order to escape from this place. After all, he had been trapped here for thousands of years, and every day that he stayed in this place was an extra day of danger. When he had felt the entire Dragon Lord's villa shaking 2 days ago, and that gigantic pillar of light that shot to the sky, the first thing that came to his mind was that he would end up being buried inside this place at the bottom of the sea. Thankfully, as a Dao King who was proficient in the Dao of water, Kui Kuliang could directly filter the oxygen inside the water. Otherwise, after thousands of years, both he and his wife would have died from the lack of oxygen. At the same time, Wan Zedong nodded her head, clearly agreeing with Kui Kuliang's words. Even if Shenlong asked her to give up her own treasures as well, Wan Zedong was already prepared to agree. There was nothing more important to the 2 Dao Kings than to escape from this place. Since he had already decided to help Kui Kuliang and pay back his debt, Shenlong had no reason to decline, and after taking a look at Lu Mei who was standing next to him, he nodded his head, before he looked at Kui Kuliang and asked, "Senior, what do you need help with?" Nodding his head, Kui Kuliang exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly after seeing that Shenlong didn't extort him for more treasures this time, and pointing at the whirlpool that he was suppressing, he then said, "It's simple. All you have to do is have the silver-winged panther attack the center of the whirlpools until they weaken enough to naturally disperse." Of course, although it seemed simple at first glance, Kui Kuliang knew that this matter was much more difficult than it seemed. If someone was trapped inside the formation, then it was simply impossible to attack the center of the whirlpools. Additionally, even if Kui Kuliang could somehow destroy a single whirlpool, another one would soon take its place. Unless it was a peak rank 5 Dao King or an even higher level expert, then Kui Kuliang guessed that it was impossible to escape from this formation without using help from someone who was outside. At the same time, if Kui Kuliang wasn't a Dao King who had comprehended the Dao of water, as well as a body cultivator at the same time, he was certain that he and his wife would have long since perished. Nodding his head, Shenlong looked at the whirlpool in front of Kui Kuliang, which was completely covered by a thin layer of his Dao of water, before he had Little Silver attack the whirlpool's center. Kui Kulayong watched with excitement, as well as envy in his heart, as the Black Panther opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar. The roar turned into a shockwave that traveled towards the whirlpool in front of him, before it accurately struck the whirlpool's center. Chapter 361, Kui Kulayong's Gratitude. Monarch of Time. Under Kui Kulayong's and Wanzadong's shocked eyes, after just one hit, the whirlpool that Kui Kulayong was suppressing instantly weakened by more than half. Just based on the power of this shockwave alone, the two Dao Kings could infer that the Black Panther's strength was definitely at the peak of the early stage of rank 6. Even two peak rank 3 Dao Kings may not necessarily be able to win in a fight against it. As soon as the second shockwave landed on the whirlpool's core, the whirlpool that was already weakened instantly dispersed, making Kui Kulayong, who was suppressing it, have his eyes lit up with excitement. And yet, the moment that the first whirlpool disappeared, a second one moved from the surrounding ones and soon took its place, as it continued to pressure Kui Kulayong and Wanzadong. The look in Kui Kulayong's face, however, was no longer that of wariness or despair, but instead it was one of excitement, as he stared at the silver-winged Black Panther with shining eyes. As the water around him surged, Kui Kulayong used his expertise in the Dao of water to suppress the new whirlpool that appeared in front of him. At the same time, Little Silver opened its mouth again, as it directed another shockwave towards the center of the new whirlpool. Time passed like this, and one by one, the whirlpools around Kui Kulayong and Wanzadong disappeared. From the original 20, there were only 4 whirlpools left. Even Wanzadong's eyes were staring at Little Silver like she was looking at her own ancestor, and with a look of excitement, she shouted at Shenlong in a voice filled with hope. "Just one more whirlpool left? Please do your best." Nodding his head, Shenlong didn't stop Little Silver, who opened its mouth as it let out another powerful shockwave. This time, the moment that the shockwave landed at the center of the whirlpool, all of the remaining 4 whirlpools started to tremble at the same time. The moment that the second attack followed, the whirlpools were on the verge of collapse, but this time, they didn't instantly disappear. It was only after the third and fourth shockwaves finally found their targets that the whirlpools collapsed one after the other. The ground beneath Kui Kulayong's and Wanzadong's feet started to tremble, before the seabed slowly cracked. The formation that had been restraining the two Dao Kings for thousands of years finally disappeared, as Kui Kulayong and his wife anxiously shot towards the water's surface like fish that were being chased by a shark. The moment that the golden-haired middle-aged man and the voluptuous woman appeared above the sea surface, tears welled up in their eyes as Kui Kulayong mumbled to himself. Finally, Wanzadong hugged him tightly, and with her eyes that were filled with tears of joy she looked at the golden-robed man in front of her and said joyously, "Brother Liang, we are finally free. I thought that we were going to die in this place, and get buried at the depths of the sea, without seeing the sun ever again." Kui Kulayong nodded his head, his eyes unable to hide the turbulent emotions inside them, before he turned his gaze towards the Black Panther that had just come out from the sea as well, and then looked at the handsome blue-robed young man and the white-veiled young woman who was standing next to him. Surprisingly, Kui Kulayong cupped his hands and bowed as he said in an amiable tone, completely different from the arrogant Dao King that Shenlong was used to deal with in the past. "Little brother Shen, thank you for saving me. I always thought that you would need at least a few hundreds, if not thousands of years until you came to this place. However, you took the risk to come here and help me and Zedong escape when you are still at the peak of the spirit realm. I, Kui Kulayong, am not someone who forgets grudges or goodwill. Please accept my token of gratitude." As he finished speaking, Kui Kulayong didn't wait for Shenlong to respond. Before the peak rank 3 Dao King took out a small, golden-colored spatial ring from his robes and threw it towards him. Catching the spatial ring, Shenlong didn't decline, and without checking the ring's contents, he directly placed it in his pocket, intending to have a look at it later. Then, he turned his eyes towards Kui Kulayong before he cupped his hands and said with a smile on his face, "Senior, since I promised to help you, then of course I wouldn't go back on my word. Just the fact that you let me have Little Silver in the past was enough for me to come and save you today. I will not forget the gratitude that you showed me in the past either." A shocked look flashed through Kui Kulayong's and Wanzadong's eyes as they turned their eyes to look at the early rank 6 silver-winged Panther King in front of them. Kui Kulayong clearly remembered that the magic beasts that he had allowed Shenlong to choose from were still at the early rank 5. As for the silver-winged panther king that he had chosen back then, it was definitely a magic beast that his own servant, Old Tao, couldn't help advance to the middle of rank 5 no matter what he did. The disappointment that Kui Kualayong had felt for this magic beast had exceeded the joy he felt for having it. He had clearly deemed that the silver-winged panther king was useless and wouldn't be able to advance again in its life. And yet, 3 years later, this same magic beast had already reached the early rank 6, and is now probably as strong as he himself is, if it isn't even stronger. Of course, Kui Kualayong could also read in between the lines of Shenlong's words, causing him to chuckle awkwardly. He knew that Shenlong had surely noticed his envious gaze earlier as he stared at the rank 6 Black Panther, so mentioning that this was part of his reward was the same as asking Kui Kualayong to forget any plans of asking him to return the panther. Of course, this thought had flashed through Kui Kualayong's mind, but he wouldn't push this matter either if Shenlong refused. Putting aside the fact that he wasn't 100% certain of beating the panther in a head-on fight, even if he could, Kui Kualayong wasn't a person who would go back on his word and try to backstab the person who had just saved his and his wife's lives. Cupping his hands, Kui Kualayong had a smile on his face as he looked at Shenlong, before he shook his head in a self-deprecating manner, as he then took out a large piece that looked like white iron from his spatial ring and held it in his hands. His gaze turned complicated, but there was joy amidst his pain as he said to Shenlong, "If it wasn't for this little thing, Mian Zedong wouldn't have suffered for the past thousands of years like that." Chapter 362, The Reason Behind the Entrapment. Monarch of Time. Wan Zedong turned to look at the piece of white iron in Kui Kualayong's hands with a complicated look in her eyes, but in the end, she simply nodded her head in response. Lu Mei turned to look at Shenlong with curiosity in her eyes, but she saw the look of puzzlement in his face as well, obviously having no idea what the white iron in Kui Kualayong's hands actually was. Seeing that neither Shenlong nor the white-veiled young woman next to him were speaking, Kui Kualayong understood that he had yet to explain things properly, and with a smile on his face, the golden-haired Dao King waved his hand, as an old, tattered yellow beast skin appeared in his hands. With a sigh that seemed to have been trying to expel all of the negative emotions that were bubbled up inside him, Kui Kualayong sat cross-legged in the air, before he looked at Shenlong and asked in a serious tone, "Little brother Shen, do you know what this white iron in my hands really is?" Shenlong simply shook his head as he looked at the white iron in Kui Kualayong's hands. He was curious as to what was this item that had caused the entrapment of 2 Dao Kings for thousands of years. Shaking his head, Kui Kualayong first turned to look at his wife who was also sitting next to him, before he said with a smile on his face, "This is actually a rank 6 white sea ore." Knowing that Shenlong and the young woman next to him were most likely going to be unaware of the origins of this item, Kui Kualayong then continued, "This is an extremely rare ore that can be used by rank 3 gold grade formation masters to create peak rank 3 gold grade weapons and armor, or it can be infused to strengthen gold grade formations. If a pinnacle rank 3 gold grade formation is infused with this ore, then it will certainly reach the absolute peak of rank 3 gold grade. No, such a formation may even exceed the gold grade. Of course, this also requires the formation master's level to have reached the required level as well." There was a fervent look in Kui Kualayong's green eyes as he said the last sentence. After taking a deep breath, he then added with an excited tone in his voice, "Nevertheless, this is a priceless treasure that cannot be purchased, no matter how many spirit stones a powerful force from the Night Star continent is willing to offer." Shenlong and Lu Mei were both shocked when they heard Kui Kualayong's words. The thing in Kui Kualayong's hands was indeed a treasure. After all, Shenlong already knew that even the strongest experts of the continent were most likely at the peak of rank 9 of the Dao King realm, with no one managing to reach the level of a Dao Emperor. At the same time, even with his superficial understanding of formations, Shenlong easily understood that, if there really was a formation that could potentially exceed even the pinnacle of rank 3 gold grade, then no matter how many powerful Dao Kings gathered to fight against it, it would be practically impossible for them to forcefully break through such a formation using brute force. Seeing that Shenlong could instantly recognize the value of the ore in his hands, Kui Kualayong nodded his head before he turned his eyes to the tattered, yellow-colored beast skin, and said with a look of pain in his eyes, "Back then, I found this treasure map along with a jade slip with stored information inside it, as well as a small piece of white sea ore next to it, in the cave of a deceased expert. The person who had left these items probably knew that he was going to die, since he had also recorded a mental message inside the jade slip, saying that if one followed the map carved out in the beast skin they would be able to find an even bigger piece of white sea ore. Turning his head to look at his wife, Kui Kuliang continued with a self-deprecating smile. Of course, the moment that I realized that the white sea ore was near the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa, I couldn't help but rethink this matter. After all, even middle-stage Dao Kings have a high chance of dying in this place. I, who was just an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, had no hope of surviving in this place. As he finished his words, Kui Kuliang looked around him warily, before he placed the white sea ore back inside his spatial ring, as he then continued. However, no matter what, the white sea ore wasn't a treasure that I could let go. I cultivated for thousands of years, and after becoming a Dao King and reached the peak of the early stages, I explained everything to Zedong before we came to this place together. Unfortunately, the map didn't mention that the white sea ore was hidden in a place filled with powerful formations. Noticing that Kui Kuliang had fallen silent after he finished this sentence, almost as if he was still trying to realize that he had finally escaped from this endless nightmare, Wan Zedong nodded her head as she then added. Thankfully, Kuliang had already taken precautions and created the secret realm in the desolate east in order to find someone to help us. Although I had always thought that such an action was worthless, in the end, I can only thank you since you were the reason why we could escape. Seeing Wan Zedong sincerely bow in thanks, Shenlong cupped his hands in response, accepting the Dao King's act of gratitude. Straightening her black robes that were embroidered with silver patterns, Wan Zedong then took out a Dragon Lord's medallion from her spatial ring, and with a smile on her face, she looked at Shenlong and the white-veiled, silent Lu Mei who was standing next to him, before she said, "Unfortunately, being trapped in that formation meant that we were unable to activate our Dragon Lord's medallions and get teleported directly at the villa's entrance as well." Kui Kuliang seemed to have just woken up when he heard Wan Zedong's words, as he took out his Dragon Lord's medallion from his spatial ring as well, before he looked at Shenlong with an apologetic look on his face, as he then added, "Right, little brother Shen, I forgot to mention this. If you want to instantly escape from the Dragon Lord's villa, all you have to do is to directly inject your chi inside your Dragon Lord's medallion, and you will be teleported to the villa's entrance. However, you have to be careful. If you are trapped in a formation similar to ours, then the Dragon Lord's medallion cannot be activated. If you don't find another way to escape, you will certainly die." Shenlong had never heard of this before, as he took out his Dragon Lord's medallion and examined it carefully. He wasn't able to sense any direct connection with it, without injecting his chi inside it. Even after examining it with his spirit sense, there was still nothing out of the ordinary with the bronze medallion in his hands. Excited to leave this place and return back to the Night Star continent, Kui Kuliang took a deep breath to suppress his anxious emotions, as he looked at Shenlong and the young woman next to him and asked, "Little brother Shen, should we return together then? The road forward is extremely dangerous. Even with an early rank 6 magic beast, you won't manage to reach the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa." Understanding that Kui Kuliang was only warning him out of goodwill for the dangers that lied deeper inside, Shenlong cupped his hands at the golden-haired Dao King in front of him, before he reached out to hold Lu Mei's hand and said in a tone that had obvious hints of gratitude inside it, "Senior, we have certain matters to investigate, so we won't be able to return back just yet." Kui Kuliang nodded his head, not willing to pressure the matter. After sweeping his gaze past Lu Mei, he turned his eyes to look at Shenlong and handed him a token with the words Kui on it, before he said with a smile on his face, "Very well, make sure to be careful. This is the token of my Kui clan. If you visit the Golden Shield City, make sure to drop by the Kui clan. Me and Zedong will definitely hold a banquet to welcome you and your wife when the time comes." Although Kui Kuliang hadn't recognized Lu Mei, based on how close she was with Shenlong and the fact that they were traveling together in the most dangerous place of the Night Star continent, the experienced Dao King only needed a moment to understand that the white-veiled woman's relationship with Shenlong was anything but ordinary. As soon as he finished his words, the peak rank 3 Dao King and his wife injected their chi in the Dragon Lord's medallions in their hands at the same time. A golden light descended from the barrier above their heads that covered the entire Dragon Lord's villa, before it completely enveloped the 2 Dao Kings. Under Shenlong's and Lu Mei's eyes, Kui Kuliang and Wan Zedong's bodies slowly turned into motes of light, and just a few moments later, they finally disappeared. Chapter 363, Arriving at the Core Region. Monarch of Time. Looking at Kui Kuliang's and Wan Zedong's body that disappeared into motes of light, Lu Mei turned her eyes to look at Shenlong before she asked in a gentle voice. Longji, what should we do now? Lu Mei knew that Shenlong had been keeping the matter of Kui Kuliang at the back of his mind during the last 3 years. After all, no matter what, as a person who had given aid to Shenlong 3 years ago, unless Kui Kuliang was intentionally trying to bring trouble to him by having him explore this region of the Dragon Lord's villa, Shenlong wouldn't simply let the Dao King and his wife die. Shenlong looked at Lu Mei with a smile on his face, while a sense of relief filled his heart after finally helping Kui Kuliang escape from this place. After patting the Black Panther's head, he then said in a voice that was filled with gratitude, "Little Silver, you did a good job. You can rest now." Waving his right hand, he then had Little Silver return inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Although it seemed that the Black Panther hadn't faced any major problems so far in their journey in the Dragon Lord's villa, Shenlong knew that this wasn't the case. Little Silver had initially suffered some minor injuries from the tens of peak rank 5 magic beasts that lived in the mountains right before the desert that attacked Shenlong's group. Additionally, although the heat of the desert was completely inconsequential to a powerful early rank 6 magic beast like the Silver-Winged Panther King, the terrifying sandstorms at the end of the desert weren't that easy to pass through. Although Little Silver didn't suffer any injuries from them, it wasn't an easy journey either. Even Dao Kings would face a certain degree of trouble and would have to expend plenty of their chi to successfully pass through the desert. In the end, after passing through the sandstorms, the Black Panther still hadn't gotten any time to rest. After all, it still had to destroy the whirlpools that entrapped Kui Kuliang and his wife, while each whirlpool needed at least 2 or 3 full-powered shockwaves in order to completely disperse. Although Little Silver didn't whimper to complain that it had been tired and had expended too much of its strength, Shenlong could feel that after the last day's journey, it really needed the rest. The moment that Little Silver's body disappeared from Shenlong's eyes, the body of a 10 meters 33 feet tall dragon, with blue eyes and a pair of majestic black wings appeared in front of him and Lu Mei. Feeling Little Black's excited emotions after leaving the Stone of Time for a while, Shenlong patted the black dragon's head, before he covered himself with the black robes that he wore earlier, and looking at Lu Mei with a smile on his face, he said, "Mei Yar, let's go to the core region of the villa." Since Kui Kuliang's matter had already been dealt with, Shenlong wasn't willing to waste any more time. He also didn't know if Duanzu would manage to obtain the Dragonstone in the meanwhile, which made him even more urgent to explore the depths of the villa itself. Looking at Shenlong, Lu Mei nodded her head, as she simply replied, After covering herself completely with the black robes, she felt Shenlong's arm wrapping itself around her waist, before she quickly appeared on the black dragon's back. Although Lu Mei had seen Little Black appear in front of her for more than once, she was still filled with shock every time that her eyes landed on the majestic black dragon. With Lu Mei sitting behind him, Shenlong turned his eyes to look at Little Black and said with a smile, "Little Black, let's go. I am also curious to find out what really lies inside the depths of this villa." As soon as he heard Shenlong's words, the black dragon flapped his wings, as he flew right above the sea and headed towards the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa. Although Little Black wasn't flying at full speed, his speed was many times faster than Little Silver's. In just a few hours, Shenlong could already see the gigantic pillar of light in the distance ahead, slowly becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes. At the same time, the sea that was supposed to be lethal for early and middle stage Dao Kings, didn't seem to pose the slightest danger to Shenlong and Lu Mei. Little Black's aura had completely terrified every early and middle rank 6 magic beast that lied at the depths of the sea as they saw the black dragon that flew above their heads. As for any peak rank 6 magic beasts, Shenlong was unaware if there were any of them hidden inside the sea and lying in wait. Almost as if sensing Shenlong's emotions, Little Black's voice suddenly sounded in his head as Little Black said confidently, "Master, there is nothing to worry about. Even if we meet with peak rank 6 magic beasts, I can still rip them to pieces. Unless we meet with any abnormal magic beasts that have extremely powerful defensive or offensive abilities, or those with rare bloodlines, no other beast should be able to pose any danger to us." Shenlong knew that what Little Black had said was the truth, as he took a deep breath and said with a serious look in his eyes, "In any case, it's not like we can ignore the Dragonstone and let it be taken by someone else." Little Black nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes. Indeed, even if he had to fight against the Hallmaster of the Demon Emperor Palace, he still couldn't allow the Dragonstone to be taken away. Half a day later, the endless sea seemed to have finally come to an end, and right in front of Shenlong's and Lu Mei's eyes, an enormous, luxurious building appeared at the seashore, right where the endless sea ended. Shenlong could easily make out that the gigantic beam of light that was visible throughout the entire continent was actually coming from the depths of this building in front of him. This was the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa. At the same time that Little Black was about to enter through the half-opened doors of the building in front of him, however, Shenlong noticed a group of powerful Dao Kings slowly coming out from the building's entrance. Raising their heads, the 5 Dao Kings' gazes all fell on the gigantic black dragon who was flying towards them at the same time. Chapter 364, Overbearing. Monarch of Time. Shock as well as confusion filled the 5 experts' eyes, while one of them couldn't help mumbling in a voice filled with disbelief, "A dragon." Little Black had also noticed the 5 late-stage Dao Kings at the entrance of the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa, but he didn't seem to care too much about them, as he continued flying forward towards the building's entrance. Seeing that the 2 black-robed people who were sitting on top of the dragon's back didn't seem to have any intention to stop, the strongest out of the 5 Dao Kings, who was at the middle of rank 8 in the Dao King realm, took a step forward before he shouted in a loud voice, "Stop right there! We are elders of the Shengtian dynasty. If you want to enter inside the villa, you need to identify yourselves first." Although the 5 Dao Kings could clearly sense the terrifying aura coming from the black dragon, and at the same time, they had more than just a little apprehension towards the black-robed Shenlong, whose aura they were completely unable to sense, they still had to verify his and Lu Mei's identities before they allowed them to step inside the villa. Although the Dragon Lord's villa didn't belong to the Shengtian dynasty, since their old king had ordered them to stand guard here and prevent any members of the Dark Elf race from entering inside, the 5 Dao Kings wouldn't let Shenlong and Lu Mei enter before they verified where the 2 of them actually came from. Of course, the 5 Dao Kings were clearly aware that Shenlong and Lu Mei weren't from the Dark Elf race, but this was the first time that they were seeing a living dragon, and that dragon was only at the middle of rank 6. This wasn't a chance that they could simply ignore. Turning his head to look at the people around him, the old man who was at the middle of rank 8 in the Dao King realm said in a suppressed voice, "Unless the power behind them is a behemoth that is even stronger than our Shengtian dynasty, you know what to do." The 4 Dao Kings around the old man all nodded their heads at the same time, as they looked at the black dragon simultaneously, certain that the person on its back would have it stop in front of them now that they had declared their identities as elders of the powerful dynasty. After all, there were only a handful of powers who could be considered to be at the same level as their Shengtian dynasty in the entirety of the Night Star continent. Additionally, none of these powers were even rumored to have seen a dragon, let alone to have tamed one, which made the 2 black-robed people's origins even more dubious. It was very likely that the 2 people on the black dragon's back weren't actually from their Night Star continent. However, this by itself wasn't enough to make the 5 Dao Kings to shy away. Unless these people were from a power that was as strong as the Demon Emperor Palace or the terrifying Holy Sect, their Shengtian dynasty would definitely dare to fight against them if they could obtain a powerful dragon. A real, living dragon's existence was reason enough to even start a war between 2 continents, let alone 2 powerful forces. Of course, the 5 Dao Kings had also taken battle positions at the same time. They couldn't neglect the fact that the black-robed person whose aura was completely retracted could very likely be a peak expert at the same level as their old king, Shang Jun. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how he was able to ride on top of the dragon's back. The moment that he appeared in the air right above the 5 Dao Kings, Little Black had a scornful look in his eyes as he gazed down at them, almost as if he was looking at a bunch of ants beneath his feet. Opening his mouth, the black dragon didn't have the slightest hints of mercy in his blue eyes, as he sent out a terrifying ball of black flames towards the 5 Dao Kings. The old Dao King, who was at the middle of rank 8, instantly paled the moment that he felt the power behind the black fireball, as he hurriedly shouted, "Run!" Without waiting for a response from the people around him, He was the first one to try and escape as far as he could before the black fireball approached his body. The 4 Dao Kings around him didn't delay either, as they all split themselves, trying to escape as far as possible from the incoming black fireball. Although the black dragon in front of them was just at the middle of rank 6, they could feel the lethality inside this fireball that could even threaten peak rank 9 Dao Kings. Boom! The entrance in front of the half-opened gates instantly burst in black flames, while 2 unlucky Dao Kings of the Shengtian dynasty actually weren't fast enough to avoid Little Black's attack. Under the old man's horrified eyes, the powerful late-stage Dao Kings from his group didn't even have a chance to scream, as their bodies instantly turned into charred corpses. 2 late-stage Dao Kings had instantly died just like that. It wasn't just the old man, however. Even Shenlong was shocked by Little Black's power. Without waiting for a response, however, Shenlong barely threw a glance at the 3 late-stage Dao Kings who had managed to escape in time, before he turned his eyes towards the half-open doors in front of him, as Little Black flew inside them. Even though these people had managed to conceal their greed over the black dragon's body well, how could Shenlong not guess their intentions? Besides, claiming that he had to show his identity before entering would place him in an even worse position later on. It was very likely that the entire Night Star continent, and perhaps even the Demon Emperor Palace, would try to look for him in order to get information about Little Black. The old Dao King at the middle of rank 8, watched the 2 black-robed people on Little Black's back entering inside the villa's core region, with a look of hate as well as fear in his eyes. After taking a moment to calm himself down, he turned to look at the 2 remaining Dao Kings around him who still hadn't gotten over their shock, and gritted his teeth before he said angrily, "Inform our king about this." Chapter 365, Face-Off? Monarch of Time. Snapping out of their shock, the 2 Dao Kings hurriedly nodded their heads simultaneously, before one of them took out a green jade from his spatial ring and sent his soul sense inside it. The green jade lit up with a pale green light, as the Dao King then said in a hurried tone, "My king, 2 black-robed people have forcefully barged inside the villa. One of them is just a junior who is still at the spirit realm, but we were unable to identify the cultivation level of the person in the lead. Additionally, they are riding on top of a living dragon." Finishing his message, the Dao King stopped injecting his chi in the green jade in his hands, before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that they had informed Shang Jun, they didn't need to worry about anything else. Even if the black-robed man somehow was at the same level as their old king, there was no way that he would be able to fight against the 10 remaining elders of the Shengtian dynasty who are accompanying Shang Jun as well. At the same time, however, at the depths of the core region in the Dragon Lord's villa, the old king of the Shengtian dynasty, Shang Jun, hadn't even noticed his jade that had suddenly lit up, as he stared at the purple-robed middle-aged man who was leisurely standing in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. Duanzhu was still trying to break past the gigantic beam of light that acted like a barrier and obtain the treasures at the core of the villa, when Shang Jun and his group appeared in this place. Shang Jun had never managed to get this far inside the Dragon Lord's villa in the past. He knew that there were some terrifying formations that even he and his wife had been unable to break past previously. Even if he asked for help from the other peak Dao Kings in the Heaven's Dome City, he still didn't have any confidence in reaching this point. And yet, Duanzhu by himself had somehow destroyed all of the formations in his way and arrived at the depths of the villa. Shang Jun didn't know what kind of treasure Duanzhu had with him that could help him reach this place, but there was a solemn look in his eyes as he stared at the hall master of the Demon Emperor Palace. After all, not only had Duanzhu managed to reach the depths of the villa, but he had also swept all the treasures that he had found so far. Staring at the group of middle and late-stage Dao Kings in front of him, the red-haired hall master of the Demon Emperor Palace didn't show any fear or wariness in his eyes. Instead, it was more like he was looking at a bunch of insignificant ants, with only Shang Jun being worthy of his attention. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Shang Jun looked at the peak rank 9 Dao King in front of him, before he said in a calm tone, "Hall Master Duan, don't you think that you have obtained too many things from the Dragon Lord's villa? This is a place that belongs to my Night Star continent. Your Demon Emperor Palace should show some restraint." A mocking look had appeared on Duanzhu's face when he heard Shang Jun's words, and looking at him like he was looking at a fool, the red-haired hall master then said with a smile on his face, "Ha ha ha, restraint? Because this place belongs to your Night Star continent? Fool, You had hundreds of thousands of years to explore this place, and yet the people of your Night Star continent didn't even manage to get so much as halfway through the core region of this villa? If it wasn't for me destroying the previous formations, you wouldn't even have the chance to enter here today. As for this place belonging to your Night Star continent, don't tell me that you want me to cough up the treasures that I have obtained as compensation? Ha 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 ha. Shang Jun's eyes twitched when he heard Duanzhu's mocking laughter, but he didn't respond right away. Instead, he took a deep breath before he plastered a fake smile on his face and said, Hall Master Duan is right. It will indeed be better if you voluntarily give up some of your treasures. However, I won't ask for too much either. Just the saber in your hands will do. As for the rest, I won't even ask what Hall Master Duan has gathered previously. After all, you did indeed clear the way here, so you can consider it compensation for your troubles. Duanzhu couldn't believe what he was hearing, and was about to laugh and mock Shang Jun even further, when the expression on his face suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a golden-colored talisman that had appeared in Shang Jun's hands, while his aura of a peak rank 9 Dao King exploded at the same time. The saber in his hands lit up with countless patterns, as Duanzhu took a defensive stance and shouted at Shang Jun in a solemn tone, like he was looking at a madman. Shang Jun, have you gone mad, you old fool? Are you certain that you dare to do this? I swear that my Demon Emperor Palace will raise your Shangtian dynasty from this world. How could Duanzhu not understand that the talisman in Shang Jun's hands was an extraordinary treasure? Duanzhu was already a peak rank 9 Dao King, and with the crimson saber that he had found in this place, his might was certainly enough to certainly trample Shang Jun if they fought against each other. He wasn't even afraid of the group of Dao Kings that Shang Jun had brought with him. Although he would most likely suffer some injuries if they fought, Duanzhu was still confident that he could exterminate every single one of them with the help of his saber. In his heart, Duanzhu believed that he could fight evenly even against a Dao Emperor who had newly advanced, if that person didn't have a weapon at the same level as his saber. And yet, he couldn't help feeling fear when he felt the might inside the talisman that Shang Jun held. This was definitely a talisman created by a Dao Emperor, and it was someone who had stayed in that realm for a long time. Duanzhu was certain that if Shang Jun activated it, there was a high chance that he would be left incapacitated, even if he managed to stay alive in the end. At the same time, Shenlong, who was still on Little Black's back, saw hundreds of Dao Kings as they flew deeper inside the core region of the villa, all of whom turned to stare at the black dragon with different emotions in their eyes. Confusion, fear, reverence, greed, as well as many other emotions appeared in the Dao King's eyes, as they saw the black dragon flying above their heads and heading towards the depths of the villa. And yet, despite their greed, none of these Dao Kings dared to step in Little Black's path. Although they could sense that the black dragon in front of them was just a middle rank 6 magic beast, these people knew that there were Dao Kings of the Shangtian dynasty at the entrance of the villa. If they allowed the black dragon to enter inside the villa instead of trying to capture it for themselves, then the black-robed person on top of the black dragon's back, whose aura was completely retracted, must either have an extremely powerful background or his strength was certainly at least at the of rank 9 in the Dao King realm. Of course, none of these people would think that Little Black's strength was enough to threaten late-stage Dao Kings by himself. Even if he could, who in their right mind would dare to fight against the experts of the Shangtian dynasty in the Night Star continent? Only those monsters from the Demon Emperor Palace, or those who come from similar powers, would have such guts, and even they would have to think twice before doing so. As they flew deeper inside the villa, Shenlong saw Little Black passing through a group of golden-robed experts, who all turned their eyes towards the black dragon at the same time. Confusion, shock, as well as greed, flashed through Zhao Ian's eyes, who was leading the group of Dao Kings from the Alchemist's Guild, once he saw the dragon flying above his head. His eyes narrowed, while at the same time he raised his hand to unleash an attack, but after thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and allowed Little Black to fly above him. Shenlong threw a glance at the peak rank 9 Dao King from the Alchemist's Guild before Little Black soon left that group far behind them. As he continued deeper inside towards the depths of the villa, Zhao Lan was stunned when he saw the black dragon's speed. Even if he flew at full speed himself, he would be unable to catch up to Little Black. Half an hour later, after seeing many destroyed formations that were engraved at the walls of the villa, Little Black passed through a pair of gigantic golden gates, as he arrived inside an enormous hall. Shock appeared in Shenlong's eyes when he noticed the tense situation of the hall, while at the same time, Duanzhu, Shengjun, and the experts of the Shengtian dynasty all turned to look at the black dragon with shock in their eyes. Chapter 366, Plan. Monarch of Time. Absolute silence permeated the gigantic hall the moment that the peak Dao kings saw the black dragon, as well as the two people who were riding on his back. Looking at the tense situation in front of him, waves of shock appeared in Shenlong's heart, while Little Black's voice sounded in his head at the same time. Master, the old man in golden robes and the middle-aged man with red hair are both peak rank 9 Dao kings. Although they aren't among the absolute strongest Dao kings, they aren't weak either. Especially the red-haired man. His aura is even slightly stronger than the golden-robed old man's, while his saber has already exceeded the gold grade. However, the golden-robed old man isn't less dangerous than him either. He can actually pose lethal danger to myself and master. The golden talisman in his hands most likely contains the full-powered blow of a Dao emperor. The moment that he heard Little Black's assessment of the two Dao kings, Shenlong could feel cold sweat rolling from his back. Both groups that were standing in front of him were actually strong enough to threaten his and Lu Mei's, as well as Little Black's lives. And yet, Little Black seemed to have only thrown a glance at the two powerful groups in front of him, before he turned his attention towards the gigantic beam of light next to Duanzhu and Shengjun with shining eyes. Seeing the black dragon's fervent gaze, Duanzhu turned his eyes to look at the black-robed Shenlong before he asked in a probing manner, "Who are you?" Duanzhu had been shocked when he realized that he couldn't feel any aura coming from Shenlong's body, instinctively making him apprehensive. Although Duanzhu knew that there were certain techniques that could completely conceal a person's cultivation level, this was the first time that he was unable to feel even the slightest hint of aura coming from a person. His Demon Emperor Palace's Saint-grade demon blood refinement art could usually detect a person's aura regardless of how much they tried to cover it with their own cultivation technique. There have never been a precedent where Duanzhu couldn't sense anything at all. This can only mean two things. Either that person's cultivation is already above the Dao King realm, or his cultivation technique is actually a Saint high-grade cultivation technique as well, and one that is especially suited to concealing their own aura. In both cases, the power behind these two people is most likely at the same level as my Demon Emperor Palace. Even if they are weaker, they can't be too far off. After all, I have never before heard of a power taming a living dragon. Even in our central region, only the absolutely strongest powers can maybe have a chance to see a living dragon. As these thoughts flashed through Duanzhu's mind, the peak rank 9 Dao King took an even more defensive posture. Although the power behind Shenlong could very likely be at the same level, or even stronger than his Demon Emperor Palace, this didn't mean that Duanzhu would back away. Unless Shenlong was actually a Dao Emperor, he could forget about getting the treasures from the Dragon Lord's villa. At the same time, half of Shengjun's army took defensive positions, as 5 late-stage Dao Kings faced the Black Dragon and the two people on its back, while the rest faced Duanzhu, not allowing him to make any sudden movements. Although Shengjun didn't speak, it was obvious that he was also waiting for Shenlong's answer. At the same time, after hearing Little Black's voice in his mind once again, Shenlong tried to calm himself down, before he turned his attention to the two peak Dao Kings who were waiting for his answer. Shenlong looked completely unfazed by the situation in front of him, and staring at the old king of the Shengtian dynasty, as well as the hall master of the Demon Emperor Palace. He didn't speak but instead, he simply pointed forward. Under Duanzhu's and Shengjun's astounded eyes, Little Black flew towards the gigantic beam of light like a streak of black lightning tearing through the midday sky. And yet, after flinching for a moment, Duanzhu and Shengjun merely snickered in response. If it was that easy to break the gigantic beam of light, Duanzhu would have done so long ago, and wouldn't have waited for Shengjun to come and ruin his plans. Sweat had appeared on Shenlong's forehead that was covered by his black robes, but he could only grit his teeth and hope that this plan would work. Duanzhu and Shengjun stared at the black dragon with mocking looks in their eyes, as they waited for Little Black to crash on the pillar of light and get injured before making their move. However, contrary to their expectations, the moment that Little Black appeared in front of the gigantic light pillar, the entire Dragon Lord's villa started to tremble. Shock appeared in Duanzhu's, Shengjun's and the other Dao King's eyes, but before they could realize what had happened, a large hole was suddenly opened in the barrier in front of Little Black. Without any hesitation, the black dragon entered inside the large pillar of light, completely ignoring the shocked Dao kings behind him. Quickly, after him, Shang Jun was the first one to speak. Barely a moment later, as the powerful old king of the Shangtian dynasty flew towards the huge hole before he had even finished his own words, Duanzhu had made his move at the same time, as he also followed behind Shang Jun. Not even a split second later, the Dao kings of the Shangtian dynasty all followed behind Shang Jun and Duanzhu, as they flocked towards the opening of the hole like a group of hungry magic beasts. Having entered inside the pillar of light before Duanzhu and the rest, a stunning scene appeared in Shenlong's eyes. Chapter 367, Treasures. Monarch of Time. A gigantic throne room appeared in Shenlong's eyes, filled with endless gold, silver, and rare shiny jades. A gigantic golden throne that seemed to have been made for a 4 meters 13 feet tall giant was placed at the edge of the room, with a small, wooden chest in front of it. Shenlong had been stunned when he had seen Kui Kuliang's luxurious palace in the past, but in front of the throne room in front of him, the difference was even bigger than the clouds and the mud. Aside from the golden throne and the wooden chest, there were countless weapons on the floor of the hall, including swords, shields, sabers, spears, and bows. And yet, Shenlong only had a chance to throw a glance at the treasures around him as soon as they entered the room, before Little Black shot towards a corner of the room. A small, black-colored stone was levitating in the air, and it was emitting a powerful light, almost as if it was excited to feel Little Black's presence. Even Shenlong and Lu Mei only needed a second to understand that this was the piece of dragonstone that Little Black wanted. Shenlong also knew that this was the same piece of dragonstone that Little Black had formed a connection with just now, and had also stirred up some of its energy to open a hole in the enormous pillar of light. At the same time, Duanzhu and Shang Jun had just passed through the hole at the same time, when the same shocking scene appeared in their eyes, dumbfounding the two peak Dao kings. Hundreds of weapons were sprawled on the ground, all of them actually being rank 3 gold-grade weapons. This was a shocking sight to behold, causing the two powerful Dao kings to stand still for a few moments, as they gawked at the scene in front of them with eyes filled with disbelief. Even the Shangtian dynasty, which was among the strongest powers in the Night Star continent, had less than 10 gold-grade weapons in their treasury. Among them, only 2 of those weapons had actually reached the pinnacle of the gold grade. However, every single weapon in front of Shang Jun right now was at the rank 3 without any exception, while almost half of them were actually at the peak of rank 3 in the gold grade. This was more than enough for Shang Jun's Shangtian dynasty to dominate the entire Night Star continent. And yet, these weapons were thrown around on the ground as if they were trash. Duanzhu, however, wasn't any less shocked than Shang Jun. As a hallmaster of the Demon Emperor Palace, he clearly understood the value of the weapons in front of him. Although his Demon Emperor Palace had their own peak rank 3 gold grade formation masters who could create similar weapons, this wasn't just a matter of the weapons themselves. After all, the materials used to create all of the weapons in here were definitely more than what the Demon Emperor Palace could afford to spend. At the same time that the two peak Dao kings were staring at the treasures around them, they suddenly noticed Little Black arriving in front of a levitating black stone. Shang Jun's and Duanzhu's eyes, however, weren't focused on the levitating stone, but on a translucent armor as well as a black sword with strange patterns on it, that were also hovering in the air next to the black stone. Sensing the powerful auras coming from the armor and the black sword, the two peak Dao kings only needed a moment to understand that these weapons had already exceeded the gold grade. They were definitely at the same level as Duanzhu's blood saber. And yet, before Shang Jun and Duanzhu could even make their moves, Little Black opened his mouth and swallowed the levitating stone, the black sword and the translucent armor all at the same time. Stop! Hand over that sword! Shang Jun and Duanzhu both shouted at the same time, as Duanzhu brandished his blood saber, while Shang Jun took out a pair of gloves from his spatial ring and put them on his hands, before they both attacked Little Black at the same time. Little Black, however, didn't seem to have paid any attention to the two Dao kings, as he shot forward at full speed towards the wooden chest in front of the throne. Duanzhu, however, seemed to have already expected this, as he sent a powerful slash forward, blocking Little Black's path. A powerful crimson slash that was even redder than the color of fresh blood erupted from the saber, infused with the full might of the peak rank 9 Dao King. Although Little Black had already avoided the first 2 attacks, if he wanted to get closer to the chest, he would have to take Duanzhu's attack head-on. However, equipped with the blood saber in his hands. There was no need to even consider whether Duanzhu's slash was strong enough to hurt him. Taking this chance that the black dragon had to back off, Duanzhu and Shang Jun temporarily ignored the 3 items that Little Black had stolen, before they turned their attention to the chest as well. Scram! Duanzhu shouted as he slashed his saber at Shang Jun, who was also rushing towards the throne at the same time as him. Although he had expected this attack, the old king of the Shangtian dynasty barely had enough time to duck and dodge, as another powerful crimson slash erupted from the blood saber in Duanzhu's hands. Seeing that he was just 100 meters away from the wooden chest, while Shang Jun tumbled backwards, Duanzhu had a huge smile on his face, before he extended his hand in anticipation to grab the chest. However, seemingly out of nowhere, a space tier appeared right in front of the chest, while a pair of hands covered by black robes extended themselves to touch the wooden chest before Duanzhu. Under the peak rank 9 Dao King's disbelieving gaze, the wooden chest was dragged inside the space tier, before it disappeared right in front of his eyes. At the same time, both Duanzhu and Shang Jun turned their heads to look at the black-robed person on top of the black dragon, only to see the wooden chest now lying in his arms. Chapter 368, Riling Up the Entire Shangtian Dynasty. Monarch of Time. Shenlong's heart had started to beat wildly, as the chest in his arms felt heavier than a mountain. He could feel the pressure coming from the 2 peak Dao Kings who were about to swallow him whole. Not only had Little Black snatched the Dragonstone and the translucent armor as well as the black sword, but Shenlong was now holding what was potentially even more valuable than these items together. Die! Hand the chest over! Duanzhu and Shang Jun shouted at the same time, as they both unleashed their attacks towards Little Black. A crimson slash that seemed capable enough to split even a group of late-stage Dao Kings apart appeared from Duanzhu's blood saber, while 2 gigantic fists that were shining with a bright light materialized from Shang Jun's gloves, both of them heading towards the black dragon. Shenlong, however, was already prepared for the Dao King's attacks, and the moment that he got his hands on the wooden chest, he hurriedly injected his qi into the 2 Dragon Lord's medallions, while Lu Mei did the same. The golden barrier around the villa started to tremble, before it suddenly descended to cover Shenlong, Little Black, and Lu Mei like a golden blanket. Before Duanzhu's and Shang Jun's powerful attacks could even approach him, Shenlong felt spatial distortions around his body, while his vision also started to blur. Seeing the black dragon, as well as the 2 black-robed people on his back disappear right in front of his eyes, a furious expression appeared on Duanzhu's face. Holding his own Dragon Lord's medallion in his hands, he was ready to activate it and chase after Little Black, but he hesitated for a moment. Although Little Black had gotten everything, if he left right now, the Dao Kings from the Shangtian dynasty would definitely sweep up everything in this place. Hundreds of rank 3 gold-grade weapons and armors were enough even for Dao emperors to get involved. However, Duanzhu only hesitated for a single moment, before his Dragon Lord's medallion lit up with a golden light. After all, the treasures that Shenlong had gotten would definitely exceed the value of the rank 3 gold-grade weapons in this place. At the same time, Shang Jun's Dragon Lord's medallion lit up as well, as both Dao Kings felt themselves being covered by the Dragon Lord's villa barrier, before they disappeared from the majestic throne room. As for Shang Jun, he was actually in a much more favorable position than Duanzhu, let alone the fact that he could hunt down a living dragon in his own territory in the Night Star continent. He had also managed to let the elders of his Shangtian dynasty freely gather everything inside the throne room, now that Duanzhu decided to chase after Shenlong, while at the same time, Shang Jun himself didn't have to activate his golden talisman just yet. As Shenlong appeared outside of the Dragon Lord's villa's entrance, he didn't wait to see the shocked expressions of the people in the crowd who were gathered outside the villa, as he had Little Black immediately leave the scene. Before the crowd could even react, Little Black spread his majestic black wings, before he flew towards the north of the Night Star continent at full speed. Duanzhu and Shang Jun appeared at the villa's entrance barely a split second later and hurriedly turned their eyes to look at the sky, looking for the black dragon. The shocked crowd instantly exploded into exclamations. A dragon? A real dragon? Isn't that the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace? I saw him entering the villa 2 years ago. What is he doing with the old king of the Shangtian dynasty? Don't tell me that they are chasing after that dragon? Could it be that the dragon has been living inside the Dragon Lord's villa for tens of thousands of years? Ignoring the speculations of the crowd, Duanzu looked at an early-stage Dao king who was standing among the crowd, before he asked in a furious tone, "Where did that dragon go?" The early-stage Dao king trembled when he felt Duanzu's aura, which was even more terrifying than the average peak rank 9 Dao kings, but he still steadied himself and pointed towards the north as he said hurriedly, that way?" It flew towards the north. Without even considering that the Dao king in front of him could have lied to him, Duanzu instantly shot towards the north of the Night Star continent with his blood saber in hand, like a hungry magic beast that was out for blood. Of course, if that Dao king had really dared to lie to him, Duanzu would make him wish that he was dead instead. Although normal people may not know how terrifying the experts of the Demon Emperor Palace really were, most of the Dao kings in the Night Star continent dreaded them from the bottom of their hearts. Shang Jun didn't lag behind Duanzu either, as he soared in the sky, flying towards the north of the Night Star continent as well. At the same time, he took out his green jade from his spatial ring, and completely ignoring the report that he had missed from earlier, he injected his qi inside the jade, making it light up with a pale green light, as he then said in a commanding voice, "This is a command to every nascent soul stage cultivator of my Shangtian dynasty. Immediately head to the north of the Night Star continent and find clues to the Black Dragon and the 2 black-robed people who are riding on his back. The person who finds the dragon's location will obtain a rank 3 gold-grade weapon." The moment that Shang Jun finished his words, the entire palace of the Shangtian dynasty in the Heaven's Dome city instantly exploded with shock and excitement, as every single nascent soul stage expert flew out from it and headed towards the northern part of the Night Star continent. Of course, this was Shang Jun's plan as well. The moment that someone caught wind of the Black Dragon's whereabouts, the old king of the Shangtian dynasty would definitely hear about it before Duanzu. At the same time, Little Black was still flying in the sky a few tens of thousand miles away from the city of Sin, when Lu Mei turned her head to look behind them, and see if Duanzu or Shang Jun had managed to catch up with Little Black, before she then asked Shen Long, "Longji, what should we do now? Everyone in the Night Star continent will be looking for us." Chapter 369, Attracting Attention. Monarch of Time. Shen Long turned his head to look behind him and make sure that Duanzu and Shang Jun hadn't caught up with Little Black, before he turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei and answered with a light smile on his face, "Let's go and take a look at the city of Sin." Lu Mei felt confused in her heart when she heard Shen Long's answer, and after taking a deep breath, she then asked, "Longji, won't the people from the Shangtian dynasty find us instantly then? Isn't it better for us to hide and wait somewhere else?" Of course, Lu Mei had already understood from Shen Long's tone, that he wasn't planning on hiding Little Black before they went to the city of Sin. Instead, it seemed like he wanted to attract even more attention. Nodding his head, Shen Long's eyes suddenly turned deep as he looked in the distance ahead, at the blood-red mountain that had slowly appeared on the horizon, before he said with a serious tone, "Mei-er, you are right. The best course of action is to hide and wait or leave the Night Star continent. However, that Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, as well as that old man who is most likely the king of the Shangtian dynasty, won't let things go no matter what. Even if they can't find us in the northern part of the city, I have no doubt that they will end up sweeping through the entire continent if they have to. After all, let alone this wooden chest, or that black sword and the translucent armor that Little Black snatched away earlier, even the rest of the weapons that were randomly sprawled around on the ground were enough to make those Dao kings excited." Lu Mei seemed to have just realized what Shen Long wanted to do, as she then asked in a shocked voice, "Longji is planning to lure them into thinking that we are hiding near the city of Sin then?" Shen Long nodded his head with that smile on his face, before he placed the wooden chest in his hands inside the Stone of Time. Although he was curious about the chest's contents, he wouldn't try to open it while Duanzu and Shang Jun were still chasing after him. At the same time, Shen Long didn't think that the 2 peak Dao kings would have been able to find Little Black once he entered inside the Stone of Time. However, it would have been much harder for him and Lu Mei to hide if they didn't direct the Shangtian dynasty's attention to the north of the Night Star continent. A few moments later, while the entire Heaven's Dome city was riled up by the experts of the Shangtian dynasty who were all heading towards the north of the continent, the familiar-looking mountain of blood where the city of Sin was located appeared in Shen Long's eyes. As Little Black appeared above the lawless city, he let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire Crimson Mountain. Roar! Every single person in the city of Sin turned their eyes to look at the sky, as they stared at the black dragon who was flying above their heads. Even the middle stage Dao King, Senior Huang, flew out from his palace at the center of the city of Sin, as he stared at the black dragon in the sky with shock in his eyes. And yet, Little Black only flew above the city for a single moment, before he disappeared in the distance. Even if Senior Huang wanted to give chase, he would be completely incapable of catching up to the black dragon. After all, even Shang Jun and Duanzu would at most be on par with Little Black's speed, let alone a single middle-stage Dao King like him. As the matter of a living black dragon started to spread throughout the city like wildfire, Shenlong had Little Black descend in a small forest 300 miles away from the Mountain of Blood. Even the strongest magic beast in the forest, which was at the early rank 4, equal to a peak rank 3 spirit realm cultivator, could only tremble and prostrate itself in front of the black dragon's aura that had covered the entire forest. Patting Little Black's head, Shenlong said in a low voice that was filled with obvious hints of relief. Little Black, you did a good job. You can rest now. Opening his mouth, Little Black spat out the translucent armor, as well as the black sword with strange patterns on it, before he returned back inside the Stone of Time. And yet, Shenlong only threw a glance towards the black sword and the armor that he suspected to be weapons at the absolute peak of rank 3 in the gold grade, before he placed them inside the Stone of Time as well. Longji, what should we do now? After falling silent for a few moments, Shenlong looked around him before he said, "Let's find an isolated place first. I am really curious about what is inside that wooden chest." Since the chest was placed right before that golden throne, Shenlong was certain that even if its value wasn't the highest among the things inside that hall, it would definitely be something at the same level as the Dragon Stone. At the same time, in the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, the group of the Alchemists Guild that Zhao Yan's was leading had just arrived inside the throne room, when they saw the experts of the Shengtian dynasty gathering the remaining rank 3 gold grade weapons from the floor. Looking at the peak rank 9 Dao King of the Alchemists Guild, Shang Jun's wife, the queen of the Shengtian dynasty, Xiao Lifen shot him a cold glance when she saw the greedy look in his eyes, before she said, "Zhao Lan, I suggest that you don't get any funny ideas. My Shengtian dynasty was the one who managed to find this place first. I suggest that you turn around and leave immediately, otherwise..." "Ha ha ha, otherwise what?" "Xiao Lifen, I suggest that you give up half of what you have already obtained, otherwise, I will take everything by force. Your Shengtian dynasty found this place first? Why don't you say that you also found the Dragon Lord's villa first? Do you think that I would believe you? How could you even enter this place without Duanzhu's help? This is me giving you some face. Give up half of what you have already obtained, otherwise I will take everything myself." Although Zhao Lan knew that he most likely wasn't a match against Shang Jun, as the strongest Dao King of the Alchemists Guild, he was confident enough to completely suppress Xiao Lifen and her group by himself. If he added the group of Dao Kings from the Alchemists Guild behind him, he was certain that he could even kill the Shengtian dynasty's group if Shang Jun wasn't present. An ugly look appeared in Xiao Lifen's eyes, before she fell silent for a few moments, while furious looks had appeared in the Dao Kings of the Shengtian dynasty's faces. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Lifen drew her sword before she shouted angrily, "Zhao Lan, I will make you regret this." Without waiting for Zhao Lan to respond, Xiao Lifen flew towards him, aiming to surprise attack the peak rank 9 Dao King. Zhao Lan however seemed to have already expected this, as a huge fight instantly erupted between the two peak powers of the Heaven's Dome City. Chapter 370, Black Sword and Translucent Armor. Monarch of Time. Shang Jun's expression instantly darkened the moment that he received a report from one of the Dao Kings inside the throne room, that a fight had erupted between their Shengtian dynasty and the Alchemists Guild. The peak rank 9 Dao King stood rooted on the spot, torn whether he should return back to the Dragon Lord's villa and destroy Zhao Yan's group, or whether he should continue chasing after Shenlong. In the end, Shang Jun simply stared at the Dragon Lord's villa's direction as he mumbled to himself, "Zhao Lan, I will make you regret this." Without wasting any more time, the old king of the Shengtian dynasty continued flying towards the north of the Night Star continent. After all, in Shang Jun's mind, just that black sword or that translucent armor were worth far more than all the rank 3 gold grade weapons in the Dragon Lord's villa together. while Shang Jun kept flying towards the northern part of the Night Star continent with an ugly expression on his face. Shenlong and Lu Mei had left the small forest that was a few hundred miles away from the city of Sin, as they flew towards the east of the Night Star continent. Although Shenlong knew that it would take a longer amount of time if he and Lu Mei flew towards the eastern part of the continent by themselves instead of riding on Little Silver's back, this time he had to be extremely cautious. After all, the crowd at the entrance of the Dragon Lord's villa had already seen two black-robed people enter the villa's gates on the silver-winged Panther King's back, while two other people similarly dressed in black left the villa just a day later, riding on a black dragon. Shenlong wouldn't underestimate the intelligence of every single person in the crowd, and think that they would be unable to put two and two together to figure out that the Black Panther had something to do with the people on the Black Dragon's back. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to summon Little Silver, and instead, he continued to fly with Lu Mei by themselves. A week soon passed, and yet, Shenlong and Lu Mei had only crossed 2/3 of the distance required to reach the eastern part of the continent. During this time, Shenlong and Lu Mei had spotted more than just one group of golden-robed cultivators patrolling the northern part of the continent. From the robes that these people were wearing, Shenlong could instantly guess that they were members of the Shangtian dynasty. However, since Shenlong and Lu Mei were wearing their normal clothes instead of the black robes, the groups of nascent soul experts from the Shangtian dynasty ignored everyone who wasn't related to the Black Dragon. At the same time, and especially now that there were just 2 more months left before the test of the Holy Sect started, it was completely normal for peak rank 9 Spirit Realm cultivators to travel through the continent in search of fortuitous encounters, just like the young man that Shenlong had met in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Chen Yan. After all, in the Holy Sect's test, peak rank 9 Spirit Realm cultivators would be at the bottom of the barrel, while even nascent soul stage experts may not necessarily pass it successfully. 3 more days soon passed, and Shenlong and Lu Mei finally arrived outside a middle-sized city in the eastern part of the Night Star continent. Although this city was smaller than the Silver Sword City, there were hundreds of cultivators entering and leaving through the gates at all times. The moment that Shenlong's eyes fell upon the city, an invisible wave of energy appeared from his body, covering the city completely, before Little Black's voice sounded in his head. "Master, this city only has a dozen nascent soul stage cultivators, and even the strongest of them is only at the peak of rank 3. Nodding his head, Shenlong exhaled a sigh of relief, before he held Lu Mei's hand and queued up at the entrance of the city. After paying 100 low-grade spirit stones, Shenlong and Lu Mei were allowed to enter the city, before Shenlong looked around for an inn to spend the night. As for the early-stage nascent soul cultivators inside the city, although Shenlong believed that he wouldn't come into conflict with them since he was planning to just stay inside the inn in the first place, he wasn't afraid of them either. Now that he had already advanced to the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm as well as the peak of the 4th stage in his monarch's eternal body, Shenlong believed that he could fight against most normal early-stage nascent soul experts without any problems. As for nascent soul stage cultivators who were newly advanced, he was certain that he could destroy them with a single move. After spending 600 low-grade spirit stones to rent a large courtyard for 1 month, Shenlong and Lu Mei entered inside the room and closed the door, before they sat cross-legged on the meditative cushions on the floor. Seeing the dazzling, gentle smile on Lu Mei's face after she finally removed her white veil, a warm feeling appeared in Shenlong's heart. After all, Shenlong knew that Lu Mei had felt extreme pressure during the time when they were facing the 2 peak rank 9 Dao Kings in the depths of the villa. After all, one of those people was the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, a power that wasn't located in the Night Star continent, but instead, the place where they would be going towards soon, the Central region, while the other one was most likely the old king of one of the strongest powers in the Night Star continent. There was practically no spirit realm cultivator who wouldn't feel pressure when facing those 2 old monsters. After sitting cross-legged on the floor, Shenlong waved his hand, and a black sword with strange patterns on it, as well as a translucent armor appeared in front of him and Lu Mei. Feeling the pressure that was coming from the black sword and the translucent armor from such a close distance, waves of shock appeared in Shenlong's heart. At the same time, Lu Mei also asked in a shocked voice, "Longji, are these really gold-grade weapons?" Lu Mei had seen a fair share of gold-grade weapons along with Shenlong during the past 3 years, and her 4 Seasons Azure sword was also a peak rank 1 gold-grade sword, but she could clearly feel that the aura coming from the sword and the armor in front of her was completely different from the gold-grade weapons that she had encountered in the past. After a moment of serious thinking, Shenlong shook his head before he said confidently, "They have definitely exceeded the gold grade? Even the rank 3 gold grade weapons in the Dragon Lord's villa didn't have this kind of aura." The moment that he finished his words, Little Black's voice sounded in Shenlong's mind as he said, "Master, these are peak 1-star weapons." 1-star weapons. Chapter 371, Star Weapons. Monarch of Time. Nodding his head inside the Stone of Time, Little Black then continued, "Right, Master. Above the gold grade is the star rank. Star weapons are extremely powerful weapons that only Dao Emperors and above would normally wield. Unlike bronze, silver, or even gold-grade weapons, star-rank weapons are considered to be on a tier of their own. After all, each star-rank weapon has a small part of a certain Dao infused inside it when it is created, making the person who wields that weapon be able to draw the strength of that Dao as well. It's not an exaggeration to say that 1,000 rank 3 gold-grade weapons can't even compare to a single star rank." Waves of shock filled Shenlong's heart the moment that he heard Little Black's explanation. A small part of the Dao. As this thought flashed through his mind, Shenlong closed his eyes before he sent his spirit sense inside the star rank weapons in front of him, in an attempt to sense the Dao inside it. The moment that Shenlong's spirit sense entered inside the black sword, Lu Mei saw the various patterns on the sword's surface lit up, as sparks of lightning covered the sword's surface. "The Dao of Lightning," Shenlong mumbled to himself in a voice filled with disbelief, before he retracted his spirit sense from the black sword. There really is a Dao hidden inside a star rank weapon. At the same time, Shenlong could sense that the Dao of Lightning inside the sword was definitely extremely strong. Curiosity had also filled Lu Mei's stunning black eyes as she stared at the lightning sword in front of her. At the same time, Shenlong sent his spirit sense inside the translucent armor, curious about the type of Dao that was contained inside it. This time, however, Shenlong wasn't able to recognize the Dao inside the armor. Although he could feel that it was some kind of abnormal energy, he was unable to identify what it was. Seemingly as if he could sense Shenlong's puzzlement, Little Black's voice that had hints of surprise inside it once again sounded in Shenlong's head. "Master, this is an extremely rare Dao called the Dao of Reflection." The armor in Master's hands was definitely created by a Dao Emperor who had insights in the Dao of Reflection. It's too bad that that person's comprehension wasn't deep enough, otherwise this armor may had even managed to become a 2-star weapon. However, that is not to say that the armor is useless right now. It is actually a life-saving treasure for any cultivator below the Dao Emperor realm, as it should actually be able to weaken any attack that doesn't come from a Dao Emperor by 30%. Of course, if someone's comprehension of the Dao has actually exceeded the Dao Emperors who created this armor, then the Dao of Reflection inside the armor will be useless in front of them, making it just slightly better than a peak rank 3 gold grade armor. Shenlong was still shocked when he heard about the armor's ability. Reflecting 30% of someone's attack? Wouldn't that mean that whoever was wearing this armor would have their survivability increased by many times? After all, even without the Dao of Reflection, the translucent armor in front of Shenlong was still stronger than a peak rank 3 gold grade armor? Shenlong hadn't even seen a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon before, and yet, there were 2 of them in front of him and Lu Mei right now. After explaining to Lu Mei what he had learned about the star rank weapons from Little Black, Shenlong said, "Mei-yar, you should keep both this black sword and the armor. Since I am also a body refiner, I am not in as much danger of dying as you are. After all, as long as I have enough energy, I can heal most wounds on my body even without consuming any pills. Additionally, there should only be 2 months until the test of that so-called holy sect starts. We also don't know how dangerous the test will be or what it will contain, making the situation even more dangerous. As for the black sword, since you are more proficient in using swords than I am, it's better for you to have it anyway." Lu Mei instinctively wanted to refuse, but she knew that Shenlong's words made sense. She was indeed in much more danger of dying compared to Shenlong, even though she had an army of skeletons and undead knights at her command. At the same time, during the past 2 years of training in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Mei had also realized her own weakness. It was sneak attacks. Although her skeletons and undead knights could take care of any cultivator at the same level as Lu Mei, or even those who were stronger than her with their sheer numbers. If Lu Mei didn't have her army around her, she was at most as strong as a weak peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator. However, the moment that Shen Long finished his words, Little Black stared at the black sword from the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before he said in a serious voice, "Master, although it's fine to give her the armor with the Dao of Reflection, Master should still hold that black sword. The Dao inside it is the Dao of Lightning, while Lu Mei's Dao is the Dao of Death. The Dao of Lightning and the Dao of Death are naturally opposing Daos and they don't mesh well with each other. Instead, they both counter each other to a certain extent. Not only would it not help Lu Mei to have this sword, but it could instead weaken the strength of her undead creatures. During the past 2 years that Shen Long and Lu Mei had trained inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and since Lu Mei had followed Shen Long inside the Dragon Lord's villa, Little Black no longer felt aversion towards this human, as he started to slowly accept her existence in Shen Long's life. Once Lu Mei heard that the black sword may weaken her skeletons and her undead knights, she didn't even wish to so much as touch it. After all, for a cultivator, their own Dao was the most important thing. Nodding his head, Shen Long placed the black sword to the side, before he took out the wooden chest from the Stone of Time and placed it in front of him. Chapter 372, Elderwood King Tree. Monarch of Time. Looking at the wooden chest in front of him, Shen Long was actually stunned for a moment, as he then mumbled to himself in a voice filled with disbelief. This is actually made from an Elderwood King Tree. Although Shen Long hadn't noticed this back in the Dragon Lord's villa, since he had grabbed the chest in a hurry and placed it inside the Stone of Time, now that he observed it carefully, he was shocked when he realized this minor detail. At the same time, after hearing Shen Long mumbling to himself in a shocked voice, Lu Mei couldn't help ask curiously, "Longji, is this Elderwood King Tree very rare?" Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Lu Mei before he said, "It isn't only rare, it is also extremely valuable, even among rank 6 trees. A rank 6 Elderwood tree will take 1,000 years to mature. Upon reaching maturity, its wood becomes extremely durable, and can be used to create powerful gold-grade weapons like bows, arrows, and staffs. Among 1,000 rank 6 Elderwood trees however, there is a small chance for a single rank 6 Elderwood King Tree to appear. That tree will continue to grow, and it will take 7,000 years until it reaches maturity. Not only is the wood of the Elderwood King Tree even sturdier than the normal Elderwood trees by many times, but it can also be used as a supplementary ingredient to create high-grade and even top-grade rank 6 pills. Although Lu Mei wasn't an alchemist or a formation master, it wasn't difficult for her to realize the value of the Elderwood King Tree after hearing Shen Long's explanation. This tree was a real treasure that could be used to create both rank 6 pills, as well as gold-grade weapons. And yet, such a tree had simply been used to create a simple-looking chest. As he continued to stare at it, Shen Long also noticed various runes that were carved on the chest's surface. Although Shen Long wasn't too knowledgeable regarding formations, he could vaguely make out that the formations on the chest weren't dangerous, but instead, they were used to protect it from any attacks. Ignoring the formations on the chest's surface, Shen Long took a deep breath, before he pushed the chest open. Shen Long and Lu Mei, as well as Little Black and even Little Silver inside the Stone of Time, all watched with rapt attention as the chest slowly opened. However, contrary to what Shen Long had originally expected, there was nothing else inside the chest aside from a single white jade. Shen Long was stunned for a moment, and he didn't even try to pick up the white jade. He had originally expected that there would either be a spatial ring filled with treasures, or a star-rank weapon similar to the black sword and the translucent armor. After all, since this chest was placed directly in front of the golden throne, and since the chest itself was made from a rank 6 Elderwood King Tree, the chest's contents were certainly valuable. However, after hesitating for a moment, Shen Long still placed his hand inside the chest and picked up the white jade. The jade was actually cold to the touch while its edges seemed to have been carved meticulously, but there didn't seem to be anything too special about it. Before Shen Long could even ask Little Black if he knew what this jade was, Little Black exclaimed in a somewhat surprised voice, "Master, this is a memory jade. This jade is usually used when a cultivator at the Dao Emperor realm or above wants to record a message and pass it down to their descendants." Although Shen Long had never heard of the term memory jade before, since this jade was actually stored inside the wooden chest, its contents were definitely nothing simple. At the same time that Little Black finished his words, a powerful soul sense erupted from Shenlong's body, submerging the entire room under its terrifying pressure. Little Black stared intently at the memory jade in Shenlong's hands, before he shook his head a few moments later, and said in a relieved voice as he retracted his soul sense. Thankfully, there is no soul inside that jade trying to take over Master's body. It is actually not uncommon for cultivators to hide part of their souls inside a memory jade, and once a lucky cultivator finds the jade and activates it, they will also find the soul hidden inside it invading their body. If that person is lucky and the soul hiding inside the jade is weak, there will usually be no problem to expel it before it can wrest control of their body. However, in the case that the soul is too powerful, it isn't impossible for that person to die, and the soul inside the jade to take control of that body. Shenlong suddenly realized that he had actually neglected this matter. Although he had originally been confident that he could fight or escape against most enemies, he had neglected the fact that nascent soul stage experts also had the ability to take over other cultivators' bodies. It wasn't impossible for the soul of a powerful expert to hide itself inside the jade and attack him when he wouldn't expect it. Although Shenlong was confident that there was a very high chance for the Stone of Time to protect him in such a situation since it was merged with his soul, it still wasn't a risk that he was willing to take. Closing his eyes, Shenlong first calmed down his agitated emotions, before he sent his spirit sense inside the Stone of Time and asked Little Black. Little Black, how do I activate this memory jade? Master only needs to inject your chi inside the jade to activate it, before you send your spirit sense inside it. Nodding his head, Shenlong opened his eyes and circulated the monarch's hourglass, before he injected his chi inside the white jade in his hands. A pale white light appeared from the jade, growing brighter and brighter as Shenlong infused more and more of his chi inside it. Less than 10 breaths of time later, after feeling that the light from the white jade had finally reached its peak, Shenlong closed his eyes, before his spirit sense was absorbed inside the jade. Chapter 373, Huoui, Monarch of Time. The moment that Shenlong's spirit sense entered the white jade, Shenlong could feel a blinding white light filling his mind, before a completely new scene appeared in his eyes. A man in his early 40s who seemed to be even younger than Kui Kuliang, was floating in the air and was staring at Shenlong, who seemed to have suddenly appeared in front of him. Shenlong noticed that this man had black hair and deep silver-colored eyes, while his body was covered by a white robe with mysterious runes and patterns on it. With just a glance, Shenlong could instantly understand that this man's robes were covered with some kind of formations. At the same time, Shenlong also noticed that he was no longer inside the room of the inn, with Lu Mei sitting on the floor directly opposite from him. Instead, it seemed like he was floating in an empty white world that had nothing else inside it aside from the white-robed man who was now standing in front of him. Is this the scene inside the memory jade? As this thought flashed through his mind, Shenlong saw the man in front of him finally move for the first time. The black-haired man looked at Shenlong and opened his mouth, causing a loud, booming voice to sound in Shenlong's ears, before it reverberated throughout the empty white world. Welcome to my palace. My name is Huoui and I am the person who created the Dragon Lord's villa. As the man's voice reverberated throughout the empty world, Shenlong felt a powerful headache overcoming his mind. At the same time, he also saw that his surroundings had started to change, before the throne hall at the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa appeared in front of his eyes. As for the black-haired, white-robed man, he stood in front of the throne as he gazed towards Shenlong's direction before he then continued. Since you have obtained this memory jade, it means that you have managed to pass through the obstacles of my villa, making you eligible to inherit my legacy. As the white-robed man finished speaking, Shenlong saw the throne room that he was standing in slowly fade away into emptiness, before an entirely different scene appeared around him. It was a young man with short black hair and bright silver-colored eyes, fighting barehanded against a magic beast that resembled a bear. Although Shenlong couldn't feel any aura coming from the young man in front of him or the brown bear, he only needed a glance to recognize the magic beast in front of him. That was certainly an early or a middle-rank 2 earth bear. As for the young man who was fighting the bear, Shenlong instantly understood from his unique facial features that this must be the same man who is standing in front of him right now. At the same time that Shenlong was observing the scene in front of his eyes, the black-robed man who seemed to have also been staring at the same scene took a deep breath, before he said in a voice that was devoid of any emotions. I was originally born in this Night Star continent as well. in a small clan named the Huo clan. My clan lived in a small village, not too far away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range at the west of the continent. However, thanks to my talents, my cultivation quickly rose, and within just a few years, I had already reached the peak of rank 9 in the heaven grade. I continued adventuring throughout the continent, exploring different places and meeting many new people, until I became a nascent soul stage cultivator. That was when I found the first big opportunity in my life. As the black-robed man continued to speak, the scenes around Shenlong constantly changed, almost as if they were allowing Shenlong to observe what the black-robed man had gone through in his life. Although Shenlong saw the man struggling, laughing, and crying, the voice that resounded in his mind was actually devoid of any joy or sadness, as it continued speaking. Since I was qualified to participate in the Holy Sex test, despite the dangers that it entailed, and despite having no powerful faction of the Night Star continent backing me, I still decided to take the risk and participate in it. Although I faced some terrifying monsters during that test whose powers could not be measured using common sense, I still managed to pass the test and become a disciple of the Holy Sect. Shenlong didn't know if the white-robed man had done this intentionally or if it was due to some other unknown reason, but he was actually unable to see anything regarding the Holy Sex test from the man's memories. The man, however, didn't seem to have noticed anything amiss as he continued speaking. After becoming a disciple of the Holy Sect, not only did I finally obtain a backing and a place to stay in the cultivation world, as well as countless resources, but I also gained the chance to interact with those powerful monsters inside the sect. At the same time, after sparring with other members of the sect and taking on sect missions, I grew stronger at a rate countless times faster than when I was still in the Night Star continent. Although I wasn't even close to the strongest disciples of the sect, I was definitely not weak, even among other nascent soul stage cultivators. For the first time during the narration, Shenlong heard the man's voice suddenly turning emotional. Once I believed that I was strong enough, I started to take on even more difficult missions, even those that involved traveling to places far away from the sect. It was during such a sect mission, however, that I met the person who ruined my life. Chapter 374, The Dragon Lord's Villa's Purpose. Monarch of Time. As Huo Wei's voice trailed off, the scene in front of Shenlong's eyes changed. Shenlong saw the young Huo Wei inside a forest, standing in front of a very beautiful young woman who was dressed in white robes. There was a stunning smile on the young woman's face when she saw Huo Wei, who was standing in front of her, and had just saved her and her younger brother who had been attacked by a powerful magic beast. Even Shenlong had to admit that this young woman was extremely pretty. Even if she wasn't as pretty as Lu Mei, she was definitely not too far off. As Shenlong looked at the young woman and her brother who were just saved by the young man they had just met, Huo Wei's voice that was filled with self-mockery, anger and helplessness resounded in Shenlong's ears once again. Hehe, this was my Dao partner, Yi Qinyu. The day that I met her, she and her younger brother were being attacked by a middle rank 5 magic beast and were on the verge of dying. The moment that I saw her, I was stunned by her beauty, and couldn't bear to let her die like that. I originally thought that we would each follow our own ways after they thanked me for saving their lives. I had never thought that Qinyu would actually ask me to travel with them. Hehe. Of course, I also knew back then that she had most likely asked me to travel with them only because she didn't feel safe, that she and her brother would manage to complete their journey by themselves, and not because she was interested in me or because she felt grateful. However, I had no reason to refuse either. That was when I learned that Qinyu came from a small village, and she was passing through that forest to enter a big city. However, the more that I traveled with her, the more I could feel myself being attracted to her as well. Half a month later, after we arrived at the city that she and her brother were heading towards, I confessed my feelings for her, and she responded back. That was when we first became Dao partners. Hehe, Dao partners, huh, what a foolish pair of words. We traveled together for many years, and of course, I did everything I could to help my own woman to become stronger and live longer. I tried my best to help her become a disciple of the Holy Sect as well, but whether she could pass the test or not was up to her. I had never expected that just 100 years later, she would actually betray me for another man. Shenlong was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Huo Wei was narrating his life story to him right now, nor what was the reason behind it. However, he was also stunned when he heard that Huo Wei's wife betrayed him for another man. Although it was said that it wasn't too uncommon for Dao partners to betray each other for an extremely rare and valuable treasure, this was actually the first time that Shenlong had heard about someone betraying their Dao partner for another person. At the same time, the scene in front of Shenlong changed once again, depicting a young Huo Wei who was confronting Yi Qinyu and a handsome young man who was standing next to her, with a nonchalant smile on his face. Shenlong could easily discern the fury behind Huo Wei's voice as he continued his narration. Everything changed the day that a young man from a powerful family saw Qinyu, and was instantly enchanted by her beauty. What I hadn't expected, however, was for Qinyu to betray me and follow that man instead, the moment that he said that he was interested in her and wanted to marry her. Back then I screamed on top of my lungs and cursed her as a shameless bitch before I fought with that man, but in the end, I was miserably defeated. Shenlong saw the young Huo Wei lying in a pool of blood, with his arms both bent unnaturally, while an expression of fury and helplessness had appeared on his face, as tears had welled up in his eyes at the same time. However, even though I was defeated, that man didn't have the guts to kill me either. After all, he knew that he was in the wrong, and although the Holy Sect isn't the strongest sect in the central region, it definitely wasn't much weaker than that man's family. In the end, that man simply told me to never approach him and Qinyu again, otherwise, he said that he would kill me no matter which power I belonged to. After a brief moment of pause, Shenlong heard Huo Wei who started to laugh maniacally before he said, "Ha ha ha, not only did that man steal my woman, but he even threatened me that he would kill me if I ever approached her again. I wonder if any man can live with this kind of shame? A woman who I had always loved and did my best for her, had not only betrayed me for another man, but I was also humiliated by both of them. As a cultivator, I was simply unwilling to accept this. My heart was unwilling to accept this humiliation and shame, and yet I knew that I simply couldn't fight against that man. Not only was his family almost at the same level as the Holy Sect itself, but I also couldn't bear to bring myself and ask for help from the sect, to take revenge on the man who managed to steal my wife. Besides, it's not like just anyone would be willing to help me either. Thus, I decided to cultivate by myself, until I became strong enough to challenge him and take my revenge. Although I believe that I am strong enough to seek revenge today, I do not dare to underestimate that man either. After all, I have already fought against him once, and I was completely incapable of even lasting for 10 hits against him back then. Even in the entire central region, that man can definitely be considered a genius. This is why after much thought, I decided to first return back to the Night Star continent and create the Dragon Lord's Villa. After all, I can't say with certainty if I will be able to return alive either. Thus, I created trials, and placed many treasures inside the villa, in order to help the natives of my home become stronger in the future. Of course, the real treasures were actually placed at the depths of the villa, hidden behind the last barrier. Since you have already obtained my memory jade, it means that you are at the very least, a peak Dao King whose talent isn't too low either. After all, to break through my final barrier, requires the full-powered blow of someone whose strength is close to a Dao Emperor. Since you were fated to get my memory jade, I will tell you where my most valuable treasures are actually hidden, but I also hope that you can do one thing for me as well. Chapter 375, Shenlong's Choice. Monarch of Time. Without waiting for a response, the black-robed man in front of Shenlong took a deep breath before he continued. My request is, that if you ever become strong enough, you will kill Yi Qinyu and Murong Tian from the Murong family in the central region. Of course, I know very well that it is more than unlikely that you will even come to the same level as that man, but I still hope that you will try to fulfill this request of mine. As for my treasures, I have already placed everything inside a spatial ring, and buried it on the mountain right outside the Murong city. As long as you are willing to bring the chest that this memory jade was placed inside to the peak of that mountain, you will be able to obtain all of my treasures. Without saying another word, the black-haired Huo Wei's figure started to fade, before Shenlong felt the empty world around him that had started to tremble. A few moments later, he felt his spirit sense returning back to his body as he found himself back in the inn-room once again. At the same time that he opened his eyes, he saw the memory jade in his hand that had started to crack, before it surprisingly turned into a pile of white dust. Seeing that Shenlong had just opened his eyes, Lu Mei had a worried look on her face as she asked, "Longji, are you okay?" Nodding his head, Shenlong smiled lightly before he started to explain to Lu Mei and Little Black, as well as Little Silver who was also watching from the Stone of Time, what he had seen inside Huo Wei's memory jade. The moment that he finished his explanation, Shenlong then turned his eyes to look at the box of Elderwood King Tree in front of him before he said with that same smile on his face, "By hiding everything inside his spatial ring and burying it on the mountain right outside the Murong city, instead of leaving it in the Dragon Lord's villa along with his other treasures, that old man practically made sure that whoever inherited his treasures would at least arrive at the doorstep of that Murong family. As for whether they would take revenge for him, that would depend on whether they were strong enough to do it." Little Black nodded his head inside the Stone of Time as well as he agreed with Shenlong's words. "Longji, will you try and kill that Murong Tian?" After hearing Lu Mei's question, Shenlong fell silent for a few moments without answering straight away. Half a minute later, he looked at Lu Mei before he said with a solemn look in his eyes, "That will depend on that Murong Tian. Honestly, I don't even know how strong that person is just yet, nor do I know anything about the real strength of the Murong family either, or Murong Tian's importance in his family. All I know is that the Murong family's strength was definitely not too far away from the Holy Sacks at the time that Huo Wei recorded his memories in the memory jade. However, there is no way that I will simply risk my life to get revenge for that old man. Let alone that I have no feud with the Murong family. Saving someone and taking revenge are two completely different matters." After taking a deep breath, Shenlong continued, "Of course, that doesn't mean that I will simply be ungrateful and take everything that Huo Wei left without doing anything. As long as I can help him without placing my own life at risk, then I don't mind killing that Murong Tian if it's actually possible." The moment that he finished speaking, Shenlong heard Little Black's voice sounding inside his head. "That's right, Master. You shouldn't think too deeply about this matter just yet. These types of legacies are far too common in this world. A powerful expert will leave behind his treasures as well as a memory jade, in order to persuade the person who finds it to fulfill his wishes. However, until Master becomes a Dao King, it is better to not get involved in such matters. After becoming a Dao King, Master's strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and I can't even guess how strong Master's time Dao will become by then." Shenlong nodded his head as he agreed with Little Black. Indeed, before becoming a Dao King, he wouldn't even think about taking revenge for Huo Wei. After all, just from the fact that the final barrier of the Dragon Lord's villa required the strength of a person who was at least a peak Dao King and was approaching the level of a Dao Emperor, Shenlong had also understood that Huo Wei was even stronger than that. At the same time, Lu Mei exhaled out in relief, while a gentle smile had also appeared on her face after hearing Shenlong's answer. After all, she didn't want Shenlong to feel burdened by Huo Wei's request, before they had even arrived in the central region. Shenlong then closed his eyes for a few moments, as he started to think seriously over what he and Lu Mei should do next. Although he had already obtained Huo Wei's black sword, the translucent armor and the dragonstone, as well as the chest with the memory jade, he was also certain that he had riled up the entire continent during this time, including the Hallmaster of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duanzhu, as well as the full force of the Shengtian dynasty. After thinking seriously for a moment, he turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei before he said with a regretful tone, "Mei-er, let's stay in this inn for a while. I was originally planning for us to participate in the fights in the House of Rankings now that we have both advanced to the peak of the spirit realm, but it's better for us to not attract too much attention at this point. There should be a little more than 2 weeks before the test of the Holy Sect starts, and we can't expose ourselves until then. Although I doubt that the Shengtian dynasty will be able to find any clues, it will still be dangerous for us to stroll around the continent." Lu Mei nodded her head with that same mesmerizing look on her face. It was obvious that she didn't mind too much whether she participated in the fights in the House of Rankings or not. 2 weeks passed by in the blink of an eye, before Shenlong and Lu Mei appeared a few hundred miles away from the Heaven's Dome city. However, before he and Lu Mei could even approach the city gates, Shenlong saw the sky above his head suddenly darken. Every single person in the entire Night Star continent turned their heads to look at the darkened sky above their heads, before a powerful voice resounded throughout the entire continent, shaking the hearts and souls of everyone who heard it. "People of the Night Star continent? The Holy Sect's test will start in 48 hours. Every person whose age is below 300 years old and has reached at least the late stages of the spirit realm can participate in it. Those of you who want to participate, gather outside the Heaven's Dome City within the next 48 hours. Chapter 376, The Test Begins. Monarch of Time. The moment that this powerful voice disappeared, the darkness that covered the continent also faded away, allowing the sun to find its way into the Night Star continent once again. The crowd in the Heaven's Dome City, however, instantly exploded in discussions. The test of the Holy Sect will really start soon. I wonder what kind of test it will be. I am thankful I could come to the Heaven's Dome City a month ago. Participating in the House of Rankings against other geniuses really helped me grow stronger. Stronger? Pfft, you are just a middle rank 8 spirit realm cultivator. Unless you are a nascent soul stage expert, your only fate will be to become cannon fodder during the test. At the same time that the darkness disappeared, Lu Mei turned her head to look at Shen Long, before she asked in a suppressed voice that held hints of shock in it. Longji, that person was probably even stronger than the Dao King of the Demon Emperor Palace, right? Although Lu Mei didn't know how strong Duanzu really was, even as a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, she could discern that the pressure that this voice alone had brought her was definitely much more terrifying than the feeling she had gotten from Duanzu when he had sent an all-out attack towards Little Black in the Dragon Lord's villa. Shen Long nodded his head with a solemn look in his eyes, before he said, that person was most likely a Dao Emperor realm powerhouse. Shen Long would have asked Little Black to ascertain exactly how strong that person was, but after he started to absorb the Dragonstone 2 weeks ago, Little Black had fallen into deep sleep. Of course, he had already guessed that this would happen, as Little Black had already explained, that the difference in strength between a Dao King and a Dao Emperor is even larger than that of a nascent soul stage cultivators and a Dao Kings. Shen Long knew that as soon as Little Black finished absorbing the Dragonstone, he would definitely break through to the rank 7 and be equivalent to a Dao Emperor. At the same time, Shen Long had also spent the first 6 days that he and Lu Mei were staying in the inn, inside the Stone of Time, as he tried to familiarize himself with the Black Sword. Although he had never used a sword in the past, but since Lu Mei couldn't use the Black Sword since it could reduce the strength of her undead army, he decided to use it instead, as it would make no sense for him to keep using the Purple Blossom Staff. After all, in the test of the Holy Sect, Shen Long was certain that there would be no lack of those people who would have rank 2 and even rank 3 gold grade weapons, so not using his own star weapon and use his peak rank 1 Purple Blossom Staff instead, would definitely put him at a disadvantage. At the same time, although it was unlikely, Shen Long couldn't rule out the possibility that someone else would also have a star rank weapon. Although these weapons were mostly used by Dao Emperors, if one had a powerful background, there was the possibility for them to have such a weapon as well. Coupled with Shen Long's cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, he would definitely find it extremely hard to face off against those geniuses who had long since reached the nascent soul stage if he had weaker weapons as well. After all, just Yi Mingze and Su Shanyuan, whom Shen Long had first seen in the House of Rankings fighting against each other, were already at the early rank 1 and the middle of rank 1 in the nascent soul stage just 3 years ago. Shen Long could only guess how strong these people would have become by today. And the most frightening thing was, that those two weren't even peak geniuses of the Night Star continent? Compared to the blue-haired Hu Lu, who was ranked 3rd in the House of Rankings, whom Shen Long had met in the Golden Exchange firm more than 2 years ago, these people couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. Thus, Shen Long had spent almost 60 days inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, trying to familiarize himself with the Black Sword, and compare it with the usage of a staff. Although the staff and the sword weren't fundamentally too different in the way that they were used, Shen Long noticed distinct differences between the two weapons. The staff definitely allows someone to be more nimble and flexible with their movements, while allowing also a larger variety of attacks at the same time. However, the sword has a much higher destructive power and offensive capabilities that are simply incomparable to that of a staff. These had been Shen Long's insights during the past 2 months, and although he couldn't be called an expert with the sword, he could definitely use it without too many issues. As Shen Long and Lu Mei walked towards the plains outside of the Heaven's Dome City, more and more people gathered as well, as they flew out of the gates of the city almost as if they were in a race. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 people had already been gathered, and yet the number was only growing by the seconds. A full day later, 100,000 people, all of them at the late stages of the spirit realm or above, had already gathered outside of the city. Look, that is Senior Long Hong, the person who is ranked 20th in the House of Rankings. Wasn't he Long Hong ranked 5th in the past until he lost to the young White Lord though? How did he fall all the way to the 20th place? Idiot! Who is the young White Lord? He is the youngest rising star of the continent? He is already 2nd in the House of Rankings, and the only person above him is Sheng Huang? I have also heard people saying that the young White Lord would even have a chance to beat Sheng Huang if the two of them fought against each other, but alas. Other people also chimed in when they heard this man belittling Long Hong's 20th place. Fool! Do you think that being ranked 20th in the House of Rankings is easy? Previously Senior Long Hong was ranked 5th, but that was among the cultivators of the Heaven's Dome city. How many people have come to the city ever since he fought with the young White Lord? His 20th place now isn't just 20th in the Heaven's Dome city, but in the entire continent instead. That person who had criticized Long Hong instantly tucked his head as he fled the scene, unable to bear the crowd's berating any longer. More and more experts gathered, and Shun Long started to hear even more unfamiliar names, when a sudden name attracted both his and Lu Mei's attention. Hey, isn't that Xie Xing'ai from the Xie family of the Silver Mountain? I heard that she had already taken the 5th place in the rankings more than a year ago. That's all you know? Half a year ago Miss Xie also fought Hu Lu from the Golden Exchange firm to a draw, however she disappeared shortly after, unable to take the 4th place in the rankings. Damn, I wish she would have fought more often in the rankings so I could admire her beauty every day. As both Shun Long and Lu Mei turned their heads towards the source of the noise, they saw a gorgeous young woman dressed in green robes walking through the crowd. Her pale blonde hair and her stunning emerald eyes only served to accentuate her gorgeous face and stunning figure, making this woman the object of attraction for countless young men around her. No matter what, neither Shun Long nor Lu Mei could deny the fact that this young woman was definitely a kingdom-toppling beauty. Lu Mei had a surprised look in her eyes behind her white veil, as she turned her head to look at Shun Long and said, Longji, she is probably related to Madame Xie Rong from the Pale Moon Guild. Shun Long nodded his head in response, as he remembered the beautiful woman from the Pale Moon Guild of the Silver Sword City, whose facial features were very similar to this woman's. Of course, Shun Long only stared at her for a few seconds more than he had stared at Long Hong earlier. No matter how beautiful a woman was, he wouldn't simply be interested in her just because of her beauty. Besides, Xie Xing'ai could at most be considered on par with Lu Mei, even though they both had a different type of beauty. Time continued to pass and more people continued to gather, but between so many thousands of people, Shun Long wasn't able to see everyone who had made a name for themselves in the Heaven's Dome city during the past 2 years. Finally, one more day passed as well, marking the end of the 48 hours period that the powerful expert from 2 days ago had set. More than 200,000 people were gathered in the plains outside the city, when the continent was plunged into darkness for the second time, before the same powerful voice once again resounded throughout the continent. The 48 hours are over. As that person finished speaking, a gigantic white gate that spanned for a few miles suddenly appeared in the sky before that person then continued. Those of you who are eligible to participate in the Holy Sex test, pass through the gates and enter inside. However, if any of you is already above 300 years old and you still attempt to enter inside, know beforehand that you will die. Additionally, there are no alliances in the Holy Sex test, and it is also possible that during the test you will also lose your life. Now, let the test of the Holy Section begin. Chapter 377, The First Test, Monarch of Time. The moment that this voice finished speaking, thousands of people soared in the sky, as they flew towards the gigantic white gate one after the other, almost like they were competing with each other to see who would enter first. And yet, Shun Long wasn't in a hurry to enter the white gate. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Mei, before he took out a bottle from the Stone of Time that was filled with purple-colored pills. As he stared into Lu Mei's gorgeous black eyes behind her white veil, Shun Long handed her the bottle of pills, before he said in a serious voice, Mei Yar, be very careful. Since that voice said that there will be no alliances, it's very likely that they will have everyone split from each other to ensure fairness during the test. We have no idea what kind of tests we will have to face, so make sure to be careful. Even if you somehow fail during test, don't be anxious. There will definitely be many other places in the central region for us to go to. It's not like we have to enter the holy sect no matter what. However, there is one important thing that you have to pay attention to. If you suddenly obtain inspiration and have to break through to the nascent soul stage, make sure to consume these pills before your breakthrough. As he finished speaking, Shenlong didn't say anything else, and instead, he simply patted Lu Mei's head. Staring at the pills in her hands, Lu Mei nodded her head, before she placed the pill bottle inside her spatial ring. Then, with a serious look on her face, she stepped forward and hugged Shenlong, placing her head on his chest before she said in a low voice, "Longji, you have to be careful too." Nodding his head, Shenlong hugged Lu Mei back, before the two of them soared in the sky, as they followed the crowd and flew towards the gigantic white gate as well. Staring at the gigantic white gate in front of him, Shenlong took a step forward before he entered inside. The moment that his body passed through the gate, however, he felt his previously clear vision suddenly getting blurry. Shenlong could feel the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations covering his body, before he suddenly felt Lu Mei disappear from his arms. More than a minute later, he could finally open his eyes again, as Shenlong found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. He was standing on a white platform that seemed to have been created by some kind of white jade, while endless grassy plains filled the area around the platform. However, what startled Shenlong was neither the white platform nor the green scenery of his surroundings, but that he was actually unable to move a single muscle on his body. It was like his body had been immobilized, and no matter how much strength he tried to exert, he was unable to break free. The only thing that he could do was to just stare in front of him, but he was unable to even turn his head to the side. Shenlong wanted to try and see if he could break free from this invisible restraint using blink, when he suddenly noticed people appearing around him, practically out of thin air. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. The moment that the last person appeared around him, Shenlong acutely noticed that none of these 11 people were able to move either. These people's conditions were similar to Shenlong's own, unable to move any part of their body but their eyes. At the same time, Shenlong noticed countless different emotions flashing through these people's eyes. Some of them observed the people in front of them with curiosity, others looked scared, while others seemed impatient to start a fight, while they were unable to conceal the bloodthirsty look in their eyes. However, what shocked Shenlong the most was that most of these people didn't seem to come from the Night Star continent. Don't tell me that they come from another continent instead, and possibly more than one. As this thought flashed through his mind, Shenlong found it even more plausible with every passing moment, as he continued to observe the people in front of him. The reason behind this assumption of his was the way that some of these people had dressed themselves. Two of them were dressed in luxurious clothes that seemed similar to the way that clothes were made in the Night Star continent, with powerful formation masters engraving protecting runes inside them, while others were covered with the hides of powerful magic beasts from head to toe. Of course, the people who were dressed in normal clothes similar to Shenlong's were still the vast majority. A few moments later, the familiar, powerful voice that had covered the entire Night Star continent earlier resounded in Shenlong's ears for the second time. This is the first test to enter the holy sect. The first test tests your luck, as well as your resolve to be cultivators. At the same time, it can also be considered a preliminary test as well. Cultivators not only need to be lucky to survive, but they also need to be strong-willed. Unless there is a supreme expert to protect you and help you grow, soft-hearted cultivators will definitely die sooner or later. The path to be a cultivator is the path to defy the heavens. You will need to step on the bodies of countless experts if you want to survive and continue moving forward, and this test is no exception. This is a world where the strong rule and the weak get trampled on. Shenlong could feel waves of shock trying to rock his heart, almost as if his emotions had turned turbulent just from this person's words. However, this feeling barely lasted for less than a moment, before his heart returned to calmness. After a brief moment of pause, that voice sounded again before it continued in a nonchalant tone. In front of you there are 11 other cultivators who are participating in the Holy Sex test as well. However, if you want to pass the test, each of you have to kill 3 people. If you fail to complete this within half an hour, then you will be considered to have failed the test. Now, all of you can begin. The moment that this voice disappeared, Shenlong felt the restraints around his body disappear at the same time, as he stared at the people in front of him who seemed to have noticed this change as well. Chapter 378, Dangerous Woman. Monarch of Time. Although the voice told them to begin, no one of the 11 people in front of Shenlong chose to make a move right away. Instead, They silently observed everyone else in front of them like wolves staring at a group of defenseless sheep. As Shenlong stared at the people in front of him, a look of shock appeared in his eyes, as his gaze landed on a young woman whose body was covered by a beast hide. She had short black hair and a big chest, but the muscles in her arms and legs weren't inferior to those of powerful men either. Additionally, it only took a glance for Shenlong to recognize that her cultivation was definitely the strongest out of the 12 people here, as it had already reached the early rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. The moment that the bindings around everyone's body disappeared, everyone hurriedly opened up the distance between themselves and this woman, whose gaze roamed around her without concealing her bloodthirsty intent. This was even more evident when she noticed that aside from herself there were no other rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators around her. Aside from a peak rank 1 and a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator, the cultivation of everyone else around her was only at the late stages of the spirit realm. This was enough to make this woman stare at everyone else in front of her, with a look of disdain in her eyes. Of course, Shenlong wouldn't choose to keep his cultivation concealed in this place, and instead, he had immediately circulated the monarch's hourglass without any hesitation, allowing everyone to see that he was just at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. Otherwise, if he chose to hide his cultivation, it would definitely attract even more attention. Seeing that the woman at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage didn't fix her gaze on him, Shenlong wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he silently watched the people around him who were all staring at this woman, while he also thought to himself. That voice said that the rules for this test are that each person has to kill 3 people in order to pass this test. Although this rule seems somewhat cruel, this is the cultivation world in the end. I can only hope that Mayer's group will be relatively easy and that she won't have any serious trouble. As these thoughts flashed through Shenlong's mind, he noticed the young woman's gaze landing on a young man who seemed to be less than 18 years old, and was standing a few meters away from him. The moment that this young man whose cultivation was at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm felt this woman's gaze settling on him, his face instantly paled, as he hurriedly took out a saber from his spatial ring and held it in front of his chest. The woman however smirked when she saw the young man's response, and after kicking the ground, she arrived in front of him almost instantly. Shenlong felt some shock as well once he saw the woman's speed, before he opened up the distance between himself and the two of them, seeing that they were about to fight. Although Shenlong was confident that he could fight against an early rank 3 nascent soul stage expert even while he was still at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, he knew that it wouldn't be an easy fight either. Additionally, this woman's speed was definitely nothing to scoff at, making a fight against her even harder. Shenlong knew that even if his time prison could successfully trap this woman for a split second, allowing him to find an opening to attack, more than half of his chi would be sapped during that time, and he still wasn't certain if the time prison would be successful either. At the same time, even if the time prison succeeded, Shenlong would have to use it at the most perfect moment. Otherwise the slightest misstep would allow the woman to break free from it before his own attack landed, effectively wasting the chi during the process. After all, although the time prison was an extremely powerful move, against opponents whose cultivation base was much higher than Shenlong's, it would only last for a split second before they managed to break free. And even in the scenario where Shenlong managed to kill this woman, he was also certain that the other 2 nascent soul stage cultivators would notice that his chi would be depleted after the fight, and wouldn't let him go like that. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Shenlong didn't wish to clash with this short-haired, big-chested woman just yet. As soon as she arrived in front of the young man whom she had targeted, Shenlong saw the young woman's cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage erupt at full force, as she gathered her chi in her hands and punched towards the young man's saber. It wasn't just Shenlong who was staring at this fight, but everyone else as well, including the peak rank 1 and the middle rank 2 nascent soul experts. The moment that the woman's hand punched the saber, the young man who was holding it was sent flying towards the sky like a shooting star, before he landed a few hundred meters away with a bang. Even from a few hundred meters away, Shenlong could see that the young man's arm that was previously holding the saber, which was now distorted, causing the young man to scream in pain. At the same time, everyone stared at this young woman with shock in their eyes. She wasn't even a body cultivator, and yet, she had managed to punch through a rank 1 gold grade weapon with her bare hands. Even body refining cultivators at the early 5th stage of body refinement wouldn't dare to punch through a gold-grade weapon with their bare hands. The moment that the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert said this out loud, everyone turned to look at him with shock in their eyes, while Shenlong nodded his head in confirmation. Indeed, even cultivators who had just entered the 5th stage in body refinement wouldn't dare to punch a gold-grade weapon directly, without using qi to protect their bodies. Otherwise, there was no way that they would come out on top without any injuries, even if their cultivation was higher than their opponents. Although she managed to conceal it, she definitely used some sort of Dao to do this. As Shenlong reached this conclusion, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who had spoken earlier, as well as the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert who was standing the furthest away from that young woman and was staring at her with fear in his eyes, had all arrived at this conclusion as well. As he saw the young woman approaching him, the young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm whose arm was mangled and in a terrible condition, couldn't help shouting in a voice filled with horror. Wait, I quit, I give up. The black-haired woman however simply smiled mockingly when she heard this, before she raised her foot above the young man's head. She then turned around to look at the people who were watching her and smiled brightly, before she brought her foot downwards like a hammer. Boom! A small earthquake shook the ground the moment that the woman's foot descended on the young man's head, destroying it in an instant, as blood dyed her bare foot a bright red color. Without waiting to see who would be this woman's next target, everyone turned around to look for the weakest opponents. After all, as long as they could kill 3 people, they would pass the test regardless of what that crazy woman did. At the same time, Shenlong also looked around him to find an opponent, when he felt a piercing gaze staring at him. Turning his head to the side, he saw a young man who was wearing a beast hide, stare at him like a hungry magic beast that had just found its target. This gaze belonged to the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert. That man had chosen Shenlong as his first target. Chapter 379, Fighting a Nascent Soul Stage Cultivator, Monarch of Time. Shenlong's eyes narrowed when he felt the piercing gaze of the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. After seeing the dangerous woman's power, every single person seemed to have the same thought in their minds. As soon as I can kill 3 people, then I won't have to be afraid of that monster choosing to fight me against her next opponent. Even the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who was the second strongest person in this place after that woman was no exception. Seeing the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert running towards him while holding a long and thick wooden club in his hands, Shenlong smirked inwardly, before he circulated the monarch's hourglass. Shenlong's eyes instantly turned golden, while his aura of a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator exploded from his body, with even more intensity than before. At the same time, a purple-colored wooden staff appeared in his hands, and looking at the young man who was rushing towards him, Shenlong said in a low voice, "Come." Of course, against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, Shenlong didn't think that he would need to use his black sword just yet, and chose to use the purple blossom staff instead. Of course, if he was fighting against the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator or that short-haired young woman, then this would be a completely different matter altogether. Looking at the rank 1 gold grade weapon in Shenlong's hands, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage young man smiled coldly, before he gathered his qi and infused it in the wooden club in his hands. Not only was his club a rank 2 gold grade weapon, but his cultivation was also higher than Shenlong's as well. Thus, he was confident that he could kill Shenlong within 3 exchanges at most, before he moved to kill his next target. Seeing the wooden club descending towards his head with immense force behind it, Shenlong's golden eyes instantly lit up with a bright blue light, before he took a single step to the side without directly parrying this man's attack. Boom! After failing to hit Shenlong, the young man's club struck the ground with his full power behind it, causing it to tremble from the impact and bringing chills to the nearby cultivators who saw the power behind it. Even the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator turned his eyes to look at that young man with a serious look in his eyes as he mumbled to himself. That guy is not weak after all. However, the tiles beneath Shenlong's and the young man's feet that were made from white jade, didn't seem to have even a single scratch on them. Of course, since even that terrifying woman's attacks had failed to cause any damage to them earlier, it was impossible for this man's club to do so. Despite having avoided the attack, Shenlong didn't choose to counterattack right away, and instead, he took another step to the side, the look on his face being completely calm as he stared at the young man in front of him, almost as if he could predict his own movements before him. At the same time, the young man in the beast hide had a shocked look in his eyes when he saw Shenlong's movements, but his own actions didn't stop, as he swung his club to the side without any delay, looking like he was trying to strike a fly in the air in front of him. "Don't he tell me that he saw through my feint?" The young man thought to himself in disbelief, unable to understand how Shenlong had managed to see through his attack. After delivering the first strike, he had left his left side completely exposed, allowing Shenlong to strike him if he wanted to. However, Shenlong didn't take this chance to attack, and instead, he had taken another step to the side, almost as if he knew that this was a deliberate opening. "No, this is the first time I have met him. There is no way that he knew about this tactic of mine beforehand. This was just pure luck." Certain that it was Shenlong's own cowardice that had saved him, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert suppressed the irritated feeling in his heart, as he delivered attack after attack towards Shenlong, either one aimed at his head, his torso, or his waist. And yet, Shenlong only dodged these attacks without counter-attacking right away. "Worm, do you only know how to dodge? Do you think that you can enter the holy sect like this?" Unable to rein in his anger any longer after seeing his attacks landing on empty air one right after the other, the man could only shout in an angry and insulting manner, in an attempt to force the young man in front of him to fight him head-on. And yet, despite knowing that the man in front of him was clearly taunting him, Shenlong smiled lightly before he nodded his head, dumbfounding the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert in front of him. Before the man could react, Shenlong pointed forward with his right hand, before he mumbled in a low voice, "Thunderbolt finger." Boom! The sound of thunder booming sounded in the air, and before the man in the beast hide could do anything, he saw a sudden thunderbolt flying towards his face. Raising the wooden club in his hands and placing it in front of his face, the young man hurriedly blocked Shenlong's attack. However, Shenlong's attack wasn't as simple as the man had expected it to be. The peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert felt his own arms struggling to keep the wooden club in front of his face, as his feet slid through white jade tiles, looking like he was unable to hold on. A few moments later, the lightning bolt finally lost its power and dispersed in the air, allowing the young man to heave a sigh of relief, his eyes staring at Shenlong with apprehension and fear inside them. Even the middle rank 2 nascent soul expert and the terrifying young woman had their attention attracted from the powerful thunderbolt, as they turned their attention towards Shenlong. Chapter 380, Kill or Be Killed. Monarch of Time. Shenlong however simply sighed in response when he saw that the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert had managed to defend against his thunderbolt finger without suffering any injuries, before he mumbled to himself. Nascent soul stage cultivators are indeed in a league of their own. After all, this wasn't the same thunderbolt finger that Shenlong had used 2 years ago. Not only was his cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm now, but his thunderbolt finger was no longer in its infancy stages either. Shenlong had already reached the 3rd rank of this mystic high-grade martial skill, bringing it to its peak state. The middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert turned his eyes and glanced at Shenlong for a single moment, before he continued to fight against the early rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him. "Thankfully my own opponents weren't monsters like that guy. Just like that voice said earlier, luck really is part of your own skills as well, so choosing easier opponents is important too. Of course, there is no way that a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator would be able to pose any danger to me. At most, I would take a longer amount of time to kill him, so this can be considered that guy's good luck as well." Without paying any more attention to Shenlong's and the peak rank 1 nascent soul man's fight, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert continued to fight against the opponent in front of him. A few moments ago, it had only taken him 2 strikes to kill the previous early rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, and the second target in front of him would be no different. However, after seeing Shenlong's power, although he wasn't afraid of a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert started to act more cautious as well against his opponents. At the same time, the black-haired young woman stared at the handsome young man who had fired off the thunderbolt from his finger with a hungry look in her eyes, and after licking her lips once, she turned her attention towards the rest of the late-stage spirit realm cultivators around her. She only needed to kill one more person to be passed through the first stage of the test, so she wasn't willing to waste too much time in this place either. Although that guy is somewhat interesting, In the end, he is only a spirit realm cultivator. As this thought flashed through her mind, she narrowed her eyes before she turned her attention towards a middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator who was fighting against an early rank 9 spirit realm young woman. At the same time, although he had felt shock in his heart, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert in front of Shenlong finally felt a sense of danger after receiving the thunderbolt finger head-on, while a serious look flashed through his eyes as he stared at Shenlong. Although he had been too anxious earlier, he finally realized that he wouldn't be able to kill the blue-robed young man in front of him that easily. Of course, he couldn't change targets either, even if he wanted to. Since only 3 people can pass through the first test, I will either have to kill this guy, that crazy monster at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, or that guy who has already reached the middle of rank 2. No matter what, fighting against a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator is countless times better than having to fight against a nascent soul stage cultivator at the middle of rank 2. As for that monster, Tan Wei, I'd rather fight everyone else in this place together than fight against her. Of course, how could Shenlong not sense the killing intent that was coming from this young man's body? This time, he didn't wait for the man to attack him first, and instead, he took the initiative to rush forward. For a moment, it seemed as if Shenlong had turned one with the wind, as his body seemed to have suddenly disappeared. This was the 5th stage of the Gale Steps. Of course, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, the young man in front of Shenlong had plenty of experience, and only needed a second to determine Shenlong's general location. Even though Shenlong seemed to have turned invisible in the eyes of the late-stage spirit realm cultivators around him, nascent soul stage experts were still able to pinpoint his location without any trouble. This was the qualitative difference between spirit realm cultivators and nascent soul experts after all. Once a cultivator had condensed their nascent soul, their own existence was elevated to another level. What others were unable to see with their own eyes, nascent soul stage cultivators could easily see with their soul sense. Of course, Shenlong was already aware that the concealing ability of the Gale Steps was practically useless against a nascent soul stage cultivator, which was why he hadn't even trained in this martial skill in the past 2 years. Appearing by the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert's side, Shenlong grabbed the purple blossom staff with both hands, before he swung it sideways. The young man was surprised when he felt a sense of danger coming from the wooden staff, which was nothing more than a peak rank 1 gold grade weapon, but he had already been prepared for Shenlong's attack, and raising his wooden club in front of him, he infused his chi inside it as he easily parried the purple blossom staff with a mocking look in his eyes. Of course, the power behind Shenlong's attack wasn't as simple as it looked, forcing the young man to take 5 steps backward until he stabilized himself. Finally, the confident look in his eyes changed into one of horror, as he looked at the blue-robed young man in front of him and asked in a voice filled with disbelief, You are also a body refiner. Although people who dual cultivated in both chi and body refinement weren't common, they weren't abnormally rare either. It was possible to find 1 out of 100 cultivators in the western region who trained in both chi and body refinement cultivation techniques. The reason why this young man was so shocked was because of Shenlong's power. Just a single martial skill of his was infused with an extremely pure chi, making me have a hard time to defend against it. But now, even the power of his body is this crazy? Where did this monster come from? Shenlong nodded his head without explaining anything, as he moved forward and swung the purple blossom staff diagonally. This was the second move of the Staff of Obliteration. The third move followed right after without any delay, then the fourth and finally the fifth. However, although Shenlong's chain attacks had put him in a tough position, the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert knew that he had to hang on and find a chance to counterattack and kill Shenlong. Otherwise, his hopes of entering the holy sect would be gone. Shenlong, however, couldn't give up either. This was the test of the holy sect, and there was only one rule: kill or be killed. If one didn't have a resolute heart and couldn't kill the enemies who threatened their lives, they could no longer be called cultivators, and the holy sect certainly wouldn't accept them in their midst. As he stared at the man in front of him and was about to follow up with the 6th move of the Staff of Obliteration, Shenlong's golden eyes suddenly lit up, and without any hesitation, he instantly jumped to the side. At the same time, the man in the beast hide in front of him had opened his mouth, and spat out a gigantic red fireball towards Shenlong, in an attempt to kill him before he could use the 6th move of the Staff of Obliteration. At that moment, however, Shenlong abandoned the purple blossom staff and allowed it to fall on the ground, before he mumbled to himself, "Blink." Before the fireball could even approach close to him, Shenlong instantly disappeared on the spot, before he suddenly appeared behind the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage young man. Without any emotion in his eyes, Shenlong slashed the illusionary, purple-colored blade in his right hand sideways, towards the peak rank 1 nascent soul man's head. Chapter 381, Passing the Test. Monarch of Time. Blood spurted through the air like a fountain as Shenlong's spatial blade easily cut through the young man's neck. The headless corpse remained standing for a moment, before it collapsed on the ground. However, it wasn't just his head that was severed. The peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's soul had also dissipated as a result, after it was touched by the illusionary, purple-colored blade. After all, in order to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, Shenlong was certain that it meant killing that person's soul as well. Everyone turned their eyes towards Shenlong at the same time, including the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who had a look of disbelief plastered on his face, as well as the terrifying young woman who was called Tan Wei. Although they had already guessed earlier that Shenlong wasn't much weaker than the young man in the beast hide, they hadn't expected that he would be able to kill him so quickly. At the same time, expressions of despair appeared in the remaining late-stage spirit realm cultivators' faces. They had originally hoped that Shenlong or that peak rank 1 nascent soul young man would be gravely injured during their fight before one of them finally clinched victory, allowing one of the remaining late-stage spirit realm cultivators to kill them, and pass through the test as a result. However, not only wasn't Shenlong hurt, but he didn't look like he had expended much of his chi either. Naturally, that made those young men's hopes of passing the test to be instantly extinguished. At the same time, the black-haired young woman, Tan Wei, licked her lips in excitement, before she removed her hand from the chest of the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of her. The person in front of her collapsed lifelessly on the ground, the look in his eyes one of anger as well as despair. A white light suddenly enveloped Tan Wei's body, covering it completely like a white cocoon. Shenlong watched as the black-haired young woman's body started to turn transparent, before it slowly disappeared in front of everyone else's eyes. She passed the test. Surprisingly, the one who spoke was the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert, who was still staring at the disappearing Tan Wei with a look of relief in his eyes. Although it was unlikely that she would choose to fight against him, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert had no confidence in fighting against her head-on. Even among other early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, he could sense that Tan Wei wasn't considered weak. At the same time, Shenlong saw this young man turning around and giving him a deep look, before he said in a seemingly casual tone as he had finally gotten rid of his nervousness now that Tan Wei had disappeared. "Although you are not weak, I wonder what you would do if you had to fight against me this time." Seeing the confident look in this man's eyes, Shenlong simply smiled in response without saying anything, as he took a step forward. Tisk. The young man clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes, before he turned his attention away from Shenlong and towards a young woman at the early rank 9 of the spirit realm who was just a few tens of meters away from him. After merely 3 exchanges, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert easily tore open a hole in the young woman's chest, crushing her heart with his bare hands. After throwing another look towards Shenlong's direction, the young man closed his eyes, as he saw the white light that had previously covered Tan Wei now enveloping his own body. 10 seconds later, the man's body completely disappeared, leaving behind just Shenlong and 2 other cultivators at the middle of rank 9 and the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm respectively. The 2 men were dressed in different attires, as one of them was covered with a beast hide that wasn't too different than Tan Wei's or from the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage experts that Shenlong had killed a few moments ago, while the other one was dressed in normal white robes, that were similar to the clothes that people wore in the Night Star continent. And yet, despite their different appearances and despite never having met each other before, the 2 men stood side by side as they faced off against Shenlong, before the man in the beast hide who was at the peak rank 9 of the spirit realm looked at the young man next to him and said, "Let's fight him off together? Since he can fight and even kill a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, he is definitely stronger than both you and me. However, if we fight him together, there is a chance that we can kill him. In the end, we can both fight each other and at least one of us will pass this test." Shenlong saw as the young man in white robes didn't even need to think about this offer, as he nodded his head without any hesitation. After all, Fighting against Shenlong by himself would certainly spell his own death. Thus, fighting against the young man next to him after they had both killed Shenlong was a much better option. Shenlong shook his head, but he didn't feel much pity for the two rank 9 spirit realm cultivators in front of him, let alone that they already knew that their lives would be in danger before they participated in the Holy Sex test. The Holy Sex instructions were clear: kill or be killed. If you are not willing to kill the enemies in front of you, you can wait and be killed by them instead. After all, this was the cultivation world, and every single expert had already stepped upon the bodies of tens, hundreds, or even thousands of other cultivators already. Instead, although he stared at the two people in front of him, Shenlong's mind was on Lu Mei and whether she had landed in an easier group than him. Of course, even if her group is harder than this, as long as she uses that, her life will most likely not be in danger, but I really hope that she won't have to use it. At the same time, Shenlong saw the peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him taking out a long spear from his spatial ring, while the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator unsheathed his sword, as they both rushed towards Shenlong at the same time, unwilling to allow him to take the initiative. Shenlong, however, had an apathetic expression on his face when he saw the scene in front of his eyes, as he said in a completely calm tone, "Monarch's domain." The invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body, completely covering Shenlong, as well as the two rank 9 spirit realm cultivators who were rushing towards him at the same time. Under Shenlong's gaze, time instantly stopped flowing inside the monarch's domain, forcing the bodies of the two men in front of him to go still. Shenlong didn't hesitate, as he took a step forward and slashed the illusionary purple blade in his right hand sideways, instantly tearing open the two rank 9 spirit realm cultivators' chests, and destroying their hearts. Blood filled Shenlong's hands, but not a single drop of this blood touched the spatial blade in his hand, as the bodies of the two rank 9 spirit realm cultivators lifelessly collapsed on the ground at the same time. In front of Shenlong's peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivation, the two men had been completely helpless as soon as they stepped inside the monarch's domain. Shenlong barely had enough time to remove the two men's spatial rings, when a blinding white light covered his body from head to toe, like a cocoon that completely obstructed his vision. Barely a few moments later, Shenlong felt a dizziness overcoming his mind, as his body slowly turned transparent and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 382, each with their own plans. Monarch of Time. A few seconds later, Shenlong's blurry vision slowly turned clear, as he found himself inside a dark, closed space that resembled a cave. His surroundings, however, were completely dark, with only a faint trace of light coming from the distance up ahead. Since that Dao Emperor had said that this was only the first test, there must be at least another one that will follow up. Well, it makes sense as well. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone who managed to kill 3 people be eligible to join the Holy Sect? In that case, forget about the nascent soul stage cultivators. Even rank 9 spirit realm experts would be able to easily join after passing the first test successfully. Additionally, based on what Zhaolan had said 2 years ago, the test of the Holy Sect is going to be more than just hard. After all, that old man had been certain that only the top geniuses of the Night Star continent would have a chance to pass. In that case, let's see what this second test really entails. As he sorted out his thoughts, Shenlong spread his spirit sense around his body, before he walked towards the source of light in the distance. At the same time, in a jade-white arena similar to the one that Shenlong was standing during the first test, Lu Mei was holding the Four Seasons Azure Sword in her hand, as she faced a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. The young man in front of Lu Mei was at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, and was holding a pair of daggers in his hands as he attacked Lu Mei without stop. It was obvious that these 2 daggers were rank 2 gold grade weapons, and perhaps even peak rank 2 gold grade ones. Lu Mei was having a hard time defending herself against the young man's relentless attacks, but she still gritted her teeth as she continued to fight against him. Aside from Lu Mei and this young man, there were 4 other people who were fighting against each other. It was a peak rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who was holding a hammer with both of his hands and was attacking a peak rank 9 spirit realm young woman relentlessly, as well as an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator who was fighting a young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm. In a sense, Lu Mei's group could be considered even more dangerous than Shenlong's. Although there were only 3 nascent soul stage experts just like in Shenlong's group, the strongest of them was at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, and had killed 3 late-stage spirit realm cultivators almost instantly, causing a white light to descend from the sky and cover his body before it teleported him away. As for the second strongest person, who was the peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator who was holding a hammer, he had already killed 2 late-stage spirit realm cultivators as well, and only needed to take care of the young woman in front of him to successfully pass the first test. As for the remaining early rank 1 nascent soul cultivator who was fighting with the young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm, as well as Lu Mei and her own opponent, they could be considered the luckier ones since they hadn't been targeted by the 2 monsters and were left to fight opponents at the same level as them. Of course, fighting an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator as a peak rank 9 spirit realm wasn't an easy feat. Even 3 peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators wouldn't be able to stand against a rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. Finally, just as Lu Mei felt that she was unable to hold on any longer, a blinding white light appeared from the sky and covered the peak rank 2 nascent soul expert's body like a cocoon, before the man slowly vanished from the jade white arena. The 4 remaining people, including Lu Mei, all turned their heads to look at the disappearing peak rank 2 nascent soul stage expert, before different looks flashed through everyone's eyes. A look of relief appeared in the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's eyes now that he was the strongest person left in this white platform, while the young man in front of him who was at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm had a look of despair in his eyes. He had been hoping that peak rank 2 nascent soul stage expert would kill this person in front of him and would allow the rest of them to fight against each other for the final spot. This way, he would have a better chance to pass through the holy sex test as well. However, seeing that person had disappeared, his own hopes to pass the test were also extinguished as well. At the same time, Lu Mei noticed that the man in front of her had actually stopped attacking her all of a sudden. Instead, his lips had curved up into a smile, and without any hesitation, he abandoned his fight with Lu Mei as he rushed towards the remaining nascent soul expert. Lu Mei instantly understood what that man was trying to do. He is trying to kill that nascent soul cultivator before that person can kill the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him. Lu Mei didn't move, and instead, she simply watched the young man who was wielding the 2 daggers in his hands with a calm look behind her white veil. Before that man could stab the rank 1 nascent soul expert in the back, Lu Mei watched as the nascent soul stage cultivator turned around with a mocking look in his eyes, and swung the saber in his hands towards the young man's waist. Of course, how could the nascent soul stage cultivator not expect that as soon as they were just the 4 of them left in the arena, Lu Mei and the young man who was fighting against her would try and team up with the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him and would try to get rid of him first. Then they would look to fight for the last place against each other? He had already been on guard against a sneak attack from behind, certain that it was going to come sooner or later. Seeing that his attack had failed, the young man with the 2 gold-grade daggers in his hands hurriedly stepped back before the saber's attack could land on his waist, as he then turned his eyes towards Lu Mei. Then, with an anxious look on his face, he shouted angrily, "Are you going to help us take care of this guy, or will you wait until it's your turn to die after he kills us one by one?" Of course, although this young man knew that their chances to fight against a nascent soul stage expert weren't high, this was his best bet to pass the test. He already knew that he was much stronger than Lu Mei, and probably he could even kill her if he had gone all out earlier, but he had simply been waiting for the 2 other nascent soul stage experts to disappear before he turned his attention towards the remaining one. After he and Lu Mei, as well as the remaining young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm managed to take care of him, then they could fight against each other. With his strength as the highest among the 3 of them, and once Lu Mei's and the middle rank 9 spirit realm young man's strength were depleted, he would certainly emerge as the winner then. However, the problem was that Lu Mei was simply spectating the fight instead of joining. If it was just 2 against 1, then the young man with the 2 daggers had no confidence in killing an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. Ha 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 ha, you worthless worms! You think that you can kill me even if you all band together? Do you know why I haven't killed any of you just yet? It's because I was waiting for those 2 monsters to disappear first and make sure that they don't go crazy and fight against me. I allowed them to choose their targets, since none of you matter to me in the first place. Before the young man with the daggers had time to respond, however, Lu Mei smiled coldly beneath her white veil, before a pitch-black ball of qi appeared between her hands. Although the young man with the daggers had his own scheme, while the early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator had his own plans as well, how could Lu Mei not have plans of her own? The reason why Lu Mei was fighting with her own sword and wasn't showing her full strength as a necromancer was because she didn't want to attract the attention of the 2 nascent soul stage experts from before. Although she had a trump card that she could use and could most likely protect herself, unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to use it. The rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's eyes constricted when he saw the black ball in Lu Mei's hands, as a sense of lethal danger instantly appeared in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately abandoned the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him. As he turned around and rushed towards Lu Mei, he could feel that nothing good was going to come from the black ball of chi in that woman's hands and he had to kill her right away. However, before the early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator could even close half the distance between himself and Lu Mei, the black ball filled with death chi suddenly fell on the ground. The terrifying aura of death filled the jade-white platform of the holy sect, as an army of white skeletons led by a dozen undead knights surrounded Lu Mei, like soldiers paying their respects to their general. Chapter 383, Lu Mei's Prowess. Monarch of Time. The early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator instantly stopped in his tracks, as he stared at the army of undead creatures that were emerging from the black ball of chi with a look of fear in his eyes. In just 4 breaths of time, 300 jade-white skeletons, as well as 18 undead knights, were standing in front of Lu Mei, as they faced the 3 men who were standing in front of her. The young man with the gold-grade daggers who had previously fought against Lu Mei could feel his knees growing weak as he stared at the white skeletons and the black-armored undead knights who were now looking at him, as he then asked in a disbelieving voice, "What kind of monster are you?" Of course, this question was aimed towards Lu Mei, who was looking at the 3 young men in front of her with an expressionless look beneath her white veil. What kind of monster could summon so many undead creatures out of nowhere? At this moment, the look in Lu Mei's eyes was completely different from the gentle and warm look she had when she looked at Shenlong. There was only coldness and apathy as she stared at the 3 people in front of her, while the aura of death around her body was only growing stronger and stronger until it slowly reached its peak. Lu Mei had already faced the young man with the 2 daggers, and could clearly feel how close she had been to death earlier. Even with her peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivation, she had reached a point where she had been unable to hold on any longer with just her 4 seasons azure sword. If the fight had continued for a few more moments, she was certain that she would have no other choice, other than to summon her undead creatures earlier if she didn't want to die. Of course, since this was the holy sect's test, Lu Mei knew that she couldn't blame anyone else for her own weakness. Although her Dao of Death was extremely powerful, Lu Mei knew that she was unsuitable to fight head-on against her enemies. Additionally, if it wasn't because she had wanted to keep a low profile earlier and didn't want to attract the attention of the peak rank 2 and the middle rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, she would have summoned her undead creatures long ago. However, it wasn't just the peak rank 9 spirit realm young man who felt fear when he faced Lu Mei's undead army. Even the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert felt terror growing in his heart the moment that he sensed the white skeletons and the black armored undead knights cultivation level. Although the jade white skeletons were just at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm, there were actually more than 300 of them. As for the undead knights who were leading them, their cultivation was even higher than the skeletons, as it had already reached the peak of the spirit realm. Over 300 rank 9 spirit realm opponents, even a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator would actually have trouble facing this monster. How can a small, spirit realm worm, summon so many creatures at the same level as her? A look of despair appeared in the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's eyes as he stared at the ugly creatures in front of him. He knew that even with his own strength and the 2 remaining spirit realm cultivators, they wouldn't be able to destroy Lu Mei's army, unless another nascent soul cultivator could somehow appear and help them. Lu Mei, however, didn't seem to be willing to wait any longer. Instead, she pointed her hand forward as she said in a low voice, "Kill." The entire arena started to tremble the moment that Lu Mei's voice resounded through the air, as the jade-white skeletons and the 3 meters 10 feet tall, black-armored undead knights instantly marched forward. Surprisingly, it was the young man with the 2 daggers who was the first to compose himself in the face of this terrifying army, and looking at Lu Mei who was standing still behind the skeletons and the undead knights, He then turned to look at the early rank 1 nascent soul expert next to him as he said in a determined tone, "It's not over yet. As long as we can kill that woman, then there is still a chance for us to survive." The nascent soul stage young man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the peak rank 9 spirit realm young man next to him, but in the end, he still nodded his head with a resolute look in his eyes. Killing Lu Mei was the only option they had left to begin with, if they wanted to survive. Without any hesitation, the spirit realm cultivators and the nascent soul stage experts split up, as they charged into the midst of Lu Mei's army. However, contrary to what the three men had originally expected, Lu Mei's skeletons and undead knights weren't disorganized. Instead, they split into 3 groups, as 10 skeletons attacked the young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm, while more than 100 skeletons surrounded the man with the 2 daggers whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm instead. As for the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert, a look of despair appeared in his eyes as he had to fight off against the attacks of the 18 undead knights and the remaining almost 200 skeletons. In less than a minute, the 2 spirit realm cultivators were the first ones to die under the skeletons' relentless attacks, as the 2 men's bodies were filled with wounds from the white-bone swords. As for the early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, it only took a few minutes for him to be drowned in the undead knight's attacks that didn't even spare his soul in the process. Lu Mei, however, didn't try to absorb the energy from the 2 spirit realm cultivators and the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. Instead, she simply removed their spatial rings, before a bright white light descended from the sky, completely sealing off her vision at the same time. Her body that was covered by a white light, slowly turned into motes of light as she disappeared from the white platform, leaving behind nothing but the bodies of the dead cultivators. Chapter 384, Barrier of Knowledge. Monarch of Time. At the same time that Lu Mei disappeared from the white platform, Shenlong, who had walked for more than 10 minutes inside the dark cave, had finally arrived at the source of light in the distance ahead. However, contrary to Shenlong's expectations, the source of light wasn't coming from the sunlight that led to the exit of the cave. Instead, it was coming from an enormous barrier of light that was erected right in the middle of the cave itself. This barrier was shining with a bright azure color that resembled the clear sky, and yet, it was this same barrier that was barring Shenlong's path, preventing him from walking further forward. After taking a look around him and examining his surroundings, Shenlong noticed 2 major details. The first was that there was nothing else in this place aside from this barrier of light. It seemed to have been set up in such a way that completely blocked Shenlong's path forward. The second detail was that in the center of the barrier, there was the outline of a palm print. Shenlong immediately thought that this must be related to the second test of the Holy Sect. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to suddenly arrive in this place after passing the first test, only to see this bizarre sight. After hesitating for a moment, he decided against using his Dao of space and tearing the space in front of him open, to arrive at the other side of the cave. Since this was the test of the Holy Sect, it was very likely that there were supervisors who were paying attention to this test, and they would most likely be alerted if someone tried to cheat. Shenlong took a few moments to verify that there was nothing else in this place, before he slowly walked up to the azure barrier in front of him, and placed his hand on the empty spot with the outline of a palm. The moment that his hand touched the barrier of light, Shenlong felt his vision blur for the second time today, as the melodic voice of a woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Welcome to the Barrier of Knowledge. This is also the second test of the Holy Sect. Unlike the first test, this test won't test your resolve to be cultivators or your luck. Instead, this time it will be your talent as well as your comprehension ability that will be tested. After all, talent and comprehension ability are equally as important to a cultivator as their own resolve and will to become stronger. At the same time, this test can also be considered a gift from my Holy Sect, to all of you who passed the first test. As the voice finished speaking, Shenlong could see the enormous barrier of light in front of him change as various symbols started to appear on its surface one after the other, before the melodic voice of the woman then continued. You will be allowed to choose a single saint low-grade cultivation technique or martial skill from the Barrier of Knowledge. You have 5 days to get a preliminary understanding of the cultivation technique or the martial skill that you choose. If you fail to comprehend even the preliminary stages of that technique during the 5 days, then you can only be considered to have failed the test. Once you finish comprehending that technique, You only need to place your hand on the barrier of knowledge and circulate the technique that you chose. The barrier will judge your results and will choose whether you have failed or succeeded. As the voice disappeared from Shenlong's head, he saw the various symbols on the azure-colored barrier in front of him converge into different letters, before they formed the names of cultivation techniques or martial skills. What? Shenlong was unable to believe his eyes for a second, as he stared at the endless converging words that filled the so-called barrier of knowledge. Almost 10,000 cultivation techniques and martial skills had appeared in his eyes, and all of them were at the Saint low grade. The only Saint grade cultivation technique that Shenlong had previously seen was the moonlight sigil that he had obtained from Kui Kuliang's collection, and Shenlong had assumed that even that was on the weaker spectrum of Saint low-grade cultivation techniques since it only allowed its user to practice it at night. Of course, that was if Shenlong excluded his own Monarch's hourglass, which was most likely far above the Saint grade, as well as Lu Mei's blood absorption art. As for Saint low-grade martial skills, Shenlong had never seen any of them before. Even in the contribution hall of the Alchemists Guild in the Heaven's Dome City, where alchemists were allowed to trade their contribution points for cultivation techniques, martial skills, or medicinal ingredients that they needed, Shenlong had only seen one Saint low-grade cultivation technique, and even that was inferior to the Moonlight Sigil as well. As for martial skills that alchemists were allowed to trade for, the highest among them was only at the Mystic High grade. Of course, Shenlong had also believed that it was very possible for the higher echelons of the Alchemists Guild to have at least a few more Saint low-grade cultivation techniques or martial skills, but they would definitely reserve those for themselves and wouldn't allow them to be traded for contribution points. After all, Jin Wenling had already told Shenlong that behind their Alchemists Guild was the Feng family of the Central Region, a family that was able to spread the Alchemists Guild throughout the entire Night Star continent as well as the desolate East, must definitely have at least a few Saint low-grade cultivation techniques or martial skills in their treasury. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Shenlong turned his sight towards the barrier of knowledge in front of him, as he saw the endless names of cultivation techniques and martial skills that filled his eyes. Chapter 385, The Tip of the Iceberg. Monarch of Time. Infernal Qi Refinement Art. A Saint low-grade cultivation technique that allows its user to absorb the qi in the air around them, and transform it into infernal qi that they can store in their danshan. This cultivation technique is exceptionally suited for cultivators who had comprehended the Dao of Fire. If the cultivator who trains in this technique chooses to absorb the qi from a hot environment, their cultivation speed will increase according to the heat's intensity. Only the first part of the cultivation technique is available. Earth Armor's Protection. A Saint low-grade martial skill that allows its user to condense their qi into a protective armor around their body and protect themselves from physical attacks. This martial skill is exceptionally suitable for qi cultivators who had comprehended the Dao of Earth. Even body refinement cultivators at the same level will have trouble piercing through the earth armor in a short amount of time. Only the first part of the martial skill is available. Holy Light Absorption Art. A Saint low-grade martial skill that allows its user to absorb the qi around them and transform it into light element qi that they can store in their danshan. This cultivation technique is much stronger than most other Saint low-grade cultivation techniques, but its degree of difficulty is also much higher. Only cultivators who have comprehended the Dao of Light can train in this technique. Only the first part of the cultivation technique is available. Shenlong stared in front of him with wide eyes, as more and more cultivation techniques and martial skills filled his gaze, all of which were clearly at the Saint grade. Additionally, when compared to the Moonlight Sigil that he had gotten from Kui Kuliang in the past, or the Saint low-grade cultivation technique from the Alchemists Guild in the Heaven's Dome City, these techniques were clearly at a higher level, despite them being at the Saint low grade as well. The Holy Sect is definitely much stronger than the Feng family that is supporting the Alchemists Guild. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to teach so many cultivation techniques and martial skills only to those who managed to pass through the first test. Even if these martial skills and cultivation techniques are all incomplete, they are still countless times more valuable than any mystic high-grade cultivation technique or martial skill. As Shenlong stared at the Saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills in front of him and noticed that he was only allowed to study the first part, he didn't feel any disappointment. Instead, he had already expected that and thought that it was completely natural. After all, How could the holy sect hand over the complete saint-grade techniques and skills like they were cabbages on the streets? This is definitely done in order to entice every cultivator into doing their best to enter the sect. At the same time, even if these people return back to their own continents in the future, as long as they haven't obtained the complete cultivation techniques or martial skills, they would definitely ask their descendants or disciples to do so for them once they participated in the test of the holy sect. As Shenlong's train of thought continued towards that direction, he suddenly guessed that the Shengtian dynasty and the other peak powers of the Night Star continent that had sent their descendants to participate in the holy sect's test must have definitely told them to do their best and obtain certain powerful saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. After all, if any of them managed to enter the holy sect and could obtain even a single powerful saint-grade cultivation technique or a martial skill, to those peak powers of the Night Star continent it would be countless times more useful than obtaining even 10 saint low-grade techniques at once. Such a matter could even change the balance of power inside an entire continent, creating a new peak power that could probably exceed even the likes of the Shengtian dynasty and the others. After a brief moment of pause, a look of realization flashed through Shenlong's eyes at the same time, as he then thought to himself. Indeed, only a huge power that is many times stronger than any power from the Night Star continent could possibly hold such a recruitment event and at such a large scale. Even if 3/4 of all the participants from the Night Star continent were eliminated during the first test, that still leaves 50,000 people from the original 200,000 that had entered the first test. However, there were definitely people from other continents instead of just the Night Star continent that participated in the first test. In the eastern region alone, there are said to be 2 other continents as well aside from the Night Star continent, and it's very likely that the test of the Holy Sect involved those 2 continents as well. Additionally, based on the different clothings that those people were wearing, the Holy Sect's test definitely involved more than just the 3 continents of the eastern region. The southern region is also said to have 4 different continents which are probably the same size as the Night Star continent, while the western region has 2 of them. As for the northern region, it is said to have 5 continents instead. Even if the Holy Sect's test didn't expand to all of those continents and instead it just reached half of them, if each continent has on average as many people as the Night Star continent, just the people who managed to pass through the first test of the Holy Sect must definitely exceed 400,000, and these 400,000 are the strongest cultivators from the original 1,600,000 that entered the first test. As Shenlong realized the horrifying level of influence and power that the Holy Sect had, a look of shock had appeared in his eyes. At the same time, as he reached this conclusion, Shenlong seemed to have realized another thing as well. In that case, these are definitely not all of the cultivation techniques that the Holy Sect has. This is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, it would have made no sense for the Holy Sect to leak their elite techniques to people in every continent. Even if it is just the first part of the techniques, this isn't a trivial matter. Unless they have even stronger cultivation techniques and martial skills, there is no way that they would dare to do this. As Shenlong reached this conclusion, his eyes continued to gaze at the names on the barrier of knowledge, before his gaze was suddenly attracted to a certain martial skill. Saint low-grade martial skill, Death's Chant. Chapter 386, Choosing a Saint-grade martial skill. Monarch of Time. Death's Chant? A saint low-grade martial skill that allows its user to freely control their chi and use it to coat their weapon or armor, similar to that of a protective chi barrier. A weapon or armor that is covered by Death Chant will become increasingly stronger and more resilient, while it will also exude the decaying aura of death. Any enemy touched by Death Chant will find their life force being corroded at an extremely rapid rate, and will have to use their own chi to get rid of its effects. Only cultivators who have comprehended the Dao of Death can train this martial skill. Only the first part of the martial skill is available. As Shenlong read the description of this martial skill, his eyes immediately widened in surprise. This martial skill seemed like it had been tailor-made for Lume. No, it is more apt to say that this martial skill has been tailor-made for cultivators who have comprehended the Dao of Death instead. I wonder if Mayer has already advanced to the second test by now as well. Shenlong had guessed that it was very unlikely that there would be another person who had comprehended the Dao of Death during this selection exam of the Holy Sect. According to Little Black's words, Not even 1 in 10 million cultivators may be able to comprehend the Dao of Death and survive, due to its extraordinarily strict and dangerous condition. As this thought flashed through Shenlong's mind, he threw one final glance towards the Death's Chant, before he continued to look at more martial skills in front of him, in hopes that he would find something suitable for him. As for cultivation techniques, Shenlong decided to ignore them. Since he had the Monarch's Hourglass, training in another cultivation technique would most likely be a waste. Although the Stone of Time would more often than not put Shenlong in situations of extreme danger, both the Monarch's Hourglass as well as the Monarch's Eternal Body were extremely important parts of his strength that Shenlong wasn't willing to replace. As Shenlong continued to sweep his gaze over the barrier of knowledge, his eyes lit up as he stared at the name of a certain martial skill that had instantly attracted his attention. Thunder God's Slash? A saint low-grade martial skill, suitable for cultivators who wield a sword? It allows a cultivator to gather their chi on their sword, and send out a powerful slash filled with lightning element chi, that will obliterate everything in its path. Cultivators who have comprehended the Dao of Thunder or the Dao of Lightning are extremely suitable to train in this martial skill, increasing the martial skill's power even further. Only the first part of the martial skill is available. Shenlong's eyes instantly lit up when he read the description of this martial skill. He had already found more than 50 martial skills related to either swords or sabers already, but this was the first time that a technique also involved the Dao of Thunder or the Dao of Lightning. As for the star-rank sword inside the Stone of Time, that was clearly a weapon infused with the Dao of Lightning. Although Shenlong himself wasn't proficient in either of these two Daos, since the sword itself had a small part of the Dao of Lightning inside it that its wielder could use, this martial skill was highly suitable for Shenlong who had no martial skills related to a sword. I shouldn't be rash. Perhaps there will be a martial skill related to the Dao of Time or the Dao of Space among them? I shouldn't be in a hurry to choose just yet. After calming himself down, Shenlong continued to stare at the rest of the cultivation techniques and martial skills on the barrier of knowledge. Although there were 10,000 skills and cultivation techniques in front of him, an hour later, Shenlong was slightly disappointed when he realized that none of them were related to the Dao of Time or the Dao of Space. However, he had already expected this result as well. After all, rarer Daos will have even fewer people who had comprehended them, and in turn created cultivation techniques or martial skills related to those Daos in the end. Even for the Dao of Death, which Shenlong had assumed that it was just slightly easier to comprehend than his Dao of Space, aside from Death's Chant, Shenlong didn't find any other martial skill or cultivation technique. As for other related martial skills, although Shenlong did find a movement technique that seemed to be very suitable to him, in the end, he still decided to choose the Thunder God's Slash. After all, now that the Purple Blossom Staff is becoming obsolete when faced against with everyone else who all have at least rank 2 and rank 3 gold grade weapons, a martial skill that can enhance the power of the Black Sword is extremely important. After he had taken his decision, Shenlong closed his eyes and allowed his spirit sense to enter the barrier of knowledge, and touch the golden words of the Thunder God's Slash. The moment that his spirit sense touched the golden words, Shenlong felt a stream of information coming from the barrier of knowledge in front of him, as it entered his mind. However, he didn't feel any discomfort, and simply allowed his mind to absorb the information related to the Thunder God's Slash. 6 hours later, Shenlong opened his eyes and saw the bright blue wall in front of him that was now empty of any other words. All other cultivation techniques and martial skills had disappeared. Aside from the azure light that was still coming from the barrier, as well as the palm imprint that was still present, there was nothing else on the barrier of knowledge. Shenlong's lips curved up when he saw the sight in front of him, and ignoring the empty barrier of light in front of him, he suddenly closed his eyes, as a black sword with strange patterns appeared in his right hand. Chapter 387, Training in a Saint-Grade Martial Skill. Monarch of Time. Holding the star-rank black sword in his right hand, Shenlong didn't make a move right away. Instead, he stood still for a moment with his eyes closed, almost as if he was processing the information in his mind. The Thunder God's Slash has 3 moves. The first move requires me to gather my chi in my hands, and inject it inside the sword before I use the Dao of Lightning or the Dao of Thunder to slash the air in front of me. Although I haven't comprehended any of these 2 Daos, the Dao of Lightning inside the black sword should be more than sufficient to make up for this issue. After all, this is the biggest advantage of a star rank weapon. The only problem is, that to use the first move of the Thunder God's Slash, a cultivator needs to have reached the nascent soul stage at the very least. Although I have yet to enter the nascent soul stage, my chi is probably not inferior to that of an early nascent soul cultivator's. As for my spirit sense, although it is much weaker compared to an actual soul sense that should be able to reach at least 30 meters around a nascent soul stage expert's body, it shouldn't matter too much since I can extend it beyond my body like a weaker soul sense. As for the second and the third moves of the Thunder God's Slash, they can only wait until I enter the holy sect in the future. I shouldn't be too overconfident either. There is definitely no lack of geniuses from all over the continents while my own cultivation is only at the peak of the spirit realm. Against a strong genius who has reached the rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, I may not necessarily be able to win, even with the black sword in my hands. After all, the difference in cultivation can't be breached so easily. At the same time, I also don't know if there will be anyone else who may also have any star rank weapon either. Although these weapons are extremely rare, I can't possibly rule out this possibility either. After reorganizing his thoughts, Shenlong first calmed himself down, before he actually closed his eyes and emptied his thoughts. Holding the black sword in his right hand, Shenlong first circulated the monarch's hourglass, as 81 balls of qi appeared above his head in the upper part of the invisible hourglass. During the past 2 years, Shenlong had already purified all 80 balls of qi, bringing them at the same level of purity as the 81st. With his eyes closed, Shenlong stirred his qi inside the monarch's hourglass, as waves of pure qi entered the peak rank 1 star rank sword in his hands. The strange patterns on the sword's surface lit up with a golden light, before sparks of lightning appeared around the black sword's edge. Contrary to Shenlong's original expectations, however, the star rank sword wasn't that easy to use. Just to fully activate the Dao of lightning inside it, Shenlong had to expend more than 10% of his qi. Considering that even more qi was required for the Dao of lightning inside the sword to stay active during a fight, Shenlong realized the difficulty of using a star rank weapon with an insufficient cultivation. Shenlong, however, didn't seem to mind the expenditure of his qi, as his mind was fully focused on the Saint low-grade martial skill in his head. According to the first move of the Thunder God's Slash, a cultivator has to converge the energy of their Dao of lightning or their Dao of thunder around the sword's edge before sending a full-powered slash forward. After verifying the way to use the first move of the Thunder God's Slash, Shenlong used his qi to make the sparks of lightning around the sword converge on the black sword's edge. Using his spirit sense to cover the sword's surface, Shenlong raised the black sword in the air, ready to send a powerful slash forward filled with the Dao of lightning. However, the moment that the sword was raised above his head, Shenlong could feel the lightning around it getting out of control, as the sparks of lightning easily escaped the control of his spirit sense, and started to flow chaotically around the sword's surface instead of converging on the sword's edge. A few moments later, the sparks of lightning around the sword's surface disappeared, before the strange golden patterns started to dim. Shenlong wasn't disappointed that he had failed to control the Thunder God's Slash on the first try. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his hand still holding on the black sword's hilt, as he thought to himself. The Dao of lightning inside the black sword is definitely amplifying the might of the skill, but it is also easier for the lightning to go out of control. If I had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, I could probably use the Dao of time to completely control the sparks of lightning without needing to use my spirit sense. Additionally, I could probably also enhance the power of the Thunder God's Slash, if I merged the effects of my Dao of time with the Dao of lightning. The moment that this thought took root in Shenlong's head, the urge to break through to the nascent soul stage became even more intense in his heart. He knew that his comprehension level of the Dao of time was already sufficient to break through to the nascent soul stage, but his soul still didn't have the feeling of breaking through just yet. Although Shenlong could break through at any moment he wanted, he also knew that forcing a breakthrough when his mind wasn't ready would most likely end up having adverse effects instead. A day passed in the blink of an eye, as Shenlong had remained seated in front of the barrier of knowledge during this time. Finally, as the day neared its end, he stood up from the ground, and faced the azure barrier in front of him with a bright look in his eyes, before he slowly raised the black sword above his head. The patterns on the sword's surface once again lit up with a bright golden light, while sparks of lightning crackled on the sword's surface. As the lightning converged on the sword's edge, Shenlong clenched the sword's hilt tightly, before he slashed the black sword forward towards the azure barrier in front of him. Chapter 388, Choice. Monarch of Time. A powerful, black-colored sword filled with the Dao of lightning escaped from the black sword, as it flew towards the barrier of knowledge in front of Shenlong. However, the moment that the black-colored slash touched the barrier, the azure barrier barely rippled, before the sword slash lost all of its strength and quickly disappeared. It looked no different than a small rock being thrown into the sea, barely creating any waves in the process. Shenlong, however, didn't seem disappointed when he saw the scene in front of him. Instead, it seemed as if he had already expected this, as his lips curved up into a smile. Of course, how could a barrier that could contain information about tens of thousands of martial skills and cultivation techniques be harmed by a single sword slash at the early nascent soul stage? Even if it was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator instead of Shenlong, they may not necessarily be able to damage the azure barrier in front of him. This was the reason why Shenlong had decided to send the black-colored sword slash towards the barrier of knowledge, instead of randomly hacking and slashing at the walls around him. This was Shenlong's way to test the power of the Thunder God's slash without destroying the cave he was in, and possibly getting buried in the process. At the same time, Shenlong had also realized that his comprehension of the Thunder God's slash had almost reached 20% by now. This meant that his comprehension of this low-grade martial skill had already reached a preliminary understanding. In other words, he could pass the second test the moment that he stood up and placed his hand on the palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge. However, after thinking about it for a while, Shenlong simply shook his head as he thought to himself seriously. It's very likely that there will be another test after this one. After all, according to that old man from the Alchemist Guild, the Holy Sex test is extremely hard to pass. Based on what he had said, he had clearly believed that not more than 3 people from the Night Star continent would manage to pass the test and enter the sect. Although I don't know how fast everyone else is, it is impossible that there are only 3 people in the entire Night Star continent who can manage to pass through this test and comprehend a low-grade technique to a preliminary understanding within 5 days. As for me, what I lack the most right now is a proper martial skill to use along with the black sword, as well as experience with the sword itself. Although the second matter is simply impossible to be solved in a matter of 5 days, I can use the remaining 4 days to try and comprehend the first move of the Thunder God's slash even further. Therefore, even if I have to face a rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, I will still have a killer card if my time prison is unable to affect them. Coming to this decision, Shenlong didn't hesitate any further, as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground once again. As for entering the foggy space in the Stone of Time to accelerate time and comprehend the skill even further within the remaining 4 days, Shenlong decided against it in the end. Although he had believed that it was impossible for the Holy Sect to monitor every single one of the hundreds of thousands of disciples who were taking the second test at the same time, in the off chance that someone from the Holy Sect noticed that this cave was empty and came to investigate it, Shenlong wouldn't have a way to explain where he had gone once he returned. In that case, forget about being unable to join the Holy Sect, his own life could very likely be in danger. After all, as the second test of the Holy Sect, it was very likely that any abnormalities would be detected by the Holy Sect itself. Half a day quickly passed, but Shenlong remained seated in front of the barrier of knowledge without moving an inch, as he tried to comprehend the Thunder God's slash even further. At the same time, in a spacious hall inside a luxurious white palace that pierced the clouds, a white-robed elder with long white hair and a clean-shaven face had focused his gaze on the horizon with a serious expression on his face. Aside from the elder, more than 5,000 young men and women dressed in yellow robes were also gathered in this hall, as they stared at a gigantic screen of light that was placed at the center of the hall with interest in their eyes. Thousands of scenes were depicted in this gigantic screen of light that looked very similar to the barrier of knowledge in front of Shenlong, showing different young men and women every time. All of these young men and women were either brandishing their weapons, or they were sitting cross-legged on the ground like Shenlong, trying to further comprehend the cultivation techniques or martial skills that they had chosen. Suddenly, a certain scene seemed to have turned bigger, attracting everyone's attention, as it depicted a person in black robes who was completely covering his appearance, placing his right hand on palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge. Behind that person, a pair of huge black wings that were covered by dark red flames seemed to have sprouted from his back, but surprisingly, They didn't set his robes on fire. The appearance of these wings, along with the face covered by the black robes, gave off an eerie feeling to anyone who watched this scene. Suddenly, the azure barrier in front of that person lit up as his hand touched the palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge, before a series of words appeared one after the other, shining with a bright white light. Saint low-grade martial skill, demonic wings? Level of comprehension, 27%. Pass. Chapter 389, Geniuses. Monarch of Time. As these words appeared on the barrier of knowledge, an azure light covered the person in black robes before he disappeared from the dark cave. Everyone in the hall, including the white-robed elder who was previously staring on the horizon, had instantly turned their eyes towards the gigantic screen of light with various expressions on their faces. The first person who has comprehended a Saint low-grade martial skill, and it's the demonic wings no less. This person managed to comprehend 27% of the demonic wings in less than 2 days. What kind of monster is this? Even junior brother Zhenshi had only comprehended 25% of this martial skill during the same time frame. Hehe, I look forward to this person's 4th test. It is bound to be very interesting. Even the white-robed elder looked at the white screen with a curious look in his eyes, as his gaze was focused on the figure of the person in black robes that was quickly disappearing. Of course, as the first person who managed to comprehend a Saint low-grade martial skill from the hundreds of thousands of people who were participating in the Holy Sex test, that person would naturally attract everyone's attention. However, barely an hour had passed since the black-robed man had disappeared, when 2 more scenes were suddenly enlarged in the enormous screen of light at the center of the hall, attracting everyone's attention. The first scene showed a spiky-haired young man dressed in golden robes, placing his right hand on the palm imprint of the barrier of knowledge in front of him. Unlike the previous scene with the black-robed person who had a glaring pair of flaming black wings on his back, there was no such exaggerated scene around this young man. The only difference was that his own palm that was touching the barrier of knowledge was now shining with a dark red light. Suddenly, the azure barrier in front of the spiky-haired young man lit up, before a series of words that were shining with a bright white light appeared in his eyes, as well as in the eyes of the young men and women who were staring at the screen of light with rapt attention. Saint low-grade martial skill, Annihilation Palm? Level of comprehension, 26%. Pass. As these words appeared on the barrier of knowledge, the young men and women who were staring at the screen of light in front of them had looks of astonishment in their eyes, before a young woman then said, "Another person who managed to comprehend a Saint low-grade martial skill in just a little more than a day, and it's even the Annihilation Palm no less. Since when did these martial skills become so easy to comprehend? This person is probably not much weaker in terms of comprehension level even if he is compared to that black-robed young man from an hour ago. Wait, look at that guy." Just as everyone was staring at the spiky-haired young man in golden robes whose body was covered by the light from the barrier of knowledge and was slowly fading away, another young man shouted as he pointed towards the second screen with a surprised tone in his voice. A young man dressed in white robes, who had a pair of sword-like eyebrows, long black hair and deep blue eyes, was standing in front of the azure barrier of knowledge in front of him, while his own body seemed to have been bathed by a holy white light. A series of white words appeared on the azure barrier one after the other, while the bright light around his body seemed to be increasing in intensity. Saint low-grade cultivation technique, Holy Light Absorption Art. Level of comprehension, 29%. Pass. 29%? Just how high is this person's affinity with the Dao of Light? No, it's not just his affinity. His own level of comprehension in the Dao of Light is definitely not lacking either. When the white-robed elder heard this, he nodded his head, while his eyes were staring at the young white lord of the Night Star continent, Bai Longtian, with a profound look in his eyes, before he said in an emotionless voice, "Indeed, there are many factors to take note of as well when judging someone's talent. That person's level of comprehension regarding the Dao of Light is probably a level above the black-robed brat and that spiky-haired kid from earlier. However, this is only the level of comprehension regarding the Dao of Light, and the Daos that those two people used, and this is only a possibility in the end. After all, it's not impossible that the black-robed brat's comprehension level could also reach 28 or even 29% if he spent another hour. Perhaps he was simply unlucky, or perhaps he was in a hurry, which was why his comprehension level and talent seems to be lower than this white-robed kid's. It's not impossible that they are actually on the same level with each other. Additionally, When someone tries to comprehend a martial skill or a cultivation technique, even though the early stages are much easier, the later stages are far more difficult. As for the spiky-haired brat from before, it's also possible that his Dao didn't have the same level of affinity with the annihilation palm as these two brats. Bright lights appeared in the young men and young women's eyes when they heard the white-robed elder's words. Indeed, affinity with the Dao was also extremely important when judging someone's talent, and so was their level of comprehension. However, luck seemed to also play a small factor as well, and how compatible each person was with the cultivation technique or martial skill that they had chosen. Just as everyone kept staring at the screen that depicted Bai Longtian's body disappear and thought that this would be the last scene for a while, the enormous screen of light suddenly focused itself on another scene, as a gorgeous young woman with blonde hair and emerald eyes stood up and placed her palm on the barrier of knowledge in front of her. If Shenlong and Lu Mei could see this scene, they would be able to instantly recognize this young woman whose facial features greatly resembled Madame Xie Rong's from the Pale Moon Guild. This was the same young woman that Shenlong and Lu Mei had seen amidst the crowd in the outskirts of the Heaven's Dome City, right before the Holy Sex test had started. As Xie Ai placed her palm on the barrier of knowledge in front of her, a series of words appeared on the azure barrier's surface, but this time, the color of the words wasn't white, but a bright silver instead. Chapter 390, Lu Mei's Shocking Results. Monarch of Time. Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill, Creeping Shadows. Level of Comprehension, 31%. Pass. As these silver-colored words appeared on the surface of the barrier of knowledge, surprised expressions quickly appeared on the faces of the young men and women who were staring at the screen of light in the center of the hall. Even the white-robed elder raised his eyebrows as he stared at the beautiful young woman in green robes on the screen in front of him. After all, the words on the screen would only turn silver once someone had managed to comprehend more than 30% of the cultivation technique or the martial skill that they had chosen. Although comprehending 30% wasn't something rare to see during the Holy Sex second test, doing so in less than 2 days showed the affinity that this young woman had with the martial skill that she had chosen, as well as how high her level of comprehension as well as her talent really were. At the very least, her level of comprehension regarding martial skills was probably at least a level higher compared to the black-robed person from earlier, as well as the young white lord, Bai Longtian, and the spiky-haired young man. A few moments later, a young man in yellow robes was the first one to break the silence in the hall, as he looked at Xie Ai inside the screen of light and said with a bright smile on his face, "Hee, not only is that junior sister talented, but she is also extremely beautiful. Once she joins the sect, I would be very happy to teach her as her senior brother." A pretty young woman in yellow robes was the first one to react once she heard these words, as she looked at the young man who had just spoken with her eyes narrowed, before she asked him in a mocking tone, "Jinming, you want to teach her personally? What makes you think that she would want you to teach her anything in the first place? Besides, don't you think that it's too early to say that she will certainly pass the test and join the sect? Although the level of comprehension is important during the second test, it has absolutely nothing to do with the third test." Another young man nodded when he heard this, and with a serious look on his face, he looked at the young man named Jinming before he also added in, "Indeed, junior sister Hu is right. Although the second test values someone's talent and comprehension ability, it's still too early to say that this girl will definitely pass the third test, let alone the fourth one." The young man named Jinming, who had originally spoken in Xie Ai's favor, snorted when he heard this, but he didn't say anything else in response, as he kept staring at the screen of light at the center of the hall. Xie Ai's body that was covered by shadows was suddenly enveloped by a white light that came from the azure barrier in front of her, before her figure slowly faded away until it disappeared from the cave. In the next 12 hours that followed, only one other person aside from Xie Ai had managed to light up the silver words on the barrier of knowledge, but with Xie Ai as a precedent, the yellow-robed disciples of the Holy Sect didn't seem to have paid too much attention to that person. The second day soon came to an end, and the third day quickly took its place. However, during the last 2 days, Shenlong didn't seem to have moved at all, as he kept sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His right hand was still holding on the hilt of the star-rank black sword, but he didn't take any further action. Occasionally, sparks of lightning would appear on the black sword's surface, but they would only last for a moment before they would recede back inside the sword. As the third day slowly came to its end, thousands and thousands of people would place their hands on the barrier of knowledge in front of them at the same time. After all, the third day was usually the benchmark, where most of the people would start to successfully pass the test or they would fail. At the same time, people who had comprehended 30% weren't too rare anymore either. By the end of the third day, there had been at least 1,000 people who had managed to comprehend 30% of the cultivation techniques and martial skills that they had chosen from the barrier of knowledge. However, just before the third day could completely come to its end, in an isolated cave that was similar to Shenlong's, Lu Mei stood up from her meditative cushion that she had placed on the ground, and took a few steps forward, as she stood in front of the azure barrier at the center of the cave. After hesitating for a moment, her beautiful black eyes behind the white veil had turned serious, as she took a deep breath, and placed her lithe white palm on the palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge in front of her. Strands of death chi flowed around her hand at the same time, before a series of eye-catching golden-colored words started to appear on the azure barrier's surface. Although there were tens of thousands of people who were placing their hands on the azure barrier in front of them at the same time as Lu Mei, the golden-colored words had instantly attracted the attention of the disciples of the holy sect, who were now staring at the screen of light with wide-open eyes. Even the white-robed elder, who had only reacted a few times after he had seen Xiezing Ai's results earlier, had now placed his attention on Lu Mei's scene, as he saw a series of shocking golden-colored words, which made him almost lose his composure. Saint low-grade martial skill, Death's Chant, level of comprehension, 52%, pass. Chapter 391, Thunder Gods / Monarch of Time, Death's Chant. The white-robed old man mumbled in a voice filled with disbelief as he stared at Lu Mei's hand that was covered with black strands of death chi. As for the yellow-robed disciples, they had all fallen silent as they heard the old man's voice that reverberated throughout the spacious hall. A few seconds later, a young man looked at the elder who was dressed in white robes, before he asked in a hesitant voice, "Elder Zwan, weren't the requirements for a disciple to train in Death's Chant, that they first had to comprehend the Dao of Death?" The white-robed elder turned his eyes to look at the young man who had just spoken and nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes, before he once again turned his gaze towards the screen of light at the center of the hall, at Lu Mei's figure that had already started to disappear. Seeing the thoughtful look on Elder Zwan's face, a young woman took a deep breath before she asked curiously, "Elder Zwan, is the Dao of Death that powerful? Is it even more powerful than Senior Brother Wang's Dao of Eternal Night?" Serious looks immediately appeared on the faces of the disciples around the young woman when they heard her question, as they all then turned their attention towards Elder Zwan as they waited for his answer. Elder Zwan, however, didn't reply right away, and instead, he kept staring at the gigantic screen of light at the center of the hall. Without moving his gaze, the white-robed elder shook his head a few moments later, before he said seriously, "I can't be certain whether that girl's Dao of Death or if inner disciple Wang's Dao of Eternal Night is actually stronger if both of them were at the same level, but I do know one thing. The Dao of Death is definitely much more dangerous to comprehend than the Dao of Eternal Night. Although both of these Daos have a high degree of danger to start comprehending them, the Dao of Death actually requires a cultivator to peer through the abyss of death and live. However, the one similarity that the Dao of Death has with the Dao of Eternal Night is that cultivators who train in these Daos need to kill hundreds and thousands of cultivators in order to advance. Of course, this can be both a boon and a bane." The young woman who had asked the previous question seemed like she had wanted to ask some more things the moment that she heard this answer, but seeing that Elder Zwan wasn't willing to reveal anything else, she suppressed her curiosity as she turned her eyes towards Lu Mei at the gigantic screen of light once again. Lu Mei's body was covered by a bright white light, as her silhouette that had already started to fade, finally disappeared from the dark cave. As Lu Mei disappeared, the third day soon came to an end as well. Inside his own cave, Shenlong was completely oblivious to the commotion that Lu Mei's results had caused, as well as the revelation that she had comprehended the Dao of Death, causing plenty of disciples of the holy sect to pay attention to her. Instead, he kept sitting cross-legged on the ground, as he continued to comprehend the Thunder Gods / At times, Shenlong would occasionally inject part of his chi inside the black sword, and make the strange patterns on its surface lit up, while at other times he would simply continue sit inside the cave silently without even circulating his chi. During this time, Shenlong also felt himself coming a step closer towards the Dao of Lightning. However, comprehending a Dao, even in its initial stages, was never easy. As the fourth day came to an end and the fifth day started, the disciples of the holy sect who were watching the remaining participants of the second test in the gigantic screen of light in front of them, seemed to have exhaled a sigh of relief, as they started to chat between themselves in light-hearted tones. It's probably pointless to wait another day for the second test to finish. Those that were strong enough to pass and advance to the third test have already done so. There is no point in waiting. Let's see the third test already. Junior brother Mew is wrong. It's possible that there are still some people who are hiding themselves and are still trying to comprehend the cultivation technique or the martial skill that they have chosen as much as they can, before they test themselves in the barrier of knowledge. Senior brother, what's the point of waiting instead of competing with the rest about who is fastest? Isn't that a more accurate representation of their talent? Besides, it's not like the third test will wait for them either. I am sure those kids have already started. Hehe, there really were some terrifying brats among them. I wonder how many of them will manage to enter the test and become our junior brothers and sisters. However, let alone entering the sect, the third test itself is already terrifying enough to eliminate most of them. At the same time that the disciples of the holy sect were chatting between themselves, Shenlong, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for the past 3 days, finally opened his eyes. His golden-colored eyes had a sharp and serious look inside them, while his gaze resembled that of a sharp sword that was finally leaving its sheath. As he slowly stood up from the ground, Shenlong focused his gaze on the azure-colored barrier in front of him, as he mumbled to himself in a curious voice. Let's see the true power of a saint low-grade martial skill. Holding the black, star-rank sword in his hand, Shenlong started to inject large amounts of his qi inside it, lighting up the strange patterns on the sword's surface. At the same time, sparks of lightning appeared on the sword's surface as the golden-colored patterns started to light up, as Shenlong steadily raised the black sword in the air. Using his spirit sense, Shenlong guided the lightning around the sword's surface towards the sword's edge, practically forcing the berserk Dao of lightning to follow his will. Staring at the azure-colored barrier of knowledge, Shenlong narrowed his eyes as he slashed the star-rank sword forward at full force while he roared in his mind. Thunder God Slash! Almost 80% of his qi had been sapped from the 81 balls of qi above his head in a single instant, before a terrifying black-colored slash filled with berserk lightning left the black sword's edge, and flew towards the azure barrier of knowledge in front of him like a wild magic beast. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the disciples of the holy sect in the spacious hall, as they saw the powerful black-colored slash collide with the barrier of knowledge. The scene in front of Shenlong's eyes was completely different from the first time that he had used the Thunder God's slash. Crackling sounds could be heard from the sparks of lightning that were mixed in the powerful slash, as they kept trying to destroy the azure-colored barrier. Shenlong saw the enormous barrier of knowledge in front of him ripple a few times, before the Thunder God's slash lost its remaining strength and slowly disappeared. Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile when he saw the power of the Thunder God's slash, and without any hesitation, he took a few steps forward, as he stretched out his right hand and placed it on the palm imprint of the azure-colored barrier. Chapter 392, The Third Test's Rules. Monarch of Time. The spacious hall of the holy sect had fallen completely silent, as the yellow-robed disciples and even the white-robed elder Zhuan were all staring at Shenlong's results with eyes filled with shock. They couldn't believe the scene that they were seeing. The words that had appeared on the barrier of knowledge in front of Shenlong weren't gold in color, but instead, they were shining with the brilliance of stars in the middle of a starry night. They were filled with a pure white color that had a goldish hue inside it, while their content had left the elder of the holy sect and the yellow-robed disciples completely dumbfounded. Saint low-grade martial skill, Thunder God Slash. Level of comprehension, 92%. Pass. A deathly silence had filled the spacious hall for a few moments, before a young man in yellow robes was the first one to speak, as he could no longer restrain his shocked voice. Did the barrier of knowledge make a mistake? The rest of the disciples around this young man seemed to have been brought back to reality after hearing his words, as a flurry of discussions erupted in the previously dead silent hall. Could it really be that the barrier of knowledge made a mistake? Or perhaps, this person already knew of the Thunder God Slash beforehand, and he simply comprehended it further in these 4 days. This is impossible. The barrier of knowledge in the second test will not allow someone to pick a skill that they already knew before taking the test, and it will only react to the skill that that person has chosen. In other words, if this person already knew of the Thunder God / the barrier wouldn't have allowed him to pick it, and neither would it have reacted just now. The person who had said these words had obviously said them with absolute confidence in his voice, but he still turned his head at the same time to look at the white-robed Elder Swan, almost as if he was waiting for the Elder's confirmation. Seeing that every disciple inside the hall seemed to have turned their attention towards him, Elder Swan nodded his head somewhat absent-mindedly, while his eyes were still staring at the handsome blue-robed young man in the screen of light in front of him. What kind of monster is this? This is the first time that I am seeing someone reach above 90% during the second test. Just how high is his comprehension of the Dao of Lightning? Although Elder Swan's voice wasn't loud, and it was actually suppressed quite a bit, in the dead silent hall, every single disciple could hear it clearly in their ears. Of course, as one of the elders who was supervising the tests of the Holy Sect and was responsible to pay attention to any abnormalities, it wasn't rare for Elder Swan to see people comprehend 50, 60, or even 70% within 4 to 5 days. However, seeing that someone had managed to comprehend a Saint low-grade martial skill to more than 90% during this period of time, was indeed shocking to the elder. One could only imagine the elder's reaction if he knew that, not only had Shenlong not comprehended the Dao of Lightning before, but it was also the first time that he was coming in contact with a Saint low-grade martial skill as well. Of course, due to the Dao of Lightning inside the star-rank sword that was at an extremely high level and could aid Shenlong when he was learning martial skills related to the Dao of Lightning, as well as the fact that during the past 2 years that he had been comprehending the Dao of Time, Shenlong had also felt his own level of comprehension rising as well. Learning the first move of a Saint low-grade martial skill was no longer as difficult for Shenlong as it had been in the past. Isn't this level of talent and comprehension at the same level as an inner disciple's? It was unknown who had spoken this time, but it had instantly caused everyone in the hall to stare at Shenlong's figure with even more serious looks in their eyes. After all, even when compared to Lu Mei's or Xiezing I's results, Shenlong's was indeed even more shocking. Completely oblivious to the commotion that the results of his second test had caused, Shenlong had turned his attention to the azure-colored barrier in front of him, when suddenly, a bright white light shot out from the barrier's surface like a bolt of lightning, as it completely enveloped his body like a white membrane. The moment that the white light covered his body, Shenlong could feel his vision blur, as a feeling similar to that of spatial fluctuations appeared from the white membrane around him. The darkness of the cave and the light of the azure-colored barrier in front of him slowly disappeared as the light of the sun once again illuminated Shenlong's surroundings. As his vision slowly returned, Shenlong found himself standing at the foot of a small mountain, while trees of different sizes had filled the forest around the mountain. However, before Shenlong could completely take in the scene in front of his eyes, the same powerful voice that he had heard during the first test suddenly boomed inside his mind like a sudden bolt of lightning. Welcome to the third test of the Holy Sect, the world of the 1000 cities. The rules of this test are simple. There are 1000 cities spread throughout this world, and each city has an army of spirit realm and nascent soul stage cultivators inside it. Every single one of those cultivators has been apprehended by our Holy Sect, and they have either raped men, women, or children, or have committed other heinous acts that exiled them into this place. Inside every single city, there will be a single yellow-colored token of my Holy Sect. Of course, a token may be hidden somewhere inside the city, or it may be held by the strongest person in there. All you have to do is obtain one of those tokens, and make sure not to lose it. You have 25 days left. If you don't manage to find a token within these 25 days and hold on to it, you will be instantly eliminated. Chapter 393, Hidden Meaning. Monarch of Time. As the booming voice finished its words, it instantly vanished from Shenlong's mind, like a wisp of smoke being dispersed in the wind. At the same time, shock had filled Shenlong's eyes when he heard the rules of the third test, while his mind instantly ruminated over the hidden meaning behind them. There are actually 1000 cities in this place, and according to that voice, all of them have been filled with death row criminals that the Holy Sect has gathered for this test. At the same time, according to that voice's tone, it is going to be almost impossible to gather even a single token without creating a massacre, and this is probably what the Holy Sect wants as well. To nurture cultivators who are not afraid of killing and punishing evildoers. This test also seems to have even more meanings as well. On one hand, the Holy Sect seems to be wary, that many of the disciples who are participating in this test may be talented but not prepared to kill. This can make sense since many of those disciples may have had very powerful backgrounds back in their own continents, but they may haven't stepped foot outside their homes due to this as well. Thus the holy sect is looking to either forcefully temper everyone this time, or weed out those who are not strong enough to do what the sect wants them to. Although this test looks similar to the first test, but in reality, it's completely different. Despite that voice saying that the main aim of this test is to obtain a token from a single city and just hold it for the remaining 25 days, there are many underlying meanings behind that. What does it mean to hold the token? It obviously means that anyone who manages to obtain a token will then have to protect himself from those who are trying to steal it. Otherwise, the holy sect could simply allow the first person who grabs a token to instantly pass this test. After all, since there are only 1,000 cities, and each city has a single token, there are at most 1,000 disciples who will be allowed to pass this test. There is no way that people won't try to steal the tokens that others have in their possession. At the same time, it's going to be extremely difficult for a single person to exterminate everyone inside a city. I suspect that the holy sect has already foreseen how strong the disciples who are taking part of the test really are, and the strength of the strongest people inside the city won't be much weaker. Besides, there is no way that those criminals don't know what's going on. Although they may not be willing to willingly hold a token and wait for the disciples to come and kill them, it's very likely that the holy sect itself will kill them if they leave the city. And even if they willingly give up the token to the first person who comes into the city, what about the remaining people who will follow? Hence, their best course of action is to band together and resist the disciples who will want to kill them. It's also possible that the holy sect has promised to let them go if they manage to survive for a certain period of time, giving them even more hope for them to struggle in order to stay alive. As Shenlong reached this conclusion, he rubbed his temples with his thumb and his middle finger in frustration, as he understood that there were even more hidden meanings than he had originally expected behind the sex test. It was just a single test, and yet, there were so many things going on behind the scenes, and Shenlong wasn't even certain if this was everything. After a brief moment of deliberation, there was a deep look inside his eyes as he mumbled in a low voice. At the same time, the holy sect seems to be warning its disciples that it won't tolerate evil cultivators. Those who commit heinous acts may very likely find themselves in these cities in the future. After coming to this conclusion, Shenlong immediately soared in the sky, as he ascended the mountain in front of him, flying all the way towards the mountain's peak. Barely 5 minutes later, he had already arrived at the mountain's peak, as his eyes took in the scenery around him from the high vantage point. A forest that spanned for a few hundred miles seemed to have surrounded the mountain that he was standing on from all sides, while past this forest, Shenlong could see the vast plains that spanned as far as his eyes could see. At the same time, a few hundred miles away from the east of this forest, Shenlong saw a city being erected in the midst of the boundless plains. This was definitely one of the 1,000 cities in this world. After hesitating for a moment, Shenlong had a serious look in his eyes, as he flew directly towards the east, heading straight towards the city in the distance. At the same time, at the peak of a small mountain in a somewhat narrow cave, Lu Mei was sitting cross-legged on the ground while a look of pain had appeared in her eyes. Originally, she had intended to comprehend the death's chant for the full 5 days before she passed the second test, but how could she expect that as she was comprehending the Saint low-grade martial skill, she would unconsciously enter a state of enlightenment and she would feel her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage arrive out of nowhere? Without any other solution, her only option was to pass the second test as quickly as possible, before she attempted to complete her breakthrough during the third test. Thankfully, the third test lasted for a much longer period of time than the second, giving ample time to Lu Mei, who wanted to find an isolated place and try to complete her breakthrough. After all, unlike her previous breakthroughs, Lu Mei knew that this breakthrough was going to be extremely dangerous for her, and it was even possible for her to lose her life this time. The reason behind this was her own cultivation technique, the blood absorption art. Chapter 394, Group of Disciples. Monarch of Time. Lu Mei's white robes were drenched in sweat, while an expression of agony and pain had filled her face. She knew that she was about to break through to the nascent soul stage, and there was no way to delay this matter any longer. Despite the piercing pain, that was similar to needles stabbing her soul, Lu Mei still did her best to take out a bottle filled with purple-colored pills from her spatial ring and hold it tightly in her hands. This was the same bottle that Shenlong had given to her before they entered the White Gate outside the Heaven's Dome city, to participate in the first test of the Holy Sect. Lu Mei clearly remembered that Shenlong had seriously exhorted her to consume these pills before she attempted her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Feeling her spirit sense that was wildly churning inside her spiritual space like a wild animal that could no longer be contained, as well as her qi that seemed to be on the verge of exploding, Lu Mei opened the pill bottle in her hands with great difficulty, before she placed all 3 pills inside her mouth without any hesitation. Although she didn't know the effects of these pills, Lu Mei believed that there was no way for Shenlong to harm her. Since he had told her to consume these pills before her breakthrough, Lu Mei would do so without any hesitation. The moment the pills entered her mouth and turned into a stream of purple-colored medicinal essence that slid down her throat, Lu Mei didn't hesitate any longer, as she hurriedly closed her eyes and began to circulate the blood absorption art, beginning her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. At the same time, Lu Mei already knew that the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage would be a qualitative change to her. Not only would her spirit sense transform into soul sense and be able to leave her body after breaking through the nascent soul stage, but she also knew that if the body of a nascent soul stage cultivator died, as long as the soul stayed intact, it was possible to possess another body and start cultivating from the beginning. Additionally, since the insights of the Daos that the nascent soul stage expert had comprehended, as well as the memories and experiences that they had acquired wouldn't be lost, it wouldn't be too hard to reach the nascent soul stage again in the future. Of course, the quality of the qi as well as the foundation Dao of the cultivator would also experience a huge change after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Lu Mei knew that as long as she managed to successfully complete her breakthrough, she would become many times stronger than before. The moment that she started to circulate the blood absorption art, however, endless and insufferable pain filled every inch of her body, while her eyes instantly turned red. Suddenly, black and incorporeal tendrils of death qi appeared from her body, covering Lu Mei inside a black cocoon. At the same time, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Mei had fallen into a state of enlightenment during the second test and was now in the process of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Shenlong was advancing through a lush forest, as he headed towards the small city that was located a few hundred miles past the east of the forest, amidst the vast plains in the distance. As he traveled through the forest, Shenlong had been somewhat surprised to find out that aside from a few early and middle rank 4 magic beasts, he didn't even find a single peak rank 4 beast, let alone an early rank 5 one. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it made sense. Since the aim of the third test is to make the disciples participating in it fight against the criminals inside the 1000 cities, the Holy Sect wouldn't go out of its way to place rank 5 magic beasts near the city's surroundings. And yet, despite reaching this conclusion and knowing that it was unlikely for a rank 5 magic beast to appear in this forest, Shenlong didn't get complacent and lower down his guard, as he carefully continued forward. Even if there are no rank 5 magic beasts inside this forest, it is still more than likely for other disciples who are undertaking this test to set up an ambush and attempt to try and rob others. Perhaps if they are lucky, they will even find a token of the Holy Sect among the treasures of their victim, allowing them to pass through the third test effortlessly. As this mocking thought flashed through his mind, he continued to check his surroundings without letting down his guard, as he continued moving forward. Of course, Shenlong wasn't afraid of being robbed, and he would even welcome these people with open arms if this was in the past, but this time, he didn't want to waste too much time inside this forest, in case the token inside the city gets taken away while he wastes time inside this forest. 2 hours quickly passed, as Shenlong left the lush forest behind him without any issues. It was unknown if there were no disciples who had set up an ambush, or if Shenlong had simply failed to meet them on the way. As soon as he left the lush forest and entered the vast plains, Shenlong saw his field of view expanding, as a small-sized city appeared in the distance ahead of him, slowly getting bigger and bigger in his eyes as he continued forward. An hour quickly passed, and Shenlong was just 10 miles away from the city, when he saw a small crowd gathered in the vast plains just a few miles away from the city gates. Almost 200 young men and women dressed in different types of clothes were gathered together, and all of them were staring at the city gates in the distance with serious looks in their eyes. Turning his eyes towards the small city ahead of him, Shenlong immediately realized the reason why these people were gathered here, and why they were staring at the city gates with solemn looks. More than 1,000 men and women were gathered in the city walls, staring at the small group of 200 disciples with mocking looks on their faces. There was a serious look in Shenlong's eyes as he also stared at the scene in the distance, without heading towards it straight away. Although most of them seem to be at the rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, there are still more than 1,000 of them. Additionally, it's impossible for these people to be the entire force of the city, without any rank 2 or rank 3 nascent soul stage experts hidden inside. As this thought flashed through Shenlong's mind, he then turned his eyes to look at the group of 200 disciples who were standing less than 10 miles away from the city, only to see that some of them were also staring back at him. All of a sudden, Shenlong saw a handsome young man dressed in luxurious silver-colored robes whose cultivation was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, as that person stood up and walked towards Shenlong's direction. Chapter 395, Temporary Alliance. Monarch of Time. Seeing that there wasn't any direct hostility coming from this person, Shenlong, who had already guessed what was going on in his mind, calmly waited to see what this person's intention was. As soon as he arrived just a couple of meters away from Shenlong, the silver-robed young man smiled brightly as he looked at him, before he said in a warm tone, "This brother, my name is Chu Lei and I am from the northern region. Since you are here, then that means that you have also managed to pass the second test as well. As you can see, there are 176 more people like you and me in this place, and we have all gathered together to pass the third test." Shenlong's lips curved up when he heard the last part of this sentence, as he stared at the young man who called himself Chu Lei without interrupting him. Chu Lei smiled even brighter when he saw Shenlong's smile, as he then continued with what seemed to be a genuine expression on his face. "It looks like this brother has already realized the reason why I am here. Indeed, it is to invite you to fight alongside us as we attack that city." Pointing at the small city in the distance that had more than 1,000 experts at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm, as well as early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators in its walls, Chu Lei then continued with a serious look in his eyes. "There are more than 1,000 cultivators stationed on the city walls, and as you can very likely guess, this is definitely not going to be that city's full strength. There are definitely bound to be rank 2, and even rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators inside the city, and they are waiting for us to attack. Otherwise, if it was just those 1,000 people, even a middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't have too much trouble to destroy this city, let alone peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. Since it's almost impossible for even rank 3 nascent soul stage experts to storm the city by themselves, we are planning to wait here until the end of the day, and see if there are any more people who pass the second test as well and come here. By the time night falls, regardless if it is just us or if more people come, we will definitely make our move. As for the token of the holy sect inside the city, we will leave that to fate. After all, there is only one token inside that city, and there are almost 180 of us here." As he finished speaking, Chu Lei looked at Shenlong with that same warm smile on his face as he waited for his answer. Shenlong, however, thought seriously for a while, without answering straight away. He first looked at Chu Lei, before he turned his gaze towards the small city in the distance. Based on what Chu Lei had said, this indeed sounded like a situation where everyone would only gain to benefit from it. After all, Shenlong wouldn't say that he was definitely stronger than a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert right now, and he could storm the city by himself. "Although I am confident enough in taking care of this city, if it was really just those 1,000 people on the city walls, the situation is definitely not going to be that simple. Teaming up with these people to take care of the powerful rank 2 and rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators inside the city and find the holy sex token, is indeed a much better and safer choice. However, the problem lies in this matter as well. Everyone will be paying attention to find the token as well. Without having advanced to the nascent soul stage, I won't be able to locate the strongest person inside the city and find the token first." It only took a moment for Shenlong to realize the crux of the matter behind this alliance. After all, although all of these disciples seemed to have grouped together at first glance, once they entered the city, everyone would look to find the strongest person and obtain the token of the holy sect. In that case, it was more apt to call it a temporary alliance instead. After all, the moment that someone obtained the token, the other disciples around him would definitely pounce on him like a pack of wolves. Since there were only 1,000 disciples who could obtain the tokens and pass the third test, there was no way that anyone here would allow someone else to just take the token and leave in the end. After thinking about it seriously for a few more moments, Shenlong looked at Chu Lei, before he nodded his head and said with a calm smile as well, "In that case, let's enter this city together." Seemingly as if he had expected this answer, the smile in the silver-robed man's, Chu Lei's face widened even further, as he pointed towards the group behind him and said to Shenlong, "Let's wait until night falls? Then we will all move together at the same time as we attack the city." Nodding his head, Shenlong followed Chu Lei as he walked towards the group of disciples in the distance. Shenlong was surprised to see that there were only 10 spirit realm cultivators among this group, and just like him, they were all at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. As for the rest of these disciples, they were all at the nascent soul stage, while most of them were even at the early or the middle of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage. Shenlong's appearance attracted many looks from the disciples in this group, as the time to attack the city was getting near, but since he wasn't hiding his aura and was only a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, many people quickly ignored him after a precursory glance. After all, there was no way for a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator to even think of obtaining the holy sex token and passing the test. Even the other peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators only threw a few more glances at Shenlong, before they closed their eyes and did their best to bring themselves to peak condition, since there were only a few hours left until they attacked the city. At the same time, every single one of these disciples here knew that the third test of the holy sect wasn't a place to make friends. If they were inside the sect, it would be a completely different matter, but here, despite being in an alliance, they were all competing against the others as well. Shenlong wasn't expecting a warm reception in the first place, and after finding an empty patch of grass to sit down, he closed his eyes as he waited for night to fall. Half a day quickly passed, and by the time that night had fallen, Shenlong only saw 2 more people joining that temporary alliance in the end. Seeing that it was already time to move, Shenlong saw Chu Lei, as well as 6 young men and 3 young women next to him, all standing up at the same time, as they looked at everyone else with serious looks in their eyes. From Chu Lei's group, a young man dressed in luxurious golden robes was the first one to take a step forward, and facing the rest of the disciples who had joined the temporary alliance and were now looking at him, he said in a commanding voice, "There is no reason to wait any further. We will now attack this city that is filled with criminal scum. Remember that although this may be an alliance, but at the same time, it's every man for himself. The goal is to take the holy sex token and pass the third test, not to help each other. The only common goal that we have is that we are all looking for the holy sex token while we eradicate the scum inside that city. Now, if you are ready, follow behind me." Without waiting for a response, the golden-robed young man led Chu Lei and the other people around him, as he turned around and headed towards the small city in the distance. Chapter 396, Attacking the City, Monarch of Time. After hesitating for a moment, the disciples of the Alliance looked at each other, before they all followed the golden-robed man's group as they headed towards the small city in the distance. The moment that they arrived just 2 miles away from the city, Shenlong saw Chu Lei's group split into 3 different groups, as the golden-robed young man and Chu Lei, as well as 2 more people at the rank 3 of the nascent soul stage spearheaded the attack in the city, while the other 2 groups attacked from the sides. Although the disciples of the Alliance turned somewhat chaotic when they saw the unexpected splitting of the group in the lead, most of them still followed the first group, while less than 30 disciples followed the other 2 groups. At the same time, as Shenlong flew after the first group, he also realized that the conjecture that he had arrived in during the first test was actually wrong. Just the alliance of disciples that was attacking this city alone numbered close to 200 people. This meant that, if there were 200 disciples that were attacking each one of the 1,000 cities in this world, the total number of disciples that are participating in the third test would reach close to 200,000. Even if the second test actually eliminated half of the disciples that took part in it, if Shenlong factored in that only 1/4 of the disciples that were originally participating in the first test managed to successfully pass it, the number of people that entered the Holy Sex test in the beginning must have definitely surpassed 1.5 million. 1.500.000 disciples, all of them either at the late stages of the spirit realm or the nascent soul stage. As Shenlong came to this conclusion, he realized how terrifying the Holy Sex influence really was. After all, in the entire Night Star continent, there were only 200,000 people who met the criteria to participate in the Holy Sex test. Even if some people had decided to participate in the entrance selection of the Demon Emperor Palace instead of the Holy Sex, these people definitely didn't number more than 50,000. As soon as Shenlong's group neared closer to the city gates, the nascent soul stage cultivators that were stationed in the city walls instantly sounded the alarm, before waves of attacks flew towards Shenlong and the rest of the disciples like a tsunami that was about to drown them. Flame arrows, water pythons, sword and saber slashes filled with chi, ice shards, as well as many other types of attacks, all looked to bury this group of disciples, before they could even approach close to the city walls. At the same time, Shenlong saw the golden-robed man in the middle being covered in a burst of flames, that incinerated every attack that dared to come close to him. Even his hair were covered in flames, not allowing even an inch of his body to be unprotected as he continued to fly forward. It didn't matter if it were the flame arrows, the ice shards, or any other type of attack, everything that came in contact with the crimson flames around this man's body was instantly destroyed. At the same time, Shenlong also realized that this young man was actually a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. As for Chu Lei and the rest, they all had their own means to easily resist these attacks, as they continued to fly towards the city walls. Surprisingly, Chu Lei's cultivation, which was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, was actually the weakest one among the 4 people in this group. Aside from the golden-robed young man who seemed to be the strongest, the other 2 disciples around him were actually at the middle of rank 3 of the nascent soul stage as well. Of course, since these people were previously concealing their cultivation, it was impossible for Shenlong, who had yet to break through to the nascent soul stage and form his soul sense, to sense their levels before these people started fighting. As for the attacks that came his way, Shenlong had it just as easy as the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man, as he activated the Monarch's domain. Every attack that entered inside the Monarch's domain was akin to entering Shenlong's kingdom, unable to approach any closer to his body, as the flow of time around them was forcefully frozen. In front of Shenlong's Monarch's domain, even the attacks of rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators were practically worthless. To avoid attracting too much attention, however, Shenlong didn't activate the Monarch's domain to its fullest, only allowing it to cover a small area around his body. The rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators on top of the city walls were stunned when they saw that their attacks were actually useless against the enemy's group. Against 140 cultivators, most of whom were already at the early or middle rank 2 of the nascent soul stage, once they started to work together, the onslaught from 1000 rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators and late stage spirit realm ones was practically non-existent. As for monsters like Shenlong or the golden-robed young man and the rest of the rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, they didn't even need to team up with others, as they easily ignored these attacks and continued flying towards the city. The moment that he arrived above the city walls, the golden-robed young man was the first one to attack, as he gathered his chi in his left hand and sent a powerful punch forward. A fist of crimson flames escaped his arm, and flew towards the city walls below him at extreme speed, catching the late-stage spirit realm and the nascent soul stage cultivators completely off guard. Before they had any time to escape, more than 10 rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators, and almost 30 late-stage spirit realm ones were submerged by the gigantic fist of flames, as they were killed in an instant. Not willing to waste any more time than necessary against the small fries, the golden-robed young man threw a mocking look at the remaining people on top of the city walls, before he instantly spread his soul sense and flew towards the east of the city, followed by Chu Lei and the 2 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators behind him. Chapter 397, Abrupt Change. Monarch of Time. Seeing the powerful rank 3 nascent soul stage experts that flew deeper inside the city instead of staying here to eradicate them, made the late stage spirit realm and the nascent soul stage cultivators on top of the city walls heave a sigh of relief. After all, against the 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, and especially that peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man in golden robes, they knew that they were completely powerless to put up any resistance. The moment that Shenlong saw Chu Lei's group heading deeper inside the city, however, he stopped holding back as well, as a blue light instantly covered his body before his speed increased by more than 5 times. He was like a bolt of blue lightning, as a moment later, he quickly appeared above the city gates, before he also flew deeper inside the city, completely ignoring the people who were staring at him with wide-open eyes. After all, for a peak rank 9 Spirit Realm cultivator to be just as fast as the 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage experts was a visually shocking scene that no one of them had seen before. Even if the rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators weren't flying at full speed, Shenlong's speed was definitely faster than any rank 2 nascent soul stage expert. Of course, Shenlong knew that he couldn't lag behind if he wanted to have a chance to obtain the Holy Sex token, so he could only go all out this time. Since he hadn't formed his soul sense just yet, he could only use his wits as well as his own strength if he wanted to have a chance at obtaining the token. Since that golden-robed young man had first spread out his soul sense before he led Chu Lei's group towards the east of the city, Shenlong knew that this must have meant that there was a powerful nascent soul stage expert in that direction. Thus, heading towards that direction also meant that there was a good chance to find the Holy Sex token. After all, instead of searching throughout the city blindly, following after the 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators was a much better choice. Of course, Shenlong wasn't the only one who was chasing after their group either. A few peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivators had also passed through the attacks of the people at the city walls almost effortlessly, as they chased behind the group of rank 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage experts as well. Less than a minute later, Shenlong saw Chu Lei's group arriving above an old tower that seemed to be on the verge of crumbling to pieces. The golden-robed young man had a profound look in his eyes as he looked at the tower in front of him, as he then gathered the chi in his hands, and without any warning, he sent a powerful flame fist towards it. The crimson flames looked as if they were about to burn the air itself, as the gigantic fist flew towards the old tower. Boom! Without any suspense, the moment that the flame fist touched the already half-broken tower, the tower collapsed into countless pieces. However, the flames that were supposed to completely burn down the old tower into dust were suddenly extinguished, as a gigantic sandstorm erupted out of nowhere, as it completely covered the now destroyed tower. At the same time, from the debris of the collapsed old tower, Shenlong saw a young woman with a cold look in her eyes emerging from it, followed by a young man in brown robes, as well as a middle-aged man who was holding a large great sword, as they all shot towards the sky at the same time, facing off against the golden-robed young man from Chu Lei's group. The golden-robed young man, however, didn't seem to be surprised by this woman's appearance. Instead, it looked like he had everything under control, as he looked at her with a cold look, before he said in a commanding tone, "Hand over the Holy Sex token and I will allow you to live. Refuse, and I will simply bury you all here today." Anger instantly colored the young woman's expression when she heard these provocative words, while the sandstorm that was swirling around her started to turn even more powerful. However, the short-haired young woman didn't flare up, and instead, it looked like she was trying to suppress her fury, as she looked at the golden-robed man from Chu Lei's group as she said in a questioning tone, "You fool, didn't you notice that there are 2 more peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in this city aside from me? What makes you think that I have the Holy Sex token? Besides, you really are too arrogant to claim that you will bury me here today." The golden-robed man didn't seem angry when he heard the black-robed woman's response. Instead, a mocking look appeared in his already cold eyes, before he then said with a similarly mocking smile on his face, "Do you take me for a fool, or do you really think that you are smarter than you actually are? You may be able to fool the others who have already split up and are chasing after the other garbage in this city, but I am not an idiot like them. Since you revealed your strength the last time, did you think that no one would notice that you are actually the strongest one in this city? Do you really think that you were the only one who was holding back at that time? If it wasn't because there were 9 of you and just 6 of us, I would have already buried all of you criminal trash. Enough talk. Hand over the..." Before the golden-robed young man could finish his words, he suddenly turned his gaze to the side with an incredulous look in his eyes. It wasn't just him, even Shenlong, who by now had already understood that the golden-robed man's group had already met this young woman's group a few days ago, and had either lost or they had been forced to retreat, was now staring at the scene in front of him with eyes that betrayed his shock. Seemingly out of nowhere, a black-robed old man had appeared behind Chu Lei, and before anyone could react, the old man stabbed a pitch-black dagger in Chu Lei's back. Before Chu Lei could react, the old man instantly removed the dagger, before he slammed it on the back of his chest a second time. The silver-robed Chu Lei had a look of pain on his face, as he tried hard to turn around and see his assailant's face. He couldn't believe that he had been sneak attacked with his guard up. His body however seemed to have lost all of its strength, as the silver-robed Chu Lei felt his eyes losing their focus while his body started to plummet. Unable to support himself any longer, he fell from the sky like a cannonball, as he crashed on the ground with a bang. An early rank 3 nascent soul expert had been instantly killed just like that. Chapter 398, Realization. Monarch of Time. The golden-robed young man looked at Chu Lei's lifeless body that had crashed on the ground, having lost its remaining vitality, before he turned his eyes towards the black-robed old man who was standing in the sky just a few meters away from him. The old man however didn't seem afraid of the young man in golden robes despite seeing the murderous look in his eyes, or the crimson flames around his body that had increased in intensity and were looking like they were about to swallow everything in sight, and after flashing him a ghastly smile that revealed his crooked teeth, the old man's body quickly disappeared, looking like it had blended in the surrounding darkness. At the same time, the golden-robed young man narrowed his eyes, before he gathered his chi in his arms and punched forward, towards the old man's disappearing figure. This time though, it wasn't a flame fist that had appeared from his arms, but a pillar of crimson flames instead. The scorching hot flames that flew towards the black-robed old man looked like they were about to expand and engulf the entire city, raising down everything in sight, while even from a distance of nearly a mile away, Shenlong could still feel the hot temperature in the city that was rapidly rising. It was obvious that the golden-robed young man was going all out this time, and wasn't willing to give the old man a chance to escape. The pillar of flame accurately struck the old man's disappearing figure, before it continued flying further into the distance, before it landed on a small house 3 miles away, instantly reducing it into molten rocks. In fact, the buildings that the pillar of flames had flew above, clearly showed signs of melting as well, despite being barely grazed by this crimson pillar. The golden-robed man however didn't seem to be satisfied with the result, as he turned his gaze back towards the young woman, who seemed to be leisurely staring at him with an expressionless look on her face. By her side, the figure of the black-robed old man started to quickly materialize, revealing his body that was devoid of injuries. Only the edge of his right sleeve had barely been grazed by the scorching red flames, but that was a small price to pay, considering that he had managed to easily kill Chu Lei amidst 3 other rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. At the same time, Shenlong was also stunned by the old man's powers, as well as the strength of the flame pillar from the golden-robed young man. It had instantly destroyed more than a dozen buildings, while at the same time, it had also raised the temperature of its surroundings, affecting more than 1/4 of the city in a single instant. This made Shenlong remember just how powerful nascent soul stage cultivators really were. During the past 3 years that he and Lu Mei were traveling through the Night Star continent, thanks to Little Black's enormous strength as well as the poison that he had concocted from the soul-poisoning hell grass, the times that Shenlong had to directly face nascent soul stage experts or rank 5 magic beasts were actually very few. This had caused Shenlong to effectively not place too much attention to the previous cultivation realms, making the Dao King realm his next direct goal. After all, he already knew that once someone became a Dao King, their Dao would experience a qualitative change. However, seeing the fight in front of him right now made Shenlong suddenly recall the ever-growing progress that he had experienced in the last 4 years, nearly causing himself to fall in a daze in the process, as he stared at the black-robed young woman's group which was now confronting the golden-robed young man's. Unknowingly, Shenlong had actually entered a state of sudden enlightenment as countless thoughts flashed through his mind one by one, while scenes of himself slowly advancing in his cultivation flooded his head. Qi condensation cultivators are those who have just stepped a foot in the world of cultivation and are barely stronger than average mortals. Nevertheless, since they can absorb the qi around them inside their bodies and can train in cultivation techniques, they are still considered cultivators. As for Earth grade cultivators, the moment that a cultivator manages to break through to the Earth grade, they will experience an immense increase in the amount of qi that they can store in their dantian, and they will even be able to start training in martial skills that allow them to control their qi outside of their bodies. Even without the use of martial skills however, an Earth grade cultivator can't be compared to a qi condensation one in terms of pure strength. After all, a single Earth grade cultivator can easily take care of dozens of qi condensation cultivators without any problem. The most noticeable increase however, comes when one of them breaks through to the heaven grade. After all, Earth grade cultivators are still stronger than normal humans, but unless they have comprehended a martial skill, they are still nothing more than very strong humans in the end. However, the moment that someone breaks through to the heaven grade, they will see an enormous increase in their strength. After all, heaven grade cultivators have not only gained an enormous increase in the purity and the quantity of their chi, but they can also freely control it outside of their bodies as well, even allowing them to fly. However, the biggest benefit in their strength comes from the fact that a heaven grade cultivator has obtained an initial comprehension of their Dao. The power of the Daos is simply the biggest difference between a heaven grade cultivator and an earth grade one. No matter what, even 1,000 earth grade cultivators may not necessarily be able to defeat a heaven grade expert in the end, unless they manage to exhaust all of his strength first. And above the heaven grade is the spirit realm. Finally, once a cultivator reaches the spirit realm, they can be considered a powerful cultivator. Even in the Night Star continent, one needs to be at least at the spirit realm to safely roam throughout the continent. After all, not only will the comprehension of the Dao experience a big increase once a cultivator breaks through to the spirit realm, but so will their spirit sense as well as the amount of chi that they have. At the same time, once a cultivator manages to break through to the spirit realm, their strength will also multiply by many times. If an average spirit realm cultivator exploded with their full strength, their attacks could probably flatten a sect like the Floating Cloud sect in a matter of minutes. Unless there is another spirit realm cultivator to fight them off, heaven grade cultivators are like ants in front of a powerful spirit realm expert. And yet, the spirit realm is in reality nothing more than just preparations before the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. As Shenlong's thoughts reached this point, a bright blue light started to appear from his body, covering him from head to toe. Chapter 399, Transformation. Monarch of Time. Although the blue light coming from Shenlong's body wasn't too bright, in the midst of the dark night it instantly attracted everyone's attention. The golden-robed young man and the two middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage experts who were alongside him, were just about to start fighting with the black-robed young woman's group, when they suddenly turned their attention towards Shenlong's direction all at the same time. Shenlong's body now resembled a shining blue-colored star whose light was illuminating everything around him. The light coming from his body was also expanding at a rapid rate, instantly submerging everything around it. Seeing that the blue-colored light coming from Shenlong's body was now expanding towards their direction and was about to touch them, actually gave the rank 3 nascent soul stage experts a feeling of immense danger. Even the golden-robed young man and the black-robed young woman, as well as the black-robed old man who had just killed Chu Lei, all three of which were peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, they could all feel a sense of danger coming from Shenlong, one that was not inferior to another peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert at all. The black-robed woman led her group, as she instantly turned tail and fled away without any hesitation, heading towards the north of the city. Chances were that even if Shenlong wasn't a friend of the golden-robed young man, he would still be her own enemy and would be looking for the Holy Sex token as well. Thus, as long as Shenlong wasn't a direct threat to her, leaving the area and taking care of the golden-robed young man first was more important. The golden-robed young man had a deep look in his eyes as he stared towards Shenlong's direction for a few moments, before he turned his attention back towards the fleeing black-robed woman's group. After a moment of serious thinking, he turned his eyes to look at the two middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators by his sides, before they all nodded their heads simultaneously, as they chased after the black-robed woman. At the same time that the two groups left the scene, Shenlong, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, had completely lost all sense of his surroundings. His mind that had entered a state of sudden enlightenment didn't allow any conscious thinking. Although he could vaguely feel that his surroundings were changing in some way, he wasn't certain of what was going on, and neither could he actively think about it either. The only thing in Shenlong's mind right now was his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage that had unconsciously begun. As the invisible figure of an hourglass appeared around him, 81 bright balls of chi had also appeared above his head at the same time, while the bright blue light that was coming from his body was giving off a sense of lethal danger that didn't allow even peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts to touch it. Shenlong could feel his spirit sense inside his spiritual space that was churning madly, like a wild beast that was finally unshackling itself after a very long time. Circulating the monarch's hourglass, Shenlong started to fuse the 81 white balls of chi with each other, while at the same time, he could feel his spirit sense that was becoming stronger with every passing moment. At the same time, right above his head and next to the invisible monarch's hourglass, Shenlong was now unaware that a gigantic black-colored vortex had also appeared, sucking in the qi in the air from the entire eastern part of this small city. Shenlong's body that needed vast amounts of qi to supplement the monarch's hourglass for his breakthrough, for the very first time seemed to be lacking the qi that it needed. Since Shenlong couldn't absorb any qi from the heaven-swallowing vine that was still inside the Stone of Time, the monarch's hourglass had naturally formed a gigantic vortex that stole the qi from the air around the entire eastern part of the city, supplementing it all inside Shenlong's body. Using the large amounts of qi that were entering his body, Shenlong started to fuse the 81 balls of qi with each other, while at the same time, his thoughts continued to ruminate over the meaning of entering the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul stage cultivator cannot be compared to someone who is still in the spirit realm in terms of strength. Now I understand. Nascent soul. It doesn't just mean that a cultivator is using their soul. It isn't just the stage of rebirth. The soul itself becomes many times stronger alongside the increase in qi and spirit sense, no, soul sense. At this point, Shenlong, who was still comprehending the meaning of being a nascent soul stage cultivator, was completely unaware that the vortex above his head had now covered half of the city, be it the Alliance members who were fighting the criminals stationed at the city walls, or the golden-robed young man and his group as well as the black-robed young women's. Everyone could see the black vortex that was now hovering above their heads like an omen of death. Senior Brother Kyung, is this really a nascent soul vortex? How can it be this terrifying? One of the two middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who was following the golden-robed young man couldn't help asking in a voice filled with disbelief, once he saw the gigantic vortex in the sky that was so similar, and yet at the same time so different from his own vortex when he was breaking through to the nascent soul stage. After all, it was common knowledge that once someone was breaking through to the nascent soul stage, their body would absorb the qi around them to supplement itself with enough qi for the breakthrough, but the scene created wouldn't be nearly as terrifying as this. Perhaps the vortex would have a radius of half a meter, or it could be as much as 3 meters wide. Even Senior Brother Kyung, however, didn't seem to have an answer to this, as he stared at Shenlong's direction with a serious look in his eyes. At this point, even he wasn't certain if this was really a nascent soul vortex. After all, even his own nascent soul vortex in the past had only reached a radius of a little more than 11 meters, and Senior Brother Kyung was certain that he himself was definitely considered a genius. At the same time, the 81 balls of qi above Shenlong's head had already merged into 27, and yet, this wasn't the only transformation that was taking place this time. Shenlong could feel his spirit sense was that churning even more wildly, when suddenly, his spiritual space started to rumble. It was like a terrifying magic beast that was finally waking up after an endlessly long period of slumber. The moment that the 27 balls of qi were merged into 9, Shenlong felt a terrifying, soul-splitting headache assaulting him, before a booming sound that was similar to the heaven and earth splitting apart resounded from his spiritual space. Chapter 400, Sealed Memories. Monarch of Time. The moment that this booming sound resounded inside his spiritual space, Shenlong, who could feel a transformation taking place in his mind, suddenly felt a soul-splitting headache assaulting him, almost as if it was trying to tear apart his soul. At the same time, his entire spiritual space had started to rumble violently, while only the Stone of Time continued to float there calmly, as if these changes had no effect on it. Despite having experienced endless amounts of pain and suffering in the past, including having his body reformed twice by the monarch's eternal body, Shenlong was unable to suppress this pain that was coming from the depths of his soul, as he subconsciously let out a roar. He could feel as if his own soul was slowly being torn apart, while something sealed inside him was slowly awakening. And yet, this very awakening was causing him so much pain, that Shenlong was already on the verge of breaking down. At the same time, Shenlong had also realized that this pain was no different from when he was absorbing the knowledge inside the Golden Book. Despite being half a step away from advancing to the nascent soul stage, he was barely able to endure this suffering while maintaining his consciousness. However, just as Shenlong was trying to suppress the soul-splitting pain and merge the remaining 9 balls of qi above his head into 3, something completely unexpected suddenly happened. Roar! A powerful roar came from the depths of Shenlong's spiritual space, shaking his soul in the process, while at the same time, Shenlong could feel that whatever was sealed deep inside him had finally broken free. At that same moment, the soul-splitting headache turned even more intense, as countless scenes appeared in Shenlong's mind, like a volcano that was suppressing itself for millions of years and had finally erupted. Suddenly, a new scene appeared in Shenlong's mind, as Shenlong saw himself wearing a golden armor as he was flying in the sky, while in his right hand, he was holding a familiar black spear. This scene didn't seem to be a memory that Shenlong was observing as an outsider. Instead, he could actually feel that he was flying in the sky, as he led 10,000 black armored soldiers towards a mountain that was hovering above the clouds. As he turned his head around to look at the 10,000 black armored warriors, a single name appeared in Shenlong's mind: the Heaven Trampling Legion. This name had been etched at the deepest parts of Shenlong's soul, and as he mumbled it inside his mind, a myriad of emotions suddenly appeared in his heart. At the same time, Shenlong clearly remembered that he had seen a similar scene once again in the past, back when he was breaking through to the 4th stage of the monarch's eternal body. However, back then, not only was Shenlong riding on Little Black's back, but the faces of the warriors of the Heaven Trampling Legion were blurry and indistinct, making Shenlong unable to recognize their facial features. This time though, not only could Shenlong clearly see each and every one of their faces, but their names had also appeared in his mind at the same time. Staring at the floating mountain in the distance, more and more memories continued to appear in Shenlong's mind, while at the same time, he could practically feel the overflowing killing intent coming from the Heaven Trampling Legion behind him. They were all staring at the mountain peak high above the clouds with emotionless eyes, but the endless killing intent coming from their bodies made them seem like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts that couldn't wait to raze the mountain to the ground. Right, back then, the Sky Mountain Xiong family had attacked Gao Jiahao's family, killing every last descendant of theirs in order to steal their family treasure, the Golden Immortal Bell. Jiahao and his elder brother weren't at the Gao family back then, managing to escape the disaster out of pure luck. Once the two siblings learned of their family's destruction, they immediately fled the area they were in, trying to escape as far as they could. I still remember how Jiahao was carrying his big brother's body in his hands once he arrived outside the Heaven Trampling City, as he begged Xiaoming to revive his elder brother that had died to magic beasts while they were on the run. There were tears in his eyes as he knelt down and begged the Lord Immortal to save his elder brother who had sacrificed himself to keep his younger brother alive, but alas, after Xiaoming took him in as a disciple, Jiahao dedicated himself into becoming strong enough to exact his revenge and trained madly for more than 2,000 years. However, even in my Heaven Trampling Legion, aside from my 10 commanders, only a handful of people could match the strength of the Sky Mountain Xiong family's head, Xiong Qin's. I remember I then personally led the Heaven Trampling Legion to the Sky Mountain, to completely eradicate the Xiong family. How many years has it been since then? As these thoughts flashed through Shenlong's mind, he saw himself leading the Heaven Trampling Legion towards the Sky Mountain, before he raised his hand in the air. The sky above the mountain peak of the enormous mountain that spanned for thousands of miles instantly darkened, before the outline of an enormous black palm that spanned for thousands of meters appeared above the palace of the Xiong family. Who is it? At that very moment, voices filled with surprise and shock, as well as anger and killing intent sounded from the depths of the palace, as thousands of figures flew out from the palace's entrance, as they all shot to the sky at the same time. All of these figures were the core members of the Xiong family. However, the moment that these people saw the 10,000 black armored warriors of the Heaven Trampling Legion, as well as the golden armored Shenlong who was leading them, a series of different expressions appeared on the Xiong family members' faces. Shenlong however wasn't willing to give any explanations to the Xiong family members, as he stared at the palace stationed in the Sky Mountain's peak, before he slammed his hand downwards. At the same time, seeing the gigantic black palm in the sky that was descending towards the Xiong family's palace, a voice filled with fury and disbelief sounded from the depths of the palace as it shouted angrily, "Stop!" At the same time, a small golden bell appeared in the sky above the luxurious palace, before it quickly enlarged in size, becoming just as big as the enormous black palm in the sky. The enormous palm that had covered the sky however didn't seem to stop due to the voice, as it continued descending downwards, before it met the huge golden bell head-on. Boom!